Sword Art Online Progressive 005 Canon of the Golden Rule Start. Written by Reki Kawahara. Illustrations by Abec. Designed by BP. Read by Mae Zurita. 6th floor of Aincrad, January 2023. Achoo! I spun around to ascertain the nature of the odd sound behind my back. The fencer, who was my temporary partner, had her hands over her nose. A few seconds later, she arched her back and loosed another achoo! Was that a sneeze, or are you saying you want to have patchouli for your bath tonight? I quipped, earning myself a glare. I don't like patchouli. What about pumpkin spice? Nope. Maybe parsnip? Nope. Hey, that's not even a thing, she snapped, bringing the joke full circle. Asana, the level 18 swordswoman, sighed. It was a sneeze, I think? I'm not sure. Huh? What do you mean? Shouldn't you be able to tell if you sneezed or not? I wondered, seriously this time. I came to a stop in the middle of the path. Just an hour or two ago, the central street of Caerluin, the main town of the 5th floor of Aincrad, had been packed with people, but now it was completely empty. The countdown party, with fireworks to celebrate the arrival of the year 2023, was over, and the players had cleared out, returning to their inn rooms or backed into the wilderness to hunt. Asa and I watched the fireworks from an old castle ruins outside of town and waited for the area to grow quiet before we left. This was because we'd had a dangerous, unexpected encounter in the ruins. Even with my excellent search skill, it would be harder to detect someone trailing us in a crowd. I casually checked behind me as I waited for Asana to reply. To my surprise, she had a very rational response. Sneezes are involuntary bodily functions designed to either raise your body temperature when it's cold or expel a foreign object from the nasal cavity, right? Neither are necessary for a player's avatar to do. Oh, well, I guess that's a good point. So, if the SAO system is artificially reproducing some kind of sneezing function, I'm not certain that can be called a real sneeze. That's my point. I see, I murmured, impressed. Then my own nose started to tickle. It was either the chill of the repetition of the word sneeze that was making me conscious of it. Eventually, I couldn't hold it in any longer. I exploded. Asana grinned smugly at me. What's that? Are you saying you want bruschetta for breakfast tomorrow? What's bruschetta? It's a kind of Italian finger food. That actually sounds kind of good, I murmured, imagining what this bruschetta might look like, and unconsciously tugging the collar at my coat tighter before realizing what I was doing. Hey, is it just me, or is it kind of cold in here? Yeah, it's rather chilly. Asana wore a hooded wool cape, but was over a miniskirt that didn't seem to defend much against the elements. A man who was smooth and considerate would put his own coat on her without saying a word. But as a loser gamer and shut-in, I wasn't equipped with any skills that I couldn't earn in a video game. Fortunately, before I said or did anything to embarrass myself, Asana opened her menu and adjusted her equipment mannequin, light covered with the pale legs exposed by her leather battle skirt, then faded into white tights. There shouldn't be any artificial fibers in this world, given the setting, but somehow the skin-tight material seemed to shine in the light. I couldn't help but stare, before she would have retaliated with a cold look, sharp words, and perhaps some kind of physical attack. But this time, Asana just cleared her throat and looked up at the bottom of the floor above, visible in the dark. Well, it is the beginning of the year, so you would expect it to be cold, and yet the 4th floor was quite warm when we were down there recently. How does Aincrad handle the seasons of the year? It was August in the beta, but even though the sun felt hot at midday, it wasn't like unpleasant hot, and it wasn't like nothing like the suffocating muggy heat of midsummer in real life. I suppose if it were really that hot, nobody would be able to bother with a full plate of armor and the like. Good point. Makes me wonder what those old European knights did during the summer. The Knights Templar of the Kingdom of Jerusalem lost to Saladin's forces because the heat sapped their strength. Ah, I see. As usual, Asuna had plenty of facts to back herself up. I started getting the nasty feeling that she might eventually learn more about Aincrad than even I knew, so I quickly brought us back to the matter at hand. The point is, Aincrad does model the seasons to an extent, but I don't think it actually simulates heat and cold to a level that is uncomfortable. I mean, this isn't nearly as bad as the midwinter weather we'd been feeling in the real world, right? Even dressed like this, the worst it does is make me sneeze. But there are exceptions. I seem to remember reading about floors that are winter or summer all year round, according to the magazine article or something. Asuna glanced up once more, and then wondered, "You didn't find this floor of eternal summer during the beta test?" Well, it was summer at the time, but I do remember a beach on the south side of floor 7. It had white sand, coconut trees, and a bunch of employers enjoying the summer vacation swimsuits. The way you say that makes me assume that you didn't take part. She nodded insightfully. Well, a guy celebrating his vacation all alone is kind of sad, right? I admitted. It's fine. I was focused on getting through the game. This desperate excuse made Asuna grin enough to forget the cold. She patted me on the back. South side of 7th floor? I'll remember that if it's really an area of eternal summer. Then? I think I'll keep it under wraps until then. Let's get going until the main town. 6 floors starts in earnest tomorrow. Today. The fencer walked off at a brisk pace, and I had to rush to catch up, feeling skeptical. It had been more than a month since our temporary partnership began. I still couldn't tell what she was thinking most of the time. But I guess that's part of her charm, I thought, which was uncharacteristic of me. I shook my head, and my nostrils began itching again. It was harmless enough in the safety of town, but if I sneezed in a dungeon while trying to hide, the consequences could be disastrous. I'd have to study how to suppress the urge. I tried holding my nose, and then my breath, but neither worked. Eventually, my itchiness meter reached its peak. Asuna stopped and turned around to look at me with a 60% annoyed glare and 40% enigmatic smile. "Are you that excited about the summer vacation?" she asked. No, Then we'd better get through the 6th floor as quickly as we can. I'm telling you, it's not like that. But no matter how much I protested, the smirk never left the fencer's face. In the end, I wasn't even sure if I really wanted the 7th floor to be everlasting summer paradise or not. 1. Even on the other side of the teleport gate, the air was still chilly. Unlike Herluin, the 5th floor's main town that existed in the ruins of an ancient city, Stachien was pristinely built town on the 6th floor. The main material construction was a shiny gray rock like polished granite, and every single structure was made of blocks exactly the same size in a grid pattern, about 8 inches to a side, meaning that everything was straight lines and angles. The effect was so striking that when I first visited this place in the beta, my reaction was, well, exactly the same as Asuna now. Oh, it's so blocky. Well, we are trapped in a video game, I replied, the standard joke in Stachien. It earned me a piercing, cold glare that lowered my body temperature even further. I tugged the collar of my coat up, but it did nothing to keep the chill away. It was still much better than actual winter, but one more annoying part of Virtual World was that once you noticed it was warm or cold, the only way to stop feeling it required some kind of in-game logic. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, January 1st, 2023. The frontline population's New Year's enthusiasm had burned itself out with fireworks show, and hardly a soul could be found in the teleport gate square in Stachien. A dry north wind blew through the empty space, which was about 50 yards to a side. I figured it would be cold for Asuna and her miniskirt, but between the fleece-lined cape and tights, she seemed to be protected enough. Or perhaps the chill I'm feeling now is more than just the nerve gear's artificial sensations. In the old castle ruins of East Caerluin, where Asuna and I were going to watch a fireworks show, I'd left to go get food and run straight into an attack by a mysterious figure in a black poncho. The castle was within the protective limits of the town, of course, so his plan had to be cleverly tricking me into thinking I was still inside the anti-criminal code zone, while he lured me into the castle's basement, which was actually outside the safe area. The man in the black poncho had snuck up right behind me. Despite my proficiency in search skill, pointed a knife to my back and whispered. The coldness of that voice would not leave my ears, the way it richly lilted through a song, and yet alien in how it betrayed no discernible emotion. It was nearly too late to detect his bluff. I rattled off a series of sword skills within the safe zone, hoping to push him into a simulated stunned state, but he used an unfamiliar smokescreen item to escape. I rushed back to the room where I'd left Asuna, and was so relieved to see my temporary partner safe that I hugged her, earning me a vicious hook in the right flank. But that hadn't solved the underlying problem. My guess was that the man in the black poncho was the boss of Morche, the Axeman, who tried to kill me in a duel, the leader of the PK group Agitators, who had tempted the Legend Braves into their equipment upgrading scam, and who tried to get the Dragon Knights Brigade, DKB, and the Einkrad Liberation Squad, ALS, to go to war against each other. Thanks to me and Asuna intervening, neither of those incidents developed into disaster. That was why the man in the black poncho came to eliminate me directly, I assumed. But they weren't going to give up from a single failed attempt. I'd have to watch out for danger at all times from now on. And there was one even larger problem. There was a high possibility that they'd go after Asuna too. That, above all else, I had to prevent, and yet I still hadn't told her about the attack I'd just suffered. I wasn't going to keep it a secret, of course. By tonight's instay at the latest, I'd tell her all about the man in detail and give her another primer of the basic tenets of PvP combat. But all I could do to grapple at the moment was that what had happened right after we ascended to the 5th floor. It was Asuna who'd asked for a lesson in player versus player battle, whether you called it PvP or dueling or whatever. After the fight against Morche on the 4th floor, I immediately recognized the importance of this lesson. So, in an emptied corner of the ruins, we engaged in a proper duel. But once we actually faced each other with swords, she couldn't move. Instead, tearfully lowered her blade and said that she didn't want to do it. It wasn't that she had no talent for PvP. When one PKers had nearly taken her chivalric rapier in the ruins of the dungeons of the 5th floor, the way she utilized the looting monster to get it back was brilliant work. Once that imagination of hers had both knowledge and experience to bolster it, she'd been able to put her already considerable talent to use in the arena of man-to-man combat. But under the current rules of SAO, where dying in-game meant dying in real life, a player duel was therefore a fight to the death. If both sides were evenly matched, the winner would be whoever had less hesitation about taking the other's life. In other words, without that level of cruelty, any potential victory in a close fight was likely to result in a loss. If I was going to teach Asuna on how to fight another player, it was more important that she learned the cold irrationality than any fiddly mechanical techniques I might teach her. I'd never killed another player myself, of course, but if it was necessary to protect myself or my partner, I believed I could do it. Or, phrased another way, I wasn't good enough person at heart to hesitate in the heat of the moment. But Asuna was different. She was much more kind-hearted than me. With an upright and honest soul, I didn't want to tell her that she should be cold and cruel and ready to kill. "Hey, Kirito." I looked up and saw my partner right in front of me and concerned. "Why did you clam up all of a sudden? You aren't hungry already, are you?" No, that's not it." "Then can I ask you my first question of the 6th floor?" Go right ahead," I prompted. We'd been in the middle of the 10th floor when the beta test ended, so including this floor, there were only 4.5 left where I could actually answer Asuna's question. After all that happened, we're already on the 6th floor, I marveled. Then the fencer simply asked, "What's this?" Asuna pointed down at her feet. I followed her slender index finger to one of the gray tiles that paved the teleport square, like the blocks that made up the building. It was just ordinary stone, about 8 inches to a side, but one in every 4 or so tiles had an Arabic numeral on one of the 9 on it. Ah, yes, these. I took 2 steps back and pointed down, just like she did. See how the line between them is thicker here? You're right. This thicker line is where the tiles are split into 9 by 9 grids of 81 tiles total. Does this look familiar to you? 9 by 9, Asuna mumbled. She blinked 3 times, and then looked up and grinned. Oh, I get it. This is Sudoku puzzle. I was pretty good at them. Interesting. So the tiles of the square make a puzzle. She trailed off as she got another look around the teleport square. If you ignore the actual teleport gate in the middle of the entire square, 50 yards to a side was covered in these tiles, and those Sudoku puzzles with their number hints ran from end to end. How many of these puzzles are there? If it hasn't changed from the beta, there are 27 rows and columns of 81 tile sets. Since the exact middle one is taken up by the gate, that means it's 27 squared minus 1, which is equal to 728. 700? Asuna gasped quietly. She looked away from the number at her feet. For a moment, I was interested in solving them all. I am no longer interested. A wise decision, I said, with a sage tone channeling that of any given village elder NPC. During the beta test, those youngsters who fell prey to the lures of the Sudoku and gave up on helping us advance the game were called Sudokers, out of respect. That's an even sadder nickname than the hoarders who got addicted to finding coins in the ruins. But given how many of these puzzles there are, doesn't that mean there's some mammoth reward if you solve them all? You'd think so, I said, normally this time. I was under the assumption during the beta that the Sudokers certainly believed it, but the nasty part about this is all the hint number gets switched up at midnight every night. What? So you're saying if you wanted to solve the whole batch, you'd have to do 728 Sudoku puzzles in the span of 24 hours? Asuna exclaimed. She started counting with her fingers. Let's see. At a glance, these look like maximum difficulty, so even an expert would take a good 20 minutes to solve one. Multiplying that by 728 would be 14,560 minutes. Divided by 60 makes 242 hours and 40 minutes. I had to admit that the speed of this calculation backed up her claim to be pretty good at math puzzles. That's over 10 days, she exclaimed, her shock turning into annoyance. That's impossible. I'm not going to do them. Nobody said you had to. At any rate, the Sudokers split up as group and tried to tackle them. And even then, they weren't as fast enough to beat it by midnight. So on the last day of the beta, they resorted to the forbidden measures. Forbidden? Since you could log in and out as much as you wanted in the beta, they would memorize the placement of the hints and then log out and use an external program to solve the problem. Oh, I see, Asuna said, smirking. I concluded the hero's tale. They beat the whole lot just an hour before the end of the test. Now, do you see how just one tile out of the 81 is darker in color? You're right. The number of those tiles are some kind of key. So at the end of all the work, the Sudokers got 728 key numbers. And that was it. Nobody knew what to do with them. They say that for the last hour until the end of the test, the tragic Sudokers were reduced to running around the square in their underpants, screaming the numbers and going mad. Asuna's annoyance turned to pity. She gazed out at the wide space of flat stone and numbers, lonely in the moonlight. Without another word on the matter, she closed her eyes for a moment and then waved her right hand to bring up the menu. Oh my, it's past 3. We should go into the inn already. I assume the DKB and the ALS will be sleeping in too, but I'd still like to get up and back to business by 10 o'clock. Good idea, I agreed, reminded of my earlier anxiety, but Asana's smile was earnest and innocent. Here's question 2 then. What's your recommended place to stay in Stachin? For about 3 minutes, we walked east down the road paved in the same tiles as the square, until I led Asana to a nondescript mid-sized inn. Though, given the way that everything in the town was built out of the same little blocks, it was hard for any of them to acquire distinguishing features. I pushed open the wooden door, at least it was different, and checked in the counter, reserving 2 adjacent rooms on the second floor. The empty hallway up there turned out to be 10 blocks wide, just over 6 feet, with no place to hide. I kept my hackles up from the moment we'd arrived at this level of Einkrad till we got to this inn, but no one had given following or watching us, at least so I thought, but I couldn't be absolutely certain, because now I suspected the man in the black poncho had a hiding skill at least as good as my search. I could no longer trust my eyes and ears. I walked to the end of the hallway, keenly aware of the stress of being in potential danger. Asana was in room 201 in the corner, while I was in 202, just before it. The fencer yawned gracefully in front of her door and glanced at me. Shall we meet in the restaurant downstairs at 8? Or, 9 o'clock. That's fine with me. Then good night, Kirito. She waved and grabbed the door handle, but the handle rattled in place and resisted her pressure. Whoops, is this the other one, or my room? She wondered, shuffling over with sleepy eyes. I grabbed her shoulders. No, you have the right one. Why isn't it opening then? Her question was a reasonable one. In the rooms in Einkrad didn't have keys as general rule. Doors automatically unlocked for the owner or the registered friendly and party members. System choice made for player convenience. And we were in a party together, so even if she'd gotten into my room, the door should have opened. I walked over to Asana, who was half asleep, half skeptical, and pointed at the 202 attached to her door. On a closer look, the square plate was split into a 4x4 grid, with the other squares having fainter numbers on their own in a single blank space in the bottom right corner. Doesn't this look familiar too? I prompted. Asana blinked about 5 times and finally said, "Oh, is this a 15 puzzle? Bingo. Only in this case, the numbers go from 0 to 14. Are you saying that if I don't solve this puzzle, the door won't open?" Correct. Now her expression was 20% sleepiness, 20% suspicion, 60% disgust. I hastily added, but don't worry, there's a trick to this. I reached up to the plate and started sliding the wooden numbers around, which were randomly placed aside from the room 201 numbers. See, it's easy to get to 0 through 7 in the top rows, right? After that, you just line up 8 and 12 in the lower left and then put 9 and 13 next to them, and the rest is natural. The moment I slid 14 into the right spot, there was an audible click as the door unlocked. Then I pushed the handle and the door opened inward this time. "Thank you," Asana said, but her expression did not suggest gratitude. I'd brought her to this inn for a reason. All of the puzzle doors in Stachin, the ones here were on the simple side, but there was something more important to explain to her now, more important than the facts of this town, or this entire floor. Asana was quite exhausted, and I was reaching the peak of my fatigue too. But the last thing I wanted to do now was to put off this decision until tomorrow, only to regret it. "Well, good night." Asana started to vanish through the doorway. I raised my voice just 5% higher than normal. "Asana?" "What?" she asked, eyes bleary. I felt guilty, but there was no going back now. I have something important to tell you. Do you mind if I just come into your room for a bit?" Go ahead." Her permission came shockingly easy. She totted down through the doorway. I hurried after her before the door automatically locked itself. As the corner room, 202 had a large window on the east and south sides, but there was no skyline to look at now. The room was maybe 175 square feet and had standard furniture, a bed that was spacious enough for but not two, a sofa set, and writing desk. The floor was dark brown, but checkered in a familiar 8-inch pattern. Asana floated weightlessly to the bed and plopped down onto its soft surface. She waited for me to speak, just barely preventing herself from flopping over into a sleeping position. So what's this important thing that you have to tell? Important thing? She repeated, blinking thrice. Suddenly, her eyes were wide open. She stared around the room and then back at me. For some reason, her left hand reached for a large pillow, and she clutched it in front of her as she stammered. Wait, important, I'm not ready for, It wasn't clear what Asana was imagining, but fortunately for me, whatever it was had woken her up a bit. I took a step closer. Listen, Asana. No, wait, I just wait. No, I can't wait. What? She was clutching the pillow so hard it was fit to burst. I took another step closer. Asana, in the morning, I want you to practice human combat with me. I know you hate PvP, but we're coming to the point where there's no getting around it. Before we start heading out to tackle this floor, we should at least spend half the day practicing. Stop. Her hand darted out at the speed of lightning, cutting me off. She took several deep breaths, and eventually she got to her feet, still holding the pillow. I knew that I couldn't keep running away from it, so I agree with your point about training. I'm ready for it. Oh, cool. But let me just say one thing first. The fencer grinned at me kindly, switched the pillow over to her right hand, and then cocked it back. That was extremely misleading! She screamed, hurling it at me overhand with a bit of rotation, like a major league pitcher. The pillow hurtled over audibly toward me, as hard enough to flash up the purple barrier effect when it landed, no matter how soft it was. A cold drink of water helped calm Asana down, after which I briefly explained what happened in the castle of ruins of Caerluin. While she was furious at the necro-poncho and somewhat concerned for me as well, she largely accepted the situation calmly and rationally and agreed to resume dueling practice. By the end of this, it was already 3:40, so we delayed the next day's meeting until 9:30, and I left room 201. Suddenly, the Sandman's bags weighed heavily on my eyelids, now that I was no longer holding him at bay with sheer willpower. But there was another job I had to do before I opened the door to my own room. Unlike 201, the 15 puzzle to room 202 had a pair of 2s, and the highest number was 13. While I did make a few mistakes of it, I managed to finish the puzzle within under 30 seconds. I opened the door into my own room, removed my gear as I shuffled forward, and plunged into bed face first. I had time for just a few thoughts in the 3 seconds before I fell asleep. You know, I forgot to actually tell Asana that the entire theme of the floor is puzzles. And what did she mean by misleading? 2. Despite the fact that I forgot to set up a wake-up alarm, my eyes opened just 3 minutes before we were scheduled to meet. In the real world, I'd never make it in time with that little to spare. But in here, there was no need to wash your face, brush your hair, or pick out what to wear. I just rolled out of bed and equipped the coat over my shirt and left the room. The sound of the door opening and slamming was louder than I expected, and for a moment I wondered if I was still in a bit of dazed sleep. But no, my fellow guest in the room next door had emerged at the exact same time. Asana and I shared a look for about 2 seconds. It seemed that she'd just woken up too, and her brain wasn't running at full capacity yet. In the silence, I heard the number of plates on both doors click and rattle as they shuffled their puzzles. Good, I started to say, but Asana swept her cape aside and raced past me toward the stairs. Why did she run away? But the answer occurred to me immediately. She was going to get to the restaurant a second ahead of me, so she could smugly accuse me of being the one who slept in. No fair! I shouted, starting to run. I couldn't catch up to Asuna at full speed, given her, likely, higher agility stat. Her long hair shone in the morning sun as it vanished around the end of the hallway. I was going to lose the race. I resigned to the bad behavior. I launched myself off the floor and took 1, 2, 3 steps along the nearest wall, dragging the edges of my soles along the flat stone. This was a non-system skill. I called wall running. 3 steps was the best I could do with an equipment bonus, but with an agility dump stat, people like Argo the Rat could probably go much longer. Still, it wasn't enough to get me to the corner of the hallway, so on my 3rd step, I pushed hard and leapt to the far wall around the corner, then jumped off to the handrail on the stairs. I landed right behind Asuna, who'd slowed down at the hallway turn that sat at the stairs landing. With one more huge jump, I slipped past her and rushed into the first floor lobby. "Hey, no fair!" she shouted behind me. But athletic competition was inherently unfair. The entrance to the restaurant was past the reception desk. I lowered my center of gravity in preparation for the last 50 feet of the race. Yeah! Went an unsettling cry over my shoulder, and I felt myself being pulled backward. My soles lost their grip, and I slid along the polished floor. Asuna had grabbed the hem of my coat. "Hey! Foul! Foul!" I wailed as I fell onto my butt, but there was no referee whistle. Right beside my face, I heard her say, "Later," as a white leather boot raced past me. Yes, there was no rules or reference in this battle, only our good consciousness limited to what we would do. And I was the kind of person who was furthest from the concept of good conscious. I was a teenage boy and a former beta tester. I reached out without a word and grabbed Asuna's left ankle. "Hey, what?" the fencer exclaimed, a strange abbreviation of, "Hey, what are you doing?" And she lost her balance. A second after we both rolled onto the floor, the NPC lady behind the corner called out, "Please, no disruptions inside the building." We sat at the farthest table in the back of the restaurant and ordered the breakfast platters and coffee. Asuna sighed. "The last thing I need in the morning is to get all tired out." "Well, you were the one who started running first. I was just picking up my pace, that's all." I knew she was lying, but the food arrived before I could call her out on it. The breakfast platter varied depending on the town and establishment. This one had 2 buttered rolls, green salad, cheese, ham, and eggs, which was a fairly orthodox combination. Asuna neatly sliced the squares of cheese into 2 triangles and noted, "You don't have to solve a puzzle to get your food." "Oh, would you prefer it that way? For lunch, I know a place that sells meals served in a puzzle box." "No, thank you," she said, picking up the hard cheese with her fingers and taking a nibble. We ate in silence after that, and it wasn't until the both of us were half done with our plates that Asuna spoke again. "So why are there so many puzzles over Statchen?" "Oh, it's because the theme of this floor is puzzles," I said, finally revealing the detail I'd forgotten to tell her last night. The fencer blinked in surprise. "You mean it's not just the main town, but the entire floor is like this?" "Yup. Most of the dungeons are full of puzzles and tricks. It was a floor that really divided the player base during the beta, I can tell you that." There was something odd Asuna's look, but with my low communication skill, I couldn't make out what it was. "What does that expression mean?" I asked, sticking ham inside the slit of my mini loaf of hard bread. Asuna shrugged. "Well, it's not that I hate puzzles themselves. I like the Sudoku number games from the Square, and Jigsaw Puzzle, and the Disentanglement puzzles, and but when I think about the 5th floor boss, I get worried." "Oh, good point." At last, I understood why she looked upset. The floor boss we just defeated yesterday, Fuscus the Vacant Colossus, started off like your archetypal RPG golem monster, but turned out to be horribly different. A creature fused with the very chamber itself. It then deployed a number of complex gimmicks and tricks that were huge headaches for the raid party. "So does that mean if the floor's theme is puzzles, that the boss is the same way?" Asuna asked. "Kind of," I admitted. The boss in the beta was kind of like a Rubik's Cube with arms and legs. The row you attacked would rotate. Once you get all sides aligned, its armor would break off. But because everyone just went ham on it, the colors would get more and more out of alignment. Asuna sighed deeply. Her fork paused in midair with a cucumber-like vegetable on it. That's exactly the kind of thing that Lind and DKB and Kabao from the ALS are going to argue over who gets to call the shots in battle. Maybe it's better that we tackle the boss with the same group as the last one? It was bold, but I had to shake off the idea. No way. We had no other choice in the matter to prevent the ALS from rushing ahead, but the entire point of the boss fights is to use a full raid party and to go at the maximum strength, and you never know if it might have been changed since the beta. Probably to make it more annoying, if anything. This time, I had to agree, but I didn't want to imagine a setup more annoying than a Rubik's Cube. But if any pattern held true so far, it was nothing had been made easy since the beta. On top of that, I had another problem to deal with regarding the boss battle, beyond just the potential puzzle tricks. Asuna sensed something in my expression. She chewed on a slice of cucumber and waved her fork like a little flag. Speaking of which, what are you going to do with that thing you're holding? Dunno, I said. She made a face that said she figured that was the answer. The thing I was holding was the Flag of Valor, an ultra-rare item that the 5th floor boss dropped, otherwise known as the Guild Flag. If you registered the flag under your guild name and stood it upright on the floor, any guild member within a radius of 50 feet would enjoy 4 different kinds of status buffing. The reason Kabao's ALS had attempted to sneak into a fight against the boss first was because they were afraid the DKB would get the guild flag and the incredible bonus it conferred. But the impromptu raid party that Asuna and I had scrapped together beat the 5th floor boss first, and the flag in question came into my possession. Lind probably didn't know about the very existence of the flag yet, so I was going to set up a meeting with the chief DKB members later that day to explain everything. Understanding the man's pride, there was no telling how he would react. When Kabao barged into the boss chamber right after we defeated Fuscus, I gave him the conditions that would need to be fulfilled before I handed over the guild flag. 1, I would hold on to the flag until another one of them showed up, at which point I'd give it up so that the ALS and the DKB would each have 1. Or 2, if the ALS and DKB emerged, I would give them the flag immediately. Either one of these would be satisfactory to me, but I knew that neither was a realistic outcome. It was such a game-changing item that players called it broken, so there wouldn't be multiple copies of that kind of thing dropping left and right. In the beta, the only one on the 5th floor ever showed up, and the DKB and the ALS who held opposing ideologies merging into one, even more unlikely. If we give the guild flag to either guild, it'll destroy the balance we've got now. It'll permanently destroy any chance at peace between the two sides. In the worst case scenario, it could wipe out half the power of the frontier advancing group. I mumbled, starting at the parsley-like green leaf on my plate. I sensed Asuna nodding along. Then I plucked up the leafy thing and twirled it in my fingers. But it's also so powerful that letting it rot away in my inventory would be a waste. At the present moment, we have hardly any means of adding combat buffs, and this will probably provide 4 different kinds, just from sticking a flag into the ground. What specific buffs exactly? Increasing attack power, increased defensive power, shortened cooldowns, and increased resistance to all debuffs. Wow. Her voice was hushed in awe. Asuna was still new to the general concepts of RPGs, but even she could recognize what tremendous benefit this combination of effects represented. Of course, in sheer numerical terms, the individual values are pretty small, but it can also affect any number of players, and for an unlimited amount of time. And the craziest part of it all is that the guild flag itself is categorized as a polearm weapon, with a number of possible upgrade attempts. Oh, how many? 10. Again, incredulous look across Asuna's face. And I'm guessing that's not to increase its power as a weapon, but it should also affect the buffing percentages. I'm almost afraid to imagine what it would be like if you successfully upgraded it all 10 times. The fencer grunted uncharacteristically. She pointed her fork and knife at me. Then what about this idea? What's that? Why don't you start a new guild, register the flag, and absorb both the DKB and the ALS? A sound that, if transcribed, would be spelled something like "blurp," shot from my mouth. Thankfully, I avoided spraying half-chewed parsley mist into Asana's face. But something seemed very buggy in the game's taste emulator. My mouth felt weirdly textured. I took a swig of coffee to reset. I inhaled and exhaled several times, then expressed to myself more rationally this time. Absolutely not. 0% chance. 0.000. The look on her face said, "What are you, a child?" She took a delicate sip of her coffee. "It was only a suggestion. I know it's not your liking, but I have no desire at all to be the sub-leader of any guild. The most practical version of the idea would be to ask Agile, but even that seemed unlikely to work." She lapsed into silence. Thinking hard, I considered asking if she would actually agree to be my vice captain in a hypothetical guild, but I wasn't sure it was a good idea to bring it up. I decided to keep it locked away in my mental inventory for now. Well, Agile's already leading a guild of his own, but if we had him expand the Bro Squad into a larger organization, I feel like he'd force them all to use two-handed weapons. No way, Asana laughed, only to suddenly stop. She must have imagined herself as a member of the Bro Squad, wielding a huge warhammer. She shook her head. Anyway, we ought to think of a way to effectively use the guild flag. Let's hope that Lind has some constructive ideas in mind. Yeah, no kidding. At that, the clock hit 10. Our meeting with the DKB was at 12:30 and would be held somewhere in Statchen. So, factoring in travel time, that left us with about 2 hours to kill. I tossed the last scrap of bread into my mouth, mumbled a thanks for the meal, and gave my partner a suggestion. To round out the morning, why don't we go all over Statchen and accept all the quests we can, and clear out one or two of the easy ones? Or we can practice dueling, like we talked about yesterday. Which do you prefer? Asana murmured, but her answer came very quickly. Practice. I don't want to put it off and regret it later. Oh, cool, I said, taken aback by her choice. In that case, let's find somewhere we can be alone. If people overhear or spy on us practice, it'll only have the opposite effect. Sounds good. But do you have a place in mind? I might. I grinned, leaping to my feet. Unlike last night, the teleport square was bustling with players. More than a few had parchment in quill in hand, staring at the numbered tiles. It wasn't yet clear if they were going to be the new generation of Sudokers, but I wished them a silent good luck and hopped through the glowing blue gate at the center of the square. Our destination was Zoomfoot, the main town of the 3rd floor, but the town itself was not what I wanted. I led us right past the 3 giant boab trees out into the map of the off of the trail. Once I was certain there was no players following us, I took us at a sprint southwest into the deep forest. Monsters targeted us now and then, but at this point, Asa and I were strong enough that an ambush of small tree ants and giant spiders from the forest of wavering mist needed no more than 2 sword skills to clean up. We ignored them and continued running, leaving them all in the dust. Eventually, a valley came into view, the mist trailing through it in ropes of even thicker than usual. I left my map open and continued running through the valley for another minute. Suddenly, the mist vanished like it had never been there, and the tall black banners appeared before my eyes. They featured a scimitar and a horn, and beyond them was a hollow in the valley, inside which there were nearly 20 dark purple tents of various sizes. But this was no ordinary village. It was the campground of the Dark Elf warriors, a place that only players aligned with the Dark Elf faction of the multi-floor Elf War campaign quest could visit. On top of that, it was an instant map generated for each separate party, meaning the game system itself prevented any other player from even seeing it, much less getting inside. Asuna bowed to the expressionless guards as she passed them, then murmured to me, "It's been over 10 days since we were last here. It's nice to be back, but why now? Are you saying that there's nowhere private we could find in Statchen or Kerluin?" "There are, but there's one thing I wanted to clean up." "And what was that? Isn't the next destination the Elf War quest on the 6th floor?" I nodded. The general story of the campaign, which had started on this floor, was that the Dark Elves and the Forest Elves were fighting for 6 secret keys that opened the gate to a place they called the Sanctuary that existed somewhere in Aincrad. But behind this conflict lurked the Fallen Elves, who were secretly after the keys as well. We'd gained the Jade Key on the 1st floor, the Lapis Key on the 4th floor, and the Amber Key on the 5th. The elite Dark Elf Knight Kismel used a Spirit Tree, a special means of travel just for the elves, to transport the keys to a fortress in the northwest region of the 6th floor, where they were stored now. Once we reached that fort, the 6th floor portion of the campaign would launch. But I had stuff to take care of before we did that. "This errand has nothing to do with any of the quests. I just want to power this guy up," I said, reaching behind me to brush the hilt of my sword. Asuna murmured in understanding. At the center of the long hollow in the valley was the massive dining tent, in front of which there was a tiny commerce area. Along the path was an item shop, a tailor, a leather worker, and a blacksmith. It looked the same as it did in the last time we visited, except that the normally passive and brusque elves actually called out to us this time, greeting us and asking how we were. I was so taken aback by this that all I could do was nod back. But Asuna flashed them a smile and said, "Good day." I guess that some kind of affinity value with the Dark Elves was rising as we proceeded further in the campaign quest, and that meant our fame and wanted value among the Forest Elves was rising along with it. We hadn't interacted with them on the 5th floor, so I just had to pray that the pattern would hold for the 6th as well. I stopped us at the 4th shop in the row. Out in the front was a stern-looking man wearing a heavy apron and long gloves, his hair tied up in a ponytail, beating a piece of red-hot metal on top of an anvil with rhythmic strikes. After the change in the other elves, I assumed he would be more friendly as well, so I waited for a pause in the work before calling out, "Hiya!" The man glared at us, snorted, then went back to work. "Well, he hasn't changed a bit," whispered Asuna, holding back her giggles, "but I wouldn't be broken yet." I took an entire sheath off my back and said, I'd like to strengthen this sword." He snorted again. The only indication this wasn't a refusal of my request was that the special NPC blacksmith window had appeared before me. I swear I'm going to get this guy to like me someday, I thought as I entered my work requests into the window. My Neelblade +8 had been a trusty sidekick shortly after the start of the Game of Death, but it broke in half in the first fight against the Forest Elf commander during the Battle of Yolfell Castle on the 4th floor. Now I was using the Sword of Eventide, a one-handed long sword that had been a reward for winning that fight. On top of its excellent base stats, it had a magic effect that added +6 to agility. With it equipped, my ability to wall run stretched from 3 steps, best all the way to nearly 10. However, powerful weapons were also difficult to upgrade as a general rule, so I'd been using it without an attempt to increase its power all throughout the 5th floor. Now that we were going to tackle the 6th, I wanted to at least get it up to +3. As far as I knew, the best NPC blacksmith I could call upon was this fellow. With skill like his, a little unfriendliness wasn't going to be a problem. I hoped. I set the materials that matched my weapon type on the menu screen and paused to think when I reached the additive materials section. The weapon upgrading system in SAO allowed you to choose between 5 different parameters: sharpness, heaviness, quickness, accuracy, durability, sharpness, or toughness for blunt weapons, simply to increase its damage. Heaviness increased the chance of breaking an opponent's weapon or armor. Quickness improved the speed of regular attacks and sword skills, while accuracy improved the critical rate, and durability increased the weapon's own ability to withstand damage. Any of them would be an improvement, but the smart move was to choose the values that match your combat style. So I often chose sharpness with durability for my upgrades, because they didn't interlace with the system assistance the way that others did. I decided I would go for sharpness twice and durability once. I selected the maximum number of additional materials corresponded to sharpness, then hit the OK button. When dealing with a player blacksmith, you had to manually choose the materials and extras in your own inventory. But with an NPC, it was all automatic. A little bag filled with the materials appeared over the window. I held it out with one hand and grasped my sword with the other. Then I asked the blacksmith to go ahead, but the elf ignored the bag of materials in my hand and took a look at the sword. He pulled it from the sheath and let the blade catch the morning sunlight. A little furrow appeared between his brows. "Is this the work of a Lysulian master?" he asked abruptly. At first, I panicked, wondering if this was the start of some in-game event, but I had to be honest at this point. The kingdom of Lysula was the dark elf nation that existed on the land before Aincrad was created, and yet they still called themselves the people of Lysula. Yes, I received it from the master of Yofel Castle on the 4th floor. A piece of Lyshrant's family then. I leaned over to Asana, feeling like I'd probably heard that name before, and whispered, who is that again? Come on, pay attention, and remember things. That was the name of Viscount Yoflis. Oh, right, I said, but then I frowned, uncertain. The blacksmith had just referred to the dark elf noble by his first name in a rather casual manner, but I couldn't tell if that was a notable thing or if it was simply the customary way of their culture. He didn't seem to pay attention to our whispers, though. He continued examining the beautiful sword. "You ordered an improvement to sharpness, correct?" "Yes, to start with." "Don't bother." Huh? Now I truly was stunned. I could feel my eyes and mouth bulging wide. Old man Romolo, the shipwright who built our gondola on the 4th floor, had been somewhat of a crank by NPC standards, but even he didn't outright refuse a request for his services. Yet, the elf blacksmith was going to turn down the order I'd entered through the system menu itself. He never uttered a word of complaint when I had him augment the sharpness of the anneal blade. Why not? I asked. The blacksmith snorted with obvious annoyance, but at least this time he did explain himself. "This sword is already sharp enough. Sharpening it further will not improve it." I see. I guess that meant that compared to the anneal blade, giving it a +1 sharpness would only provide a small extra boost of attack power. It was true that weapon upgrading ought to be appropriate for the type of weapon. Boosting the quickness of a massive two-handed warhammer once or twice would barely register any change in speed, and increasing the heaviness of a quick rapier or dagger would only wipe out its special nature without improving ability to destroy other weapons and armor. But I never considered that there might be an individual tendency among different weapons in the same one-handed sword category when it came to upgrading. Taken aback, I asked him, "Then what kind of improvement would you recommend?" "Choose whichever quality you'd like, aside from sharpness, is what I might ordinarily say. But if Lyshrant owed you enough to give you this, I suppose you deserve keener advice," he said icily. The blacksmith gazed closely at the sword of Eventide again. "Accuracy would be good for this sword." I blurted out like a petulant child. Upgrading accuracy increased a weapon's critical rate. This much was undeniable fact. The problem was that the debate about what a critical hit was in SAO hadn't been settled yet. Many monsters had defined weak points, which if hit cleanly suffered huge damage. Nearly all players understood this to be a critical hit. But aside from that, when hitting a non-weak spot, there was very rare chance that striking effect would just be a bit flashier than usual, and deliver just a bit more damage. It was easier to do this with a sword skill than normal attacks, but it was also not the same thing as the power boost technique you could take advantage of by throwing your arms and legs further into the movement the system helped you make automatically during the sword skill. This was something where the exact same sword skill in the exact same spot on the enemy might not cause the effect. It was completely up to chance. If you listen to the critical hit fundamentalists who'd been studying crits since the beta, we call them critters, hitting an enemy weak point was a skill, and major damage scored through player skill was not a critical. They were searching for that random extra damage roll, the true critical hit from RPGs of yore, the thing that couldn't be affected by clever technique. Beyond this point was a bottomless swamp of data, idealism, and cultish fanaticism from which escape was nearly impossible. The critters would tell you that the true critical was determined by how truly serious the nerve gear detect the player was, that it was easier to score the more wood your weapon contained, that fewer HP you had left, the higher the rate, the full moon increased your chances, and on and on. There wasn't enough time or life to rigorously test any of these theories. And in all honesty, I had no desire to get anywhere near that swamp. But the problem was that I knew there were true criticals that were different from weak point criticals. The pleasure of seeing 20% exaggerated effect and major damage was addicting once you got used to it. I wasn't a critter by a long shot, but on the other hand, I'd kept my modification slot open for the 5 days since I reached 150 proficiency in one-handed sword, because I couldn't choose whether I wanted to shorten skill delay or critical rate chance increase, which I had to assume affected the chances of the true critical. You'd think that if this was tempting, I should just go for the critical rate boost, but the problem was that upgrading the weapon's accuracy affected only weak point criticals, not true criticals. When a weapon's accuracy had been boosted, the systems automatically adjusted to improve your aim when trying to hit a monster's weak point. Some players, like Asuna, could master this system and use it like second nature, but I didn't hang with any kind of system assistance that took away from me. During the beta test, I tried out an anneal blade with accuracy increased to +8, and the sensation of the sword curving straight from the monster's weak point made me feel like I was wielding a living weapon with a mind of its own. So, how was I supposed to explain to the dark elf this very particular quirk of mine, based on preference rather than rational gain? If I insisted on sharpness, I might solve the matter, but it seemed like there was only 10% chance that this particular NPC would say, "Then I won't do it," instead. And I just glanced back and forth between the sword and his face. Finally, Asuna broke the stalemate with a perfect, simple solution. "Why isn't sharpness the best choice?" she asked. The blacksmith nodded. "Of all of Lysula's great blades, this one is especially sharp, and thus fragile. To protect the blade, it is best to dispatch the enemy with as few strikes as possible. That means accuracy would be best, followed by durability." "Ah, I see. So the accuracy is just to make the fighting more efficient," Asuna said, echoing my own reaction. The sword's durability wasn't bad at all, according to its specs. But ever since I started using it, I noticed that it seemed to be deplete on a quick side in battle. The sword's eventide was better at slicing away at uncovered and undefended spots than smashing through layers of armor, presumably. If one focused on hitting weak points from the very start, then the effect of the system assistance kicking in might not be that disorienting. After all, it hadn't eliminated all of my misgivings. But if that was a sword forged by a dark elf, it was probably the best to accept the dark elf blacksmith's advice about it. "Okay, I understand. Then let's upgrade its accuracy, please," I said. "Very well," the blacksmith replied, and the window opened up once more. I reset the items and values, hit OK button again, and grabbed the bag of materials that appeared. The blacksmith took the items and tossed them into the furnace that seemed to be made of wood. The materials melted instantly, and orange flames began to glow blue. He struck the sword of Eventide, and promptly it took on a blue glow of its own. He transferred the sword to an anvil. I couldn't tell why he chose the specific timing of it, and began to smack at it with his hammer. With just 10 strikes, quick enough that I didn't have time to get nervous, the sword promptly flashed brighter. "It is done," he said, thrusting the sword towards me. I said, without taking it. "I'd like another round of accuracy, actually, followed by durability." Even maximizing the amount of materials you could put into the process, upgrading couldn't be higher than 95% chance of success. But the blacksmith easily cranked out 3 perfect attempts. It was my nature. I wanted to keep the streak going. But that was sadly the end of my stock of mats. I still had 3 moo planks, the cow-branded metal pieces that could boost your chances to maximum in one go. But I was saving them for when I was really necessary. Instead, Asuna decided to get up to +7 on her chivalric rapier. The scary part was that she still had 8 attempts left, and then we thanked the blacksmith, who gave us a disinterested snort and returned to his business. I was curious about why he called Viscount Eoflis by name Lyshrin, but we didn't have time, so we would have to wait another day. We also stopped by at the leatherworker and the seamstress for some upgrades to our armor. Both of these were women at least 5 times friendlier than the smith. When this was done, Asa and I moved out to work training the grounds at the western end of the encampment. It was now 10:40, so even accounting for travel, we had a full hour of practice. There was no way I could teach every little trick and lesson I picked up over my time with the game, and that was likely to backfire with Asuna anyway. Teaching her more about the essentials and about the mindset that one needed was far more likely to help her make use of her own creativity and proactive capabilities. The problem was that giving a lecture on mental outlook was much harder than talking about technique. It was all about the more difficult when the teacher was just a dumb kid like me with no experience of teaching. I came to stop at an entrance to an empty training grounds and glanced at Asuna, who was standing at a 30-degree angle from me, and came up completely short on how to start, even in the first sentence. All I could think was about the way that Asuna had said, "I don't want to do this," when we tried practicing dueling on the 4th floor. I hemmed and hawed, trying to find an entry point onto the topic. Suddenly, Asuna giggled and said, "Listen, Kirito." "Yes?" "I went into the bath with Argo when we were in the town of Shiaya on the 5th floor. Yes? It sounded familiar to me. I just couldn't wrap around my head why she was bringing it up now. I looked at her suspiciously. Right, I seem to recall that. You and Argo were having a bit of girl-on-girl chat and we were doing no such thing, she said, pouting briefly, then grinned. No, Argo and I had a duel there. What? In the bath? In the bath. With no gear? With swimsuit. Wait, that's not the point. She jabbed me in the gut with her 2 fingers and pressed together. Belatedly, I recalled that we weren't in a town safe zone, but to my relief, she didn't do anything worse than that. But when I say duel, all we did was smack each other with bundles of fragment herbs that they put in the bathtub. Argo asked me if I was afraid of dueling. And what did you say? I was honest. I told her I was scared. But thinking on it, Argo uses all of her points for agility, so she's got even less HP than I have. Yet, in the duel, she fought hard with just a bundle of plants and didn't seem nervous at all. She heads into the latest dungeon without an ounce of hesitation. So in return, I asked her, "Aren't you afraid?" And she said, "Afraid I can't tell you that for free," Asuna said, a remarkable imitation of Argo the Rat's speaking style, and headed for the other end of the grounds. I called out after her. Could you explain what story? What was that supposed to mean? The fencer turned back to her hair long and swishing, gave me a devilish grin. What do you suppose it means? How the hell was I supposed to know? I shouted inwardly. The chances were Asuna was trying to say that she was all right now, so I just had to teach her as much as I could in the short time we had. Once she got over the fear of fighting another human player, there was nothing left to hold back Asuna's potential and the sharp point of her chivalric +7 rapier. I glanced up at the forest surrounding the camp and whispered a warning to the man in the black poncho and his friends. Wherever in Aincrad they were now. Next time, I'm gonna get you. Huh? Did he say something? Asuna shouted. Nothing, I shouted back, I hurrying over to the short grass towards my partner. 3. When we returned to Statchen, the teleporter square was jammed with players. The majority looked like tourists from the first floor, but there were also a surprising number of catchers up, loaded with fairly decent gear. This second group had gotten off a start a month or two later than the present-day advancement group, and weren't a high enough level to hang in the front tier zones. But shopping in town was perfectly safe. And since it was an RPG custom that the further a town was in a game, the better its equipment, every new destination was a chance to buy into better round of gear, if you could afford it. In that sense, Cabal's Aincrad Liberation Squad and their stated aims of sharing money and items and information as widely as possible weren't wrong. If the frontline groups used their earnings to help outfit people catching up, they'd be able to gain XP more safely and reach the frontier much quicker. But the actual method of distribution was rather tricky. It wasn't as if the advancement group was drowning in money, so you'd only want to distribute money to those players who were truly serious about reaching the front line. But in order to identify them from the rest, you need to do some time-consuming background checks and skill tests. Even the larger ALS didn't have the manpower to bother with something that involved. And if they did, acting like heavy-handed police or military might only inspire mistrust instead. When I beat everyone to the punch by defeating the 5th floor boss and looting the guild flag first, Cabal quietly thanked me. He must have understood that we were forced to do this to prevent the coalition of the frontline groups from fracturing. He might have a foul mouth, but he wasn't a bad person. It was why he was so dedicated to the noble cause of redistributing resources to give everyone a fair shot. On the other hand, Lind in the Dragon Knights Brigade was the polar opposite. A man who proposed a concentration of resources instead. He wanted to create a band of heroes who would accumulate all the money and gear and experience, shining bright at the forefront of the game. The idea was that this would inspire the lower players to work even harder in hopes of joining his team, a choice of ideals that seemed at odds with reality. But one thing was certain. If the unique guild flag item was going to work better in either the ALS or DKB, it would clearly be the latter. And Asuna and I needed to explain the flag's crazy effects to Lind's guild, as well as the requirements for us to actually give it up. Just 5 more minutes now. Have they settled on a place? Asuna asked after she emerged from the teleporter. I checked my instant messages. It says we're meeting at an inn called the Pegasus Hoof. It's that one over there, I said, using my memory from the beta to point at a white building on the north side of the square. It was much bigger than the 15 numbers where we were staying. Statchen was arranged like a gentle series of steps, with the northern side being higher and the southern side sinking lower. I used the word steps rather than hill because the ground was made up of those 8-inch cube tiles, so there was no natural slope to be found. It wasn't as simple as just uniform steps lined up across the entire town, but if you traveled north and south enough, you would undoubtedly find yourself going up and down stairs. As we walked towards the inn, Asuna looked up at the north side and asked, "So who lives in the biggest building up at the north end?" "That's the Lord's mansion. He's a guy named Cylon, with a beard. He gives you a bunch of quests, so we'll be there in a few times. It gets really tiring climbing up all those stairs, though. There's just something mentally draining about stairs, as opposed to an ordinary hill." Asuna didn't comment on any of that. She frowned and murmured, Cylon. Where have I heard that name before? Wasn't that the bad guy from Lord of the Rings? That was Sauron, dummy. Well, whatever. How many minutes to go? 1 minute, 22 seconds. They're going to be so conceited if we're late. Let's run. The fencer tore off down the tiles for our destination, and I had to rush to keep up. We passed through the large door of the Pegasus Hoof at 7 seconds before 12:30. But the blue-haired man seated on the sofa in the lobby promptly and loudly said, You're late! It is commonplace to practice to arrive for any meeting 5 minutes before the agreed-upon time. If we were going to get snipped at one way or the other, I wish you would come 5 minutes late instead. I had no choice but to wave off at Lind, the leader of the Dragon Knights Brigade Guild, and his officers, Shivada and Hafner. Yo, you guys eat already? As young as they might have looked, they were at least in their late teens. So, as a middle schooler, I ought to have asked, Did you gentlemen already enjoy your lunchtime? But this was Einkrad, the land of outlaws. On top of that, people seemed to think I was 2, 3, maybe even 4, 5 years older than I really was. So the only thing that all the extra verbiage would do is clog up my online connections with my voice data. Lind didn't seem bothered by my attitude. It was more of the content of the message that he took offense to, a furrow running through his brow. We have been waiting here for 15 minutes already. Where would we find that kind of time? It seemed to me like that was plenty of time, but I decided to keep it friendly and suggested, Then why don't we talk it over a meal? You're just going to head back out for more adventuring in the afternoon, aren't you? This was a profound bit of strategizing by my standards, hoping that Lynn's attitude might soften over some good food. But the blue-haired guildmaster shook his head. No, I don't want any chance that will be overheard. We're going to talk in a room that my guild has reserved for the purpose. Got it, I said after a pause. If Lind was renting the room, no one else might be able to unlock the door, but it would still open from the inside, and we're within the town, so they couldn't do anything to hold us there by force. I didn't think the leader of the powerful guild would stoop to such a thing, but the guild flag had all the magical allure of the One Ring, so I had to be careful. Lind rose from his seat and took Shivada and Hafner, whom I secretly nicknamed the track athlete and the soccer player, respectively, towards a staircase in the back of the lobby. If anything, Lind seemed like a member of the calligraphy club, although that might have just been because the back of his ponytail looked like the tip of a brush to me. As I followed the trio, I couldn't keep my mind from wandering over some truly pointless subjects. Maybe if I really need to write something on parchment, and I have ink but no quill pen, I could dip that tail into the ink, and they led us to the Pegasus Hoof's third-floor suite. It seemed like a sure sign that they were big, wealthy guild, except one thing stuck out to me. Hey, guys, did you go into this room ahead of time? I asked, right before we reached the door. Lynn turned around and answered peevishly. No, we just rented the room at the desk. I see. So you haven't tried this puzzle yet. I pointed at a very complicated, messy metal object placed in an alcove next to the door. What's that? Hafner wondered, raising a thick eyebrow. But Asuna seemed to have recognized what the object was. Where did the DKB stay last night? She asked them. Well, we were having fun as a group at the end of your party, and we ended up passing out in the room in Kaluin, where we were celebrating. We didn't come up into 6th floor until this morning. I see. Asuna shot me a glance. Apparently, explaining the situation was my job, so I cleared my throat. Well, I'm sure you've noticed that this town, in fact, this entire floor, is covered in puzzles. So are the inns. Pretty much every inn requires you to solve some kind of puzzle before you can open your room door. The type varies depending on the establishment, and the Pegasus Hoof specializes in cast metal puzzles. which are like big, heavy disentanglement puzzles. The cheapest rooms are fairly simple horseshoe puzzles, but the more expensive the inn, the trickier they get. The track, soccer, and calligraphy club members stared at the metal object in the wall niche. After they traded a series of looks that suggested, no, you go first, Shivada gave up and reached for it. The puzzle was 3 tightly interlocked U-shaped parts with 3 protrusions like deer antlers on them. 2 of the parts were chained to the wall, and the third had the door key stuck to it. It would not come loose unless it slid off at just the right position and angle. It must have taken quite a lot of precision and data to recreate such a complex puzzle with 3D models. Shivada rattled the puzzle for about 30 minutes before he threw up his hands and backed away. Hafner didn't even last 20. Lind was third, positively glowing with an aura that said, "For the glory of the guild." Observing from a distance of 6 feet, Asuna whispered to me, "I guess the name Pegasus Hoof was a hint as to these horseshoe puzzles? The 15 puzzles in our inn were a lot better, huh? Once he figured out the trick, maybe." Lynn's valiant attempts at the puzzle continued while we chatted, but he, too, came to a stop after about a minute of trying. "It's not coming off. Something must be stuck." Now, Lynn, it wouldn't be a true puzzle if there's no solution." "Then you do it, Half." "Listen, I'm not good at these things." A part of me wanted to keep observing this very rare glimpse at the DKB members acting casually, but the conversation we were supposed to have would be tricky enough as it is. So this was my cue to step in and help. "Pardon me," I said, barging in with a little hand chop and taking the tangled metal puzzle. It was 4 months ago that I'd been tackling this town's puzzles in the beta, but the muscle memory for these cast metal puzzles were still there. I hoped. At the time, if you fell asleep in the inn bed, the nerve gear automatically logged you out of the dive, so that when you woke up, you were in the real world room again. The sleep logout was a popular trick among beta testers because it allowed you to avoid the usual intoxication of emerging from a full dive, but I didn't get to try it more than a few times before the test was over. In the meantime, I kept my hands moving, slowly getting past one protrusion after another, until the part with the key on it came loose. "Here." I handed it over to Lind, who looked conflicted about this development. He stuck it into the lock and turned it left. The lock clicked heavily. "So, what do I do with this He started to ask, but the key rose out of his hand on its own and floated back into the wall niche. It tangled itself back up with the 2 chain pieces until the puzzle was back into its original position. "The heck was that?" asked Shivada. "It's kind of like magic, kind of like a curse. The Lord here will explain it to you," I told him, clapping Lind on the shoulder. "Come on, let's get this conversation going. I'm sure you're busy too." The Pegasus Hoof suite was indeed quite deluxe. In addition to a large living room, it had 2 separate bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. Asuna's fixation kicked in briefly as she glanced towards the bathroom door, but given that she had just bathed at the Dark Elf camp, her bath meter was stable for the moment, and she passed by without further inspection. "Why did you rent such an expensive spot?" I wondered, gazing out the large window at the town of Stachin below. It wasn't Lind, but it was Hafner who said, "It's an issue of security. If someone just happens to wait outside the door with eavesdropping skill, it's more likely that will be out the effective range and the room is this extra large, right?" "Ah, I see." That at least confirmed to me how serious a matter the DKB consider this talk to be. There was a sofa set in the middle of the living area, but Shivada and Hafner decided to move it to the window on the south side out of an abundance of caution, getting as far as from the door as possible. It was going to suggest that they should post a guard outside, but then I realized that they'd naturally have other members hiding out in the lobby below already. The furniture set featured a sofa long enough to seat 3, and 2 armchairs. I assumed Asuna and I would take these chairs, but Lind motioned us towards the sofa, so we followed his lead. Lind and Hafner sat in the armchairs, and Shivada stood on to the side. I wasn't sure if they decided to have us sit down and then leave one of their own standing psychologically pressure, or if it was just a coincidence. Abruptly, Hafner said, Shivata and I explained what happened with the fifth floor boss to Lind, including the reason you wanted to get a jump start on the boss and the reason we decided to participate. I blinked twice in surprise and said rather foolishly, Oh, you did? When Shivata and Hafner decided to join into our impromptu raid party, they hadn't said anything to Lind, their guildmaster, about it. I figured we'd either keep that secret today or use that revelation as the starting point. But it seemed they'd already saved us trouble. At that point, we could probably just jump into it. But Asana, sitting to my right, shot Shivata a look. I followed her eyesight and saw the short-haired swordsman giving us some kind of very awkward signal with his eyes. I squinted, trying to figure out what message he was trying to send. But Lind noticed my expression and swung around to his right to look at Shivata. Immediately, Asana said, Then you must know all about the guild flag already, Lind. With the mention of the item at the center of everything, Lind toured forward again. Yes, but only the concept. And I'll be honest, I'm still not sure whether to believe it or not. Before we negotiate, I'd like to see the item first. To use the word negotiate rather than discuss was ominous, but it wasn't enough to a reason to call the thing off at this stage. All right, I said, opening my menu. But before I materialized the item, I decided to set up a safety measure. First, I went into my equipment mannequin and dragged the icon from the Sword of Eventide +3 to my right-hand slot, to my inventory. I'd removed my equipment before we walked into the building, so this action changed nothing about my appearance. Next, I chose the Flag of Valor from my weapon category of my inventory and dropped it onto my mannequin. It was a two-handed weapon, so the spear icon appeared in both my right and left-hand slots. Light glowed in my hands before sharpening into a long, narrow weapon, flag. When pulling the weapon out of item storage, simply choosing to materialize it would pop the item into existence above the window. But if you were equipping it, the weapon appeared in one or two places. If you had your weapon location selected ahead of time for a pole arm, it was on your back by default. It would appear directly in that spot. But if the setting was still in its initial state, or if you didn't have enough physical space to fit it in, the item would appear in your hands instead. Because my hands are resting atop the window, Lynn's group wouldn't be able to tell if I just brought the guild flag out as a simple item, or if it was equipping it. The moment he caught sight of the 10-foot platinum-long spear, Lynn's eyes bulged. The butt of the spear reached nearly to the window, while the tip crossed Asana's knees and jutted out over the end of the sofa. The top quarter of the pole was wrapped in white cloth, and the string that held it in place was silver. Its stats as a weapon were frankly unimpressive, but the finely carved detail in the handle, the beautiful edging of the flag fabric, the overall informational weight of all of this data made it clear that this was a special item. If I'd just taken the flag out in one single step, Lynn could grab it and run out of the room. If he escaped for 5 minutes while Shivata and Hafner prevented me from utilizing the material all items command, ownership of the flag would transfer to him. But because I hadn't equipped it first, my period of automatic ownership lasted a full hour. I gave the chances of them attempting such a stunt no more than 0.1%. But Lind merely tapped the pole to bring up the properties windows, read it closely, sighed, and handed it back. He waited for me to put it back into my inventory, then leaned back in his seat and grumbled. Yes, I see. Seems like quite the balance-breaking item to have show up in just the 5th floor. I don't know just how well it works without trying it, though, I admitted. The guildmaster shrugged. The listed properties won't be false. 100 feet in diameter with 4 different buffs. Just from that alone, it's almost too powerful to be real. I don't blame Cabal for trying to slip past the rest of us to get it, even if I find him obnoxious. He didn't seem as angry as I imagined he might be. Asana had the same impression. Did you already talk with the ALS? She asked. No, we've said nothing. I had a toast with Cabal at the party last night, but I wasn't aware of the existence of this flag at the time, Lynn said, self-deprecating curl present at the corner of his mouth. He looked to the side, where Hafner was scratching his head guiltily. That would mean Lind had only heard the explanation in the last few hours. So perhaps the fact that he was so calm and cool about it was a sign that, like Cabal, as long as the other guild didn't have it, he was fine with the matter. I certainly prayed so. Well, now that you've seen it for yourself, I'm going to explain the conditions under which I would hand it over. I continued. Naturally, they're the same conditions I gave to the ALS. Situation 1 is if another guild flag drops somewhere. If it's going to happen, I'm sure either the ALS or the DKB will get it this time. So, in this event, I would hand the flag to whichever guild did not get the drop, free of any charge. Situation 2 is if the ALS and the DKB merge guilds. If that happens, I will hand over the flag unconditionally. When I'd suggested these to the ALS in the 5th floor boss chamber, they yelled at me. "That'll never happen! You gotta be joking!" But Lind might have known about them already, because he barely batted an eye. Instead, he asked me a very curious question. "Kirito, in the beta test, you failed to beat the 10th floor boss, correct?" Yeah, that's right. The labyrinth was this traditional Japanese-style place called the Castle of 1,000 Serpents. We only got partway through it. And the guild flag did not drop from any more bosses to that point? I believe. Right, Lind murmured. So that would mean it's highly likely that situation 1 cannot happen until at least the 10th floor. I nodded. If it dropped on the 5th floor, it seemed like there seemed like the 10th would be a good bet, but there was no use in making guarantees. At this point, I wished that we'd tried a bit harder in the beta and actually beaten the 10th floor boss, but there was no whining about that now. Besides, the monsters in the Castle of 1,000 Serpents, especially the Snake Samurai Orochi Elite Guard and the Snake Ninja Kuchina Elite Assassin, were devastatingly powerful, and just the thought that if we kept going, we'd be forced to fight them one day soon sent a chill down my back. I didn't even want to imagine the boss lord who ruled over them. Man, I could really go for a cup of hot green tea right now, I thought, waiting for him to continue. But Lynn did not comment for the feasibility of a second option. He opened his window. I watched his hand movements out in abundance of caution, but what he brought out was not a weapon, but an extremely large leather sack. He grabbed it of the top of the window and set it down on the low table. It made a heavy, metallic scraping sound. "There's 300,000 coal in there," Lind announced to our astonishment. "It's the most the DKB can give you at this moment. Will you sell the guild flag to us at that price?" Later, much, much later, Asuna would chuckle and say to me, "If you had immediately agreed to sell it, I would have grabbed the bag of money and chucked it through the window." But in that moment, I stared at the leather sack on the table, unable to respond. I wasn't stunned by the sheer presence of 300,000 in coal present to me, and I wasn't trapped between the option of selling or not selling. No, my mind was swept up in a sudden flash to the past. It was about a month ago, the evening of December 2nd, 2022. I remembered the date because it was the day that the first boss strategy meeting of the first floor town of Tolbana, and it was the day I met Asuna for the very first time, deep in the labyrinth. Though the memory that came to mind was unrelated to either of those events, through Arg the Rat, the information agent, someone made an offer to buy my Neelblade plus 6. The offer was 29,800 coal, which was up to 39,800 coal a few hours later. The Anil Blade had 2 upgrade attempts left, meaning I'd gotten it to plus 6 without failing, which made it quite valuable at the time. But at most, it was worth 35,000. Suspicious, I doubled Argo's silence fee from 500 coal to 1,000, and she revealed that her client was none other than Cabal. I was even more skeptical after that, but it wasn't until the middle of the first floor boss battle that I realized Cabal had been a go-between too. The man who actually attempting to buy the anneal blade was Diovel, the knight, leader of the SAO's first raid party. His idea was not to power himself up, but to power me down, allowing him to score the last attack bonus on the boss and cement his position as leader of the game. But Ilfang, the Kobold Lord, attack pattern had changed completely since the beta. And as a former beta tester like me, Diovel fell into a trap set by his own past knowledge and expectations, and he perished. Despite his outward distance, Cabal had revered Diovel enough to make on a dirty work of buying someone else's weapon for him in secret. Lind had been his faithful, dedicated party member, but they both wanted to take over his position. Their significant discrepancies in ideals led them to start their own guilds, which were now the two biggest in the game. The 300,000 coal on the table was 10 times the sum that Diovel offered for my anneal blade. That had to be coincidence. Lind wouldn't have known about what was Diovel doing in secret. If I ever found myself sharing drinks with Cabal, I'd have to ask him why he took that request from Diovel and what he thought about it. I emerged from my brief reverie, looked Lind right in the face, and shook my head. No, I wouldn't sell this for even 10 times that much. Besides, the ALS would string me up for doing it. And I mean, literally. Plus, let's be real. You didn't actually think I was going to say yes, did you? Not really, but it's important to put it out there. If you actually were willing to sell it, it would be worth it. And if you refuse, if you get on the record as saying that you can't be bought with cash. I see what you mean. But if we're talking 100 times, maybe 30 million coal could convince me to... I finished my sentence in some strange, dehuman dialect, thanks to Asuna reaching over with a smug expression and spearing me in the side with her hand. Lind did not react, but both Hafner and Shivada rolled their eyes. I cleared my throat and got back to the subject at hand. At any rate, may I conclude that the DKB accept and understand the terms for receiving the item now? Yes, I shall have to acknowledge the current situation as the most reasonable compromise. I do not wish for the standoff between us and the ALS to get worse either. But after having seen its stats for myself, it's a terrible shame that we can't use the guild flag for the next boss fight. I agree. We'll try to think of a way to put it to use, and I'm always looking out for ideas, so send me a message if you think of something. Understood. At that, Lind and Hafner rose to their feet. I was going to watch them, but then I remembered that it was the DKB who rented this room, so I got up in a hurry. We filed out of the room in a line, and then Lind turned back toward me. By the way, are the other inns outfitted with these obnoxious puzzles? Your answer is half yes, half no, I said, grinning. Lind looked skeptical. I mean, it's not just the inns. It's the NPC shops, the houses, the other locations. Aside from the front doors, every door or even every room in this town has a puzzle on it. So have fun with that. I patted the stunned brush master on the shoulder and hurried down the stairs. 4. Well, that wrapped up a lot quicker than I thought it would, Asuna said once we were a fair distance away from the Pegasus hoof. Something in her tone suggested disappointment. Are you saying you would have preferred if we argued over it more? Of course not, you dummy. The fencer brandished a fist, then glanced around before continuing in a quiet voice. I was expecting a more forward-thinking response. It's not like a second flag is going to drop any day now, so the only way for us to make use of it on this floor is the second option, merging. It's obvious to everyone. So I figured, if anyone's going to make the first notions toward that end, it would be the DKB rather than the ALS. You did? Why do you say that? I asked, sensing that both sides were more likely to say they'd prefer going to war than joining forces as a single group. Asuna said, "The ALS is a group pursuing a set of ideals, and the DKB is a group pursuing practical ends. I'm sure they'd be some amount of reshuffling in the event of a merger, of course, but doesn't it seem like the DKB members would complain about it less? It's like they already know that they're the true model for tackling this game, and they have the confidence to go along with it." Yeah, I see what you're saying. I looked up at the bottom of the 7th floor, hanging 100 yards above us. The Einkrad Liberation Squad was obviously named for the final goal of liberating all 10,000, well, 8,000 now, players who were trapped in the floating castle. But it also felt like it contained another message: liberation from a status quo where just 50 or 60 elite players monopolized all the game's resources. On the other hand, the name of Dragon Knights Brigade, whoever had thought of it, didn't seem to have much of a meaning. It was the typical kind of fanciful nomenclature that you'd find in an online RPG. It changing the guild name was a sticking point in merging the two sides. Asuna was probably right that the DKB members would have less resistance to the idea. That's why she'd been hoping that the DKB would display an amenability to the idea, giving us a pathway to a possible merger. But the SAO systems only allow for one guild leader, I muttered. The footsteps next to me came to a stop. I slowed myself down and added, "Even if we could get a merger negotiations on the table, neither Lind nor Kabao would want to give up leadership in the end, because both of them believe that he is the one carrying on Diavel's footsteps." In that case, I was startled by her vehemence and looked over to my right. Asuna was standing there, her hands clenched into fists, staring down at 8-inch tiles beneath her feet. "In that case, why don't they leave all the truly dangerous jobs to you? They squabble over these pointless things like ideas and pride, and they always leave you to pay the tab for them. That's not what a leader does." It was a statement very similar to what she said in the boss chamber yesterday, and I couldn't give her a response that was any different. "They're not forcing it on me. It's because I stuck my neck where it didn't belong, and I have the guild flag now. And really, I'm more sorry that I dragged you into all of this." After I'd made that point yesterday, Asuna had cried, but today she did not. She looked up, her hazel brown eyes strong and determined. When she spoke, her voice was quiet, but solid to its core. "You can't be that flippant about this anymore. The man in the black poncho attacked you last night because you were preventing him from making the ALS and the DKB fight, didn't he? In fact, it's more than that. I'm betting that he wanted to steal the guild flag from you too. It's the perfect tool for turning the frontline players against one another." "Oh, how would the information be getting out that fast? The only people who knew I had the guild flag at that point were the ones who took part in the boss fight with us, and the main members of the ALS." And that was when I put it together. The ALS didn't just have Morte the axe wielder, whom I fought on the 3rd floor. They very likely had other members of the Black Poncho's PK gang infiltrating their ranks, which meant the info about the guild flag was being passed right along to them. The ALS was a bit behind the DKB in terms of membership levels and equipment stats, and they were trying to make up for it by swelling their ranks. Their practice of having a recruiting team that proactively brought in players who wanted to join the top group was admirable, but it also made the guild vulnerable to infiltration by those with ill intent. It was occurring to me that I'd be smart to get both guilds' leadership together so I could share info about the existence of this PK gang. I shifted gears from my initial denial. "Actually, you might be right about that, but that just makes it more important that I don't foist the flag onto someone else. I already have a decent idea how they're doing this, and I've got some experience fighting players from the beta." Asuna sucked in a sharp breath, but let it out after just a second. long and slow. Then she turned away, fingers brushing the silver rapier hanging from her left side. And now that I've learned the basics of dueling from you, I have a duty to fight them as well. What? No, that wasn't my point. Well, I've decided, she declared, letting go of the rapier and jabbing her finger at my chest. Like that, my temporary partner gave me my orders. Listen up. You're not going to rush off without a word to me again, the way you did when you went searching for Argo on the 4th floor. You must be within my sight for all 24 hours. Is that understood? Huh? It felt like she was treating me like a preschooler, but Asana's expression was anything but joking. I opened and shut my mouth a few times to no avail. At last, I protested. But what about when you stay in the inn? To my surprise, Asana already had an answer for that. Before this point, she'd probably get all red in the face and physically attack me. But now, she not only didn't hesitate or stammer, she had an instant response. So we'll rent a room like we did in the last one. If we split the cost, it shouldn't end up being too bad. Right. I didn't really have a good other options. Good, Asana said, like a pleased school teacher. She turned on her heel and started walking loudly across the tiles. Within 3 steps, she stopped and turned back to me again. Also, where are we going now? I looked around. We were on a small path on the east central street of Stachin that ran north and south from the teleport square. Although it was a back street, it was wide, with a strip of greenery on the right side of the path and a row of tiny shops on the left. Some were restaurants, as evidenced by the flagrant smell tickling my nose. How about we get lunch first, then hit up the Lord's mansion, I suggested. Asana agreed, smiling again at last. Good idea. I'd like to eat something that seems appropriate for the New Year holiday. That might be tough. But on the inside, I was running through my memory, trying to remember if the menus at the restaurants here had anything that fit the season. We had lunch of meatloaf and shrimp fritters, which might be generously interpreted as a Western-style take on Japanese osechi cuisine for New Year's Day. Then we headed up the gentle staircase road north until we arrived at the mansion that overlooked the rest of Stachin. Behind the mansion was the outer perimeter of Aincrad itself, so the pale blue expanse was very close at hand. If you turned 180 degrees at the large front gate, you saw the rectangular town before you, followed in the distance by the wilderness of the 6th floor. When you see it all like this, you realize that 6 miles across really is a huge amount of space, Asana remarked. I was about to tell her that Aincrad was cone-shaped, and that each floor was about 200 feet narrower than the one before, but then I realized it really wasn't important enough to make a big deal over. Your typical open-world RPG map is around 6 to 12 miles long in each direction. So it's like a bunch of them, all stacked up atop of one another. According to the legend of the Great Separation that Kismel mentioned, Aincrad was built out of the pieces of land cut from the continent below. Makes you wonder how big that must be. And in the Forest Elves legend, collecting all 6 keys and opening the sanctuary will return Aincrad to the land, Asana said. It brought back the details of the Elf War quest's background. And the Dark Elves said that opening the sanctuary will cause Aincrad to fall to ruin, right? We'll definitely want to avoid things getting ruined, but I'd also rather not have to go back to the Earth. What if this map was suddenly dozens or hundreds of times larger? It's hard to say that stay motivated to keep going that way. Wouldn't you be able to just skip having to do each and every labyrinth and just jump straight ahead to the final boss of the dungeon? Oh, that's a good point, but there's no way you could beat him. For an instant, I started to imagine the final boss waiting on the 100th floor. Akihito Kayaba had said on the first day of our imprisonment. Then I shook my head to dispel the vision. Come on, let's go inside. We'll get the quest from the Lord, and I'll try to finish all the ones in town by the end of the day. Silon, the Lord of Statchen, was a small and skinny man who looked simply dreadful in his magnificent beard and flashy toga. He didn't put on airs, however, he was quite welcoming to these strangers who showed up at his door. In fact, we had to wait a while outside his chamber because there were 3 groups of players in line already. But that wasn't his fault. They even served us tea. Silon's appearance and background story were exactly the same as in the beta, but it was still worth paying attention for a refresher. According to him, the abundance of puzzles all over the town was a result of a curse placed upon the previous lord. His name was Pythagoras, and he was a man who loved numbers and puzzles. He bragged day and night that there was no puzzle he could not solve. One day, a traveler visiting his mansion produced an exceedingly complex numerical puzzle, and Pythagoras could not solve it. In his rage, he picked up a nearby golden cube and beat the traveler to death with it. The traveler's last breath was a curse, and ever since then, Statchen was possessed by puzzles of all kinds. Pythagoras was driven mad by this, and he left Statchen forever, carrying only the blood-stained golden cube with him. It has been 10 years already since then. I suspect he is no longer among the living, Silence said, sipping his tea dejectedly. As Pythagoras' senior apprentice, he continued, I took on the responsibilities of his office and worked my hardest to undo the curse the murdered traveler enacted. But the puzzles only grow. A new one appears in the town every day. Nearly all the town's interior doors and storage boxes are afflicted by puzzles already, and their front doors will not be long. By that point, it will no longer be possible for us to live here. Good swordsman, please find the golden cube that Pythagoras took from this mansion and bring it back. If the cube is placed on the traveler's grave and prayers are dedicated to his memory, the curse of the puzzles will surely be undone. Please, please, save Statchen from this menace! Silon bowed deeply, causing a golden exclamation point to appear over his head. Asuna glanced at me and said, Very well, we accept your request. It promptly turned into a question mark at that point. Next came the time for questions, but since we knew other players were in line to get their quests, we kept it to a minimum, then scurried out of the guest room. After that, we took a quick tour of the mansion, which was still very video game-like, thanks to its cubic construction. Lastly, we headed out into the backyard to say a quick prayer at the grave of the traveler who'd been killed by the previous lord. Going into mansions like that, I always wanted to just rifle through all the bookshelves and drawers and pots and stuff, I said, stretching my back. Asuna made an exaggerated show of pulling away in disgust. Ew, is that your fetish, Kirito? What? First of all, it's not a fetish, and second of all, it's an RPG staple that you go around ransacking people's houses for items. Although, in a lot of Western ones, the guards will chase you if you do. For 3 seconds, Asuna greeted my prostration with an even more suspicious look. Then she burst into giggles. Well, I suppose you're not the type to go sneaking around and taking stuff. You'd rather dump out the owner's entire inventory right in front of their face. I don't recall doing any such... And then I remembered when I had Asuna materialize all her belongings on the 2nd floor, and I suddenly had to clear my throat. Thing with malice, my point is that let's get cracking on these quests. The Curse of Statchen is a really long quest series, so if we don't do them quickly, we could get left behind at the boss battle. And on top of that, we've got more Elf War quests on this floor. I'm more interested in those, to be honest. Between all the murdered travelers and missing lords, the locals' story seems a bit dark. As a general rule, RPG quests tend to not be fun and delightful affairs, I commented. But the truth was that I wanted to see Kismel again as soon as possible. On the other hand, the longer a quest series was, the better the experience bonus you received. High risk, high return, experience gains were tough to pull off. The last thing anyone wanted was to die. So, diligently checking off quests was still the quickest way to level up. Asuna suddenly tossed her arms into the air and stretched like she was doing morning calisthenics. "Okay, let's do this. Where are we going first?" she exclaimed. "To an old man who was the butler of the old lord, to ask him questions," I answered. Her excitement meter visibly plummeted. That's so boring. And we're going to have to wait at the entrance again, aren't we? Shall we buy some ring puzzles to play with while we wait? No, thanks. The fencer shook her head sadly, trudged off, and I trotted after her. The former butler's house was at the very southern end of Statchen, completely across town. If the northern half of the luxurious side with its ample greenery, the southern half was the more urban side with small houses clustered around cramped alleys. Most of the buildings were made of wood, about 8-inch wooden blocks rather than boards and pillars, so they looked more like life-sized block houses. Fortunately, there were no other players at our destination, and we were done talking to the elderly NPC just over 10 minutes, and on our way. His story was the same as it'd been in the beta. The former butler wasn't present for the murder of the traveler. He heard the screams and rushed to the master's chamber, only to see the ghastly body. The way he described it, the head was beaten to a pulp, and the humble traveler garb was covered in blood. In the beta, people had muttered, "This quest has to be rated R." The butler had no leads on the location of Pythagoras, or the Golden Cube, but rather predictably, he did say that the maidservant at the time might know something, so we headed to the servant's home next. As we walked the narrow path, Asuna brought up a very reasonable question. "Say, don't you know the final destination for this quest already, Kirito? Couldn't we just skip all these steps and go right there?" "Actually, you can't. If you don't go in order, things break down. Characters won't talk to you, and the events won't happen. If we hadn't talked to Cylian first, that man back there probably wouldn't have let us into his home." "And how many more people do we need to talk to in town, by the way?" 6. She abruptly blurted, "Thylun!" What was that? I was saying I much prefer the generic monster-killing quest to manhunt quest in Elvish. Nyangungrunda. What was that? I completely agree, in Orcish. And on we chatted and joked as we made our way across Statchen to the home of the maidservant who'd happily married her way out of the job. They didn't actually say that. From there, we went to the former gardener, then cook, then first apprentice, then second apprentice, then favorite bartender, until at last we got the piece of information that Pythagoras owned a separate home in a neighboring town. That was the end of the questline in Statchen for the moment. As we left the pub, the sky on the outer aperture was reddish-purple. It was 5:30 in the afternoon by then, largely because at a number of these quest stops, the people had errands of their own to do. Asuna stretched. She looked tired. So after all that, we didn't even learn very much. Pythagoras was an eccentric, but everyone seems to admire him. And he didn't have a wife or children. That was it, I think. And nobody knows who murdered the traveler was, or where they were from. Well, that's not so strange now, is it? If you're a traveler here, you don't have a passport or social media accounts to follow. But the teleporters weren't active 10 years ago. So if it's a traveler, they came from somewhere on the 6th floor, right? She wondered, looking up. There are maybe 3 or 4 other villages here, so if we wanted to track them down, it should be possible to identify them, don't you think? At that, she stared straight at me. What? Hang on. You know the ending to this quest, don't you? Where did Pythagoras go? Who was the traveler? You're really gonna ask that question? Whether it was online multiplayer or not, a game story was a sensitive area when it came to spoilers. Some people didn't care at all, and some people got furious over it. Survival was the utmost priority in SAO, of course, and Asuna didn't seem the type to get hung up on spoilers. But I'd been careful not to reveal the outcome of the quest before we got to them. After a brief look of surprise, Asuna realized what I meant by that and let out a giggle. Oh, you've been holding back for my sake. Well, that's all right. I don't get worked up about this sort of quest. This sort of quest? Then what sort of quest would you get upset about? Over spoilers? The heartwarming ones and the tear-jerking ones. Out of all the quests we'd done together, which ones would she classify as heartwarming and which were tear-jerking? And what category did the Curse of Statuen fall under? After a few seconds, I came to the conclusion that it was pointless to try to figure it out. So I'm correct in thinking that you won't get mad if I tell you the ending of this quest. No worries, it's totally one of those disappointing kinds, right? I hated to admit it, but she was right. After all the trouble I went through to finish it in the beta, I was left with such a bad taste, and that I wanted a word with the scenario writer. Okay, then I'm going to spoil the hell out of it. There was never any traveler to begin with. Huh? Asuna yelped. She came to a stop and turned around at me. No traveler? But the butler and the maidservant saw the body, right? And the gardener dug the hole for the grave in the backyard. So who was it? Who got killed and buried? Oh! She stopped herself in a moment of epiphany. I gave her a little round of applause. Bingo. That was the body of Pythagoras, the former lord, and the one who killed him was... Silon? Bingo again. Silon was the first apprentice of Pythagoras, the puzzle king, but he announced that a different apprentice would take over as the true heir. He got furious and beat his master to death. To hide his crime, he pulverized the face until it was unrecognizable, then put on shabby clothes and transformed himself into a made-up traveler. I knew it! I knew it! She shouted abruptly, hands on her hips with her face thrust forward. I knew it was going to be a disappointing one. That's why I don't like these kind of quests. And what's the Puzzle King supposed to mean anyway? What do you get by being the heir to the Puzzle King? Don't yell at me. I didn't write it. I don't know what they get out of it, but they are quiz kings and medal kings and so on. Some people really just want to have the honor, I guess. It doesn't make sense. And for that matter, I don't know what a medal king is supposed to be either. Sorry, I forget I said it. At any rate, that's the ending. But you get a ton of experience for it, so let's just tough it out and beat the quest. All right, Asuna said, unconvinced. She looked up at the bottom of the floor above. The lid of rocks and steel was turning a deep purple, signaling that night would arrive within an hour. The next town over was a mile away, and there wouldn't be many monsters along the road, so we could definitely get there before it was dark. But that was the problem. Was the next step after that, Pythagoras' other home was empty, ruined now, and it would be full of astral-type monsters, i.e. ghosts, that we'd have to fight multiple times before we got to the next clue. I decided to keep that part of a secret, clapping the fencer lightly on the shoulder. Let's get dinner in the next town, then we can continue the quest. If we can finish it up by the end of tomorrow, we should be able to get to the Dark Elf Fortress the day after. Asuna's face lit up, and she gave me an energetic, "Great!" Cerebus, the second town of the 6th floor, was a beautiful place, with a southern European air and absolutely no little 8-inch blocks. A large river running through its middle was spanned by numerous bridges, a sight that was reminiscent of Novella, the main town of the fourth floor, though regrettably this river was not had a single gondola in it. Still, the view of the orange lights reflecting off the dark surface of the water had a kind of ethereal beauty if you could find in a virtual world. We had to stop on the bridge leading into town for a moment to drink it all in. This town doesn't have any cursed puzzles in it, right? Asuna said, right off the bat. Nope, I confirmed. If you want some to go, they sell them in the gift shops. I don't, she stated firmly. More importantly, let's get something to eat. What's good in Cerebus? Let me think. In the beta, I ran through the quests and didn't spend much time here. And upon further reflection, there weren't many opportunities to eat in Aincrad back then. If I had time, I wanted to spend it leveling up. And if I got full in the virtual world, my mom and sister would yell at me. I tried to dig through what my dim memories I had of the place to little effect. It's a rat bake. I spun around in alarm at the sound of a voice right behind us, covering us in a protector. Leaning back against the stone railing was not, however, the man in the black poncho who tried to kill me the other day. It was a small woman in a sand-browned cape. The top half of her face was hidden behind straw yellow curls, but there was no mistaking the 3 whisker markings on either cheek. This was the best and only source of information in Aincrad, Arga the rat. She looked stunned for a second, then pouted. What's this? What I do to earn this kind of reaction from you, Keyboy? That hurts. Sorry, I'm kind of on edge right now. It's a sneak attack caution week, let's call it. Asuna popped out from behind my back. Good evening, Argo. I didn't see you in Statchen. Of course, you must have been over here already. Evening, A-chan. Argo waved and pushed herself at the railing to walk closer. Well, I'd like to get my first strategy guide out by tomorrow, but it looks like most of the frontrunners are already moving from the main town to here to Cerebus. Oh, they are? But why? I started to ask, before the reason occurred to me. Oh, it's because the puzzles are a pain in the ass, isn't it? Bingo! And the monsters aren't too tough around these parts. So while I hate to be the bearer of bad news, just about all the rooms in Cerebus are booked. Only expensive suites are available. Hassan and I glanced over at each other. We'd been planning to stay in a suite with 2 bedrooms tonight anyways, so a single room being taken wasn't a problem. But given Argo's rather menacing motto of selling any info that can be sold, this free tip was a bit, make that very suspicious. Oh, I see. But I'm sure that if we look, we can find an open room or 2. I replied. Argo's eyebrows twitched, but she said nothing more on the matter. Well, based on what you were saying earlier, I'm guessing you 2 are about to eat dinner. Yes, we were just deciding what to have, Asuna said. Argo, you said this town was famous for its rat bakes? Do you have a recommended restaurant? I just had my way over here from Statchen earlier today, actually. Only had a chance to try out one place, and it was mighty tasty. Then let's go to that one, Asa insisted. Argo had no choice but to grimace and go along with it. If it was me, she'd have demanded a price for that intel. But now that Asuna had identified her as a good friend, the rat seemed unable to inflict her usual business practices. Argo took us to a place on the 3rd floor of a building along the river that ran through Cerebus. It was a kind of hidden hole-in-the-wall type establishment. The 1st and 2nd floor were just homes, and there was no sign. You weren't likely to find it unless you knew about it already. The stairs were narrow enough you could barely go 2 ways on them, and the door at the end was faded and marked with knots. But the interior of the place was quite clean. There was a counter, 2 tables for 4, so we took one of them. I imagined that the rat bake would be something like a gyoza dumpling, but what came out was essentially a round meat pie about 8 inches across. Meat, tomato-flavored, veggies, and plenty of cheese were all wrapped up in hot, crispy crust. It wasn't bad. In fact, it was great. In a blink, I'd reduced the circle pie into a semicircle. I took a long drink of cold herbal tea. Then asked the info dealer, "Are all the rat bakes in this town the same tomato and cheese flavor?"
Nope. It's like it was in the beta. Each place will serve a different kind. Since it's a riverside town, most of them were fish.
Fish pie? Seems weird to me, I murmured. But Asuna had a huge grin on her face. Just like the famous herring and pumpkin pie, I suppose. Famous? I craned my head back the other way, wondering if there was such a staple dish at Einkrad, and saw Argo was smirking as well.
Hey, Chad, if you're going to make reference to a game addict is going to understand, it has to be from a game.
I suppose you're right.
You've got a lot of work ahead of you in your future.
No kidding. I mean, not that I've decided that this partnership is lasting forever. In the moment, I had a feeling that although it was hard to tell what exactly they were talking about, it was probably better that I didn't know. So I returned my attention to my half-finished meat pie. Now that I thought of it, this might have been the first time I'd ever truly orthodox tomato flavor in Einkrad. Food in this world tended to be light on flavoring but heavy on spice. It was good once you got used to it, but most restaurants had one thing, or something big, that felt unsatisfying afterwards. This pleasant overdue tomato flavor, however, was almost reminiscent of junk food for me. I'd love to try a heaped on top of a soft boiled spaghetti rather than a neat pie, but I still finished every last bite of the meal anyways. Nice work, Argo. You know the best places to go.
Don't I? Now, I'm not saying you owe me for the tip, but...
She looked around the room, ensuring that there were no other players present, then whispered,
"The big thing. How did it all turn out?"
Given that we were alone, it seemed like she could have just said the name of the item in question. But it was an important enough topic that I couldn't get touchy about it. I leaned over the table and whispered, quiet enough that no eavesdropping skill could pick it up through the door. We gave the DKB the same conditions we did to the ALS. They did accept our terms, but they also tried to buy it off of us for 300,000 gold. Argo blinked once, very slowly. Her painted-on whiskers twitched. So that's their tactic. Well, in that case, he really is taking over for Diavel, she left unsaid, downing the rest of her herb tea. Asuna looked at us for answers, but I whispered, "I'll explain later," before getting us back to the topic at hand. At any rate, it looks like I'll be holding on to it for the time being. The only problem is, that means we can't use it for this upcoming boss fight. So, they were on the same page and hoping to find a shortcut to it. A shortcut, huh? Argo folded her arms and murmured to herself. Then she grinned again. Remember what the Chakram guy who helped you with the 5th floor blah said? If you started up a guild, all of the legend braves would join you. In fact, if you made Achan the leader instead of yourself, I bet you'd have a whole crowd of folks looking to join. How about that? What? Just this morning, Asuna had said she didn't want to be the sub-leader of a guild. She shook her head back and forth so violently that the ends of her long hair smacked me in the face. You've got to be joking! It's annoying enough for me to watch after him. I want nothing to do with any guild master job. Annoying? I wasn't expecting that answer. Was going to throw me under a bus. Argo just chuckled to herself. We said goodbye to the info dealer outside of the meat pie place and headed right for Pythagoras' other home on the edge of town. The river running through Suribus was flowing from a waterfall that emerged directly from one of the massive pillars at the outer aperture of Eincrad, and it continued through to the lake along both banks of the river, with countless bridges crossing back and forth. Some of those bridges actually had full of buildings on top of them, with roofs and everything. One of these bridge houses was our best destination. We started this day of training in the Dark Elf camp on the 3rd floor, then talked with the DKB, followed by running all over town doing quests, leaving town and fighting our first monsters in the evening, and now reaching for service for the dinner. Naturally, Asuna was looking a bit fatigued, but as soon as she saw the bridge we were heading, her eyes lit up. "Oh, it's lovely, just like Ponte Vecino." The name sounded familiar to me, so I consulted my memories of the real world, in dangers of being entirely overwritten by this fantasy realm, and asked, are you talking about the bridge in that, famous Tokyo theme park? Asuna blinked twice, then smiled. "Ah, right, they copied it there too, didn't they? In the water park, not in the land one. But the original Ponte Vecino is a bridge in Florence, Italy, spanning the Arno River. The real one is much bigger than this one, of course, but it's just beautiful." She looked up at the bridge house again, enchanted, while it fell into my thoughts. This was now the second time, ever since the 4th floor, my temporary partner had mentioned the name of a city in Italy. At this point, it was probably a good bet that she'd actually been there herself, not just read about it. That was on its own wasn't important, but it did fit a pattern that, combined with her looks, communication skills, and lack of gaming knowledge, and richness of other knowledge, that suggested that Asuna had an extremely fulfilling and normal life in the real world. So, how did she wind up logging into SAO on the first day, when only tens of thousands of copies had been shipped, and 9,000 turned on, getting herself stuck in here? "Come on, let's get going. I bet the river is gorgeous from up there." She patted me on the back, and I returned to my senses. "Oh, yeah, I bet." From the outside, Pythagoras' second mansion was pretty beautiful, but it was a total wreck on the inside. It was also full of ghost-type monsters, which Asuna described as not my forte, which probably meant she was completely terrified of them. But before I could explain any of that, the fencer had marched off for the building, and the only thing I could do was chase after her. As we traveled along the river towards the bridge, 3 players were descending to the stone stairs that led up to the house over the water. On instinct, we stopped behind trees lining the road and listened to them speak. "No way that door opens. Waste of time. Forget this whole thing. 3 digits is bad enough, but 6 is impossible. Yeah, I'll just feel like there's gotta be something good in there." The grumbling trio passed our position and left. From next tree to mine, Asuna gave me a sidelong glance. "Is there another puzzle door?" "Yes." "You said there were only in the main town." No, the one here, I think," I added, stepping back into the street. The bridge that Asuna compared to the Ponte Vecino was about 8 feet long and 20 feet wide. The first story was just this normal bridge, but the side railings were dotted with pillars that formed countless arches supporting the living spaces on the second story. After having spent much of the time in Statuen within its uniform blocky look, the structure here was indeed elegant and attractive. At the edge of the railing were especially large supports, and the main pillars, as they called them, the sort that often featured a plaque with a building's name on it, one that had a short staircase attached to it that led to Pythagoras' house over the bridge itself. As I approached the old door, I couldn't help but reflect that the games taught you to want to head up to paths like this. On the surface of the stout wooden door was 6-part metal dial. It was a familiar locking device, where each wheel could turn through all digits from 0 to 9. Asuna reached it first and tried it out, the dials clicking as she moved the numbers. She turned to me. None of the quests so far have anyone tell us the key of the numerical lock, did they? Are we supposed to solve this on our own? You might guess a 3-digit code, but 6 makes it just impossible. It can't be anything from 0 to 999,999. So that's 100,000 possibilities. You mean 1,000,000. Huh? Oh, yeah, duh. 1,000,000 possibilities. So even if you just ran through each and every one, it would take you several days. But, spoiler alert, you can find the correct combination in Silen's office. What? Where is it written? In the landscape painting on the wall, I said. Asuna's cheek promptly puffed. Hey, you could have said something. If I had known there would be a hint there, I would have looked closer and spotted it. No, I very much doubt that. By the way it works is that you're supposed to come here and think, I don't know the numbers, then go back to Statchen, ask Silen, who won't tell you, but he makes an odd show to trying to hide the painting. Then he kicks you out, and you have to wait for him to leave before you can go back and search the painting. It's a huge pain. You're right. I'd rather not go through that at all, Asa admitted. Then her brows knitted again. But how does that make sense? I mean, Silen's the... I had a feeling she would blurt out this at some point, so I glanced over my shoulder and cut her off. We can talk inside. I don't want anyone to see us opening the door. Fine, whatever you say. So what's the correct combination? Let's see. I started to answer according to my recollection from the beta, but my spine ran cold. If they had changed the combination between them and the release game, it was about to look extremely stupid. Hesitantly, I offered the 6 digits. 6284996. She quickly spun the little dials into place. With a very clear click, the lock was undone. I stepped forward, relieved, but Asuna just stared at the dials without turning the doorknob. What's up? If you don't open the door soon enough, the lock will engage again. Oh, yeah. I was just thinking. The numbers seem familiar somehow. Maybe I really did spot them in the painting without realizing it. She said vaguely as she opened the door. It was a pitch black inside, and a draft, chilly, damp air swept outward. The fencer fell back on her heels a bit, sensing something foreboding. But I grabbed her shoulders from behind and kept her moving forward. Once we were inside, the door shut behind us on its own. There was a scraping sound, which was just the number of dials from the lock shifting from themselves again. But I felt Asuna's shoulders jump under my fingers. It's dark in here. Yeah, it's night. Are we going to search in a place like this? Should we wait until the morning and come back? No, we're fine. I opened up my window, materialized an item that had always had on the first page of my inventory. Lantern, I said in a spooky voice, hoping this would lighten up the mood. All I got was a cold stare over Asuna's shoulder. I cleared my throat awkwardly and lit the device, filling the area with orange light. As one might expect from a home belonging to the Lord of Statchen, the entrance hall was quite spacious, because it was built on top of a bridge. It was inevitably a bit elongated and narrow in shape, but the hallway that ran down the left wall was plenty wide enough to not feel cramped. On the other hand, there were bundles of cobwebs on the corners on the ceilings, and broken utensils and torn pieces of paper were all over the floor. It was very much the appearance of what an abandoned house would be. The look on Asuna's face said that this wasn't what she signed up for. She turned to me. So, back to what I was saying. What was that? Oh, Silen. Yes. Does what he's doing make any sense? If he's the one who killed Pythagoras and buried the body in the traveler's garb in the backyard, why is he asking us to investigate the incident for him? Nuh-uh. Silen didn't ask us to investigate the killing of the traveler. He asked us to look for the golden cube that was used in the murder. All right. A small furrow between her eyes. eased for a moment, then returned, "No, but that still doesn't make any sense. Cylon was the one who beat Pythagoras to death with the golden cube, right? So wouldn't Cylon have hidden the weapon?" Well, the reasoning behind that comes up at the end of the quest, but whatever. So Cylon got mad and beat Pythagoras to the death, then mocked him up into a traveler who didn't exist to hide his crime, right? He thought it all worked out at the end, but somehow the cube vanished from the murder scene. A cube with Cylon's bloody fingerprints on it. On top of that, it's the town treasure and the symbol of its lord, the very cube that formed the sizzling basis of the stone and wood cubes that make up the town. So Cylon's idea is that the only way to purify the puzzle curse upon Statuen is to find the missing cube, clean off the prints, then place it on the grave of the traveler, who is secretly Pythagoras himself. It just seems very selfish, or convenient. If he really wanted to undo the puzzle curse, he shouldn't be bothering with the cube. He should admit that he killed Pythagoras and turn himself into the police, right? Well, yeah, but there's no police in Aincrad. Asuna murmured a soft, "Oh yeah," but her indignation still remained. She brought up the town guards, the Dark Elf Fortress, or even the Black Iron Palace down in the Town of Beginnings on the first floor as a list of places where he could turn himself into a higher authority. "Well," she finished, looking at me. "Well, what? What do you think I mean? Who stole the golden cube? You're not going to tell me? It grew arms and legs on its own and ran away?" Oh, what? Is that actually what it is? You said the boss of the floor is like a giant Rubik's Cube. Did the golden cube turn into some kind of monster form? Now it was my turn to be stunned. As impressed as I was with the fencer's imagination, I had to shake my head. Sadly, that is not the case. Actually, maybe it's not sad. If that boss cube were completely gold, you'd have no idea how to rotate to solve the sides. But back to the point. We've already met the person who removed the cube. What? She scowled. Then her eyes wandered as she considered this. You're saying it's one of the 7 people we talked to in Statuen? The former butler, the maid servant, the gardener, the cook, the 2 apprentices, and the bartender he'd like to visit? And one of them has the cube now. Well, who is it? Let's find out on our own. We're here to get the clues, after all, I said, with an evil grin. She pouted. Fine, let's get on with it. You know which room has the cube in it, right? Sadly, the place where the key item pops up is randomized. So we'll just have to start with the first room and then go in order. The swordswoman started walking down the entrance hall. As she went, I called out, and a few other rooms have ghosts, so don't forget to prepare for battle. Sure, whatever. Step, step, step. Pause. All of a sudden, she had teleported behind my back with her hands on my shoulders, an unyielding force pushing me on towards the first room. Fortunately, like in the beta, there was no dial lock on the inside door. I pushed it open to a room that was actually darker than the hallway. Even with the lantern held up, the light didn't reach all the corners of the room. Was there a ghost? Came a tiny voice behind my back. For the briefest moment, my penchant for mischief peaked, but I knew that playing pranks here would end our partnership, so I gave her an honest answer. Doesn't seem like there's one in this room. I don't want seems. I want it on the record. Fine. There are no ghosts in here. At last, Asuna emerged from her hiding behind my back, looking as smug, as in control as ever as she inspected the room. Ew, it's in a terrible state. I had to concur. It was probably a guest parlor, originally with a deluxe set of furniture in the middle of a moderate-sized room, and a fireplace on the far wall, but all the other furniture had collapsed after 10 years of disuse, and the carpet was eaten through by insects. Asuna approached a side table that was still intact and ran a finger across its surface, which was piled high with dust. She made another face. This was probably a luxury furniture at one point. Not much use anymore. Well, you might be able to refurnish it if you take it to an NPC woodworker. Wait, you can do that? I thought you couldn't move objects in NPC homes. It was a general rule, but in the Safe Zone dungeons, there are a fair number of furniture pieces whose coordinates aren't locked, I explained, moving next to Asuna, and grabbed the side of the table with both hands. When I pulled it upward, the legs came right off the ground. There, you see? You're right. But even if I got it fixed up, I don't think I'd want to use furniture that came from a place like this. For one thing, I have no idea when I might have a place of my own. Yeah, that's a good point, I said, lowering the table. But that vibration, as tiny as it was, managed to do in its remaining durability, and it crumbled pathetically into a pile of wood. Oh, you busted it. You're in trouble, Asuna teased me, grinning wolfishly. She leaned onto the back of the nearby seat sofa. Instantly, the legs cracked off. It finished its act by splitting in two, though both the seat and the back portion. Oh, I'm going to tell the teacher, I taunted back, which I didn't think I'd even said when I was actually in elementary school. Asuna snorted and grinded her left fist against my side. I couldn't very well return that jab, and it left me helpless to do anything but grind my teeth in frustration. There doesn't seem to be anything else here. Let's go to the next one, I said, and pointed at the door. Fine if you say so, but what are we even looking for anyways? Something that would suggest the location of the cube. And what's that something? Well, if it's the key to this quest, I bet they'll make sure it's visible one way or another. Let's hope so, I said, knowing as I headed into the hallway. I checked the front door just in case, but it didn't seem to have opened while we were in the parlor. Asuna checked the same direction and seemed to notice something. However, hey, what happens if someone else solves the combination on the dials while we're already in here? It's not an instance location, so they'd come right in here. So what happens if that person finds the clue item before we do? I'd say that the item would be locked in place, so you can't move or destroy it, or it would be something that you could find infinitely. But in the latter case, it would spawn at certain intervals. There are some that take 30 minutes to an hour to reappear. Some even last as long as a day before they come back. Then we'd better find it and get out of here. Come on, next. Asuna pushed me several steps down the hallway until we came to a new door. The room adjacent to the parlor was a large dining room. The massive dinner table and chairs were still intact, but the way that the 10 or so table settings with cutlery included were laid out on top were quite eerie. The wine bottles and candle holders with gray dust, and the chandelier hanging from the ceiling supported many spiderwebs. For 5 seconds, Asuna cowered behind my back. Once she was certain there were no ghosts here, she emerged as if nothing had happened. Can you move the wine and utensils too? She asked. Probably. You want to take that back and drink it? No, thank you. On the other hand, the clue item doesn't seem to be here either, she murmured. Asuna strode closer to the dining table. Just then, there was a whooshing and sound like the kind we'd heard underground chapel of the 5th floor, and a pale light spilled out from beneath the table. Passing up through the filthy tablecloth were 2 astral monsters. Based on the long, slim silhouettes and tattered white dresses, they seemed to be wraiths. There were some other kinds in this category, specters, phantom spirits, and apparitions, but I honestly had no idea what differentiated them all. While she didn't scream the way she had on the floor below, Asuna leapt upward a foot or so and ran through the air, and at least it seemed that way to me because she was moving so fast and darted around behind my back. There they are! Hurry! Do something! She ordered. I drew my sword on Eventide +3, but rather than immediately attacking, I kept the wraiths at bay with the tip. Asuna, I think it's for the best if you experience some battle against astral types right here. But it's all right. You might have forgotten, but we're in town now. No matter how much they attack, you won't lose a single pixel of HP. That's not the problem, she seemed to say with her resulting sigh. But Asuna had her thoughts of her own on this. She had peered around my left shoulder. While she immediately shrank back first, she then slid her entire body until she was at my side instead. With her lantern held in her hand, she drew the chivalric rapier +7 and pointed it at the wraiths situated atop the table. I focused on the ghosts myself, bringing up an automatic cursor. Beneath the HP bar, it said annoying wraith in English, and the cursor itself was very faint pink color, which meant that even if we were in town, they wouldn't be tough foes. I don't recall seeing any annoying wraiths before, Asuna said, her voice a bit hoarse. As calmly as I could, I asked her, "What's annoying mean?" "You didn't learn that in English class? It's like irritating or troublesome." That would fit for a quest event like this. Like I said, we're in town, so we won't lose any HP. But aside from that, these are the same as any ordinary wraith, so hitting their limbs or the end of their dresses won't do much damage. And if they hit you, they can debuff you. "Wait, you never warned me about that!" Asuna shrieked, and the wraiths seemed to react to the sound. They spread their arms and descended with a wail. Human-type astral monsters could be male, female, or indeterminate, but wraiths were mostly female, it seemed. However, they had no beauty whatsoever. The arms extending from their ragged dresses were like thins as bones, and 2/3 of their faces were skeletal. Blue fires burned in their eye sockets of the ones, and they swung long hands with knife-sharp nails. I evaded the first attack and swiped at the torso. A deep cut produced a white substance like smoke, but it left little impact on the wraith, only lost 1/10 of its health bar. But the creature screeched hideously and flew to the corner of the dining room. I kept my sword pointed in its direction and glanced over to check on Asuna. "Why, you..." The fencer was hissing, not to be outdone by the wraith's bizarre vocalizations. She executed thrust skills with incredible speed, their frequency so thick that even the ghost couldn't get past her rapier. As the wraith flew around in a figure 8 pattern, she occasionally clipped an arm, but it didn't do much HP damage. Astral types had insubstantial bodies, and regular weapons did not inflict damage on them. Other games would have flame or light spells that could wreak havoc on them. But because of the ancient Great Separation of Aincrad, true magic had been lost here. You can't make do with physical attacks one way or another. The most common method was to place a blessing buff on your weapons, but at the moment you could only do that in large towns with a church, and it costs money. You could also use sword skills with high anti-astral effect, most of which were a mace or flail skill, or bring many illumination items. Astral monsters' natural resistance was lower in the light, but these tough requirements for a group of just 2 sword users. Fortunately, both Asuna's chivalric rapier and my sword of Eventide had received elven upkeep, which gave them minor effectiveness against undead, enough to be good on its own against weak event monsters like these. I thrust my lantern forward, closed the gap, so I could take my target out. In this situation, a fighter who used a shield or 2-handed weapon would just have to put the light on the ground to fight, but having a free hand meant to just hold on to the lantern, and even the more into fine details. Not only did having a light equipped in a battle help with attacking power, a torch was better because it against astral foes weak to fire, with the only drawback being that you had to be careful swinging it around indoors, lest you accidentally burn something that could be destroyed. Lit by the yellow light in the lantern, the annoying wraith let out a high-pitched wail and slid it to the right to get away. But that was what I wanted. When it got into range, I used my 3-part skill, Sharp Nail, on it. The strongest sword skill I had at the moment were the 4-part partner's horizontal square and the vertical square, which unlocked at proficiency level 150, but they were too wide-ranging for an indoor environment like this. If push came to shove, I couldn't bother myself about not destroying the walls or furniture, but since this was anti-criminal code area, there were plenty of unbreakable objects in here. I didn't want to have my sword bounce off an obstacle and lose my skill combo. Sharp Nail, however, was a nice compact trio of strikes within the same high-speed angle. My silver glowing sword sank into the torso of the annoying wraith without catching on the wall or the ceiling. The first second hit took it down to a third of its health, but the last one seemed unlikely to finish the job. Yet the moment of the third erupted, the tip of the sword of Eventide actually veered away. If drawn by a magnet, it sliced the wraith's shoulder, passed expertly through the center of the chest, then emerged out the side. Unlike the first two slices, this one came with the sensation of something small and hard breaking. Counter to my expectations, the Wraith HP bar sunk into the red zone and did not stop until it reached 0. The 3 visual slicing marks hung in the air, like some fierce beast's claws, overlapped by the usual blue bursting effect of any dying monster. I stared at the blade of my second-generation sword, still in the pose which I finished the swing. The magic sensation I'd gotten was undoubtedly the aiming adjustment system that the accuracy boost had given my weapon. I'd thought the effect only kicked in when you intentionally aimed at weak points, but I had no idea that Wraith-type monsters had little solid nodule in its chest as a vital area. So that meant the Sword of Eventide had basically hit the annoying Wraith right in the spot on its own volition. Is that true? I asked in a tiny voice. The sword didn't reply, of course. What I did hear, instead, was my partner screaming, "Ah!" It was probably an expression of disgust and frustration. I turned to see, on the other side of the large dining room, the fencer utilizing a sword skill. It was the best move she had at the moment, triangular. A clean hit from that skill, with the power of a Chivalric Reaper +7, would be enough to take out half my HP, riddled the Wraith with near-invisible speed. But the enemy rose slightly before the skill executed, meaning it only hit the trailing skirt portion. That ectoplasm white smoke tattered in its wake, but it left the HP bar with 30% remaining. The Wraith cried, somewhere between a scream and a mocking laugh, and swung its long arms at Asuna, and waited to recover from the skill delay. It didn't do any damage, but Asuna's HP bar lit up with an icon of a pale hand. This was the chillness debuff that lowered the body temperature uncomfortably. Asuna raged, leaping back as soon as she could move again. Despite valiantly holding her sword aloft, her shivering was apparent. Chill did no actual damage, but it was a major annoyance, causing sneezes in battle and keeping you from dodging enemy attacks. I rushed up to keep behind her and called out, "Asuna, want to—" "No," she snapped, refusing my aid. She was not entirely going to handle it on her own, however. "Just give me a hint or something. Its HP refuses to go down." "Oh, yeah, the rapier thrusts are just about the worst kind of attack to use against astrals." The annoying wraith floating up near the ceiling couldn't have understood what I was saying, but it chose a very appropriate moment to chuckle. "Asuna, have you mastered any of the slicing sword skills?" I asked. My partner's voice was hard, surely due to her struggle of the control of the cold, not because she was actually mad at me. As she replied, "When I reached proficiency 150, a while back, I learned to use one called Folium." "Yeah, I guess that would work. Okay, next time the Wraith approaches, use Folium right in the middle of the chest." "Which part is the middle?" she yelled back. I didn't have any immediate answer. Against kobolds, reptoids, I'd tell her where the heart is. All humanoids, including players, had hearts, critical points, located just to the left of the center of the chest. Yet, the little nodule I felt in the Wraith's chest had been directly in the middle. There was no other way to define it. I put the sword behind my back and looked around, then picked up a dusty dessert knife off the table. It had almost no value as a weapon, and I didn't have the throwing knife skill, so I wasn't going to do any real damage, but... Yeah! I tossed the knife, concentrating only on accuracy, and landed in the middle of a swaying wraith's chest, right where the little nodule would be, doing just a single pixel of damage to its HP bar before falling to the floor. A red damage effect appeared for just a few scant seconds, and the tattered white dresses. There, I shouted, but Asuna had already moved. The wraith floated down from the ceiling as she approached. Asuna had learned the annoying wraith's path of least resistance evasion methods from her previous experience, and kept her rapier aside, luring the enemy as close as possible. The wraith's arm, mostly bone, reached out to grab her again, and the lime green light burst into being. The sword skill, Folium, was a rare slashing attack for the rapier category, but its trajectory was an unorthodox one. Its curved upward from the left hip, then jutted into a sharp loop as its peak and ended at its lower right, much like the lowercase cursive slash. The intention was to deflect the enemy's attack before giving them a counter, but it wasn't suited for hitting a specific point. Or so I thought. Yeah! The chivalric rapier entered the wraith's right side to perfectly pin the point I'd indicated, before doing a loop and exiting out of the left flank. It must have been broken the tiny weak point, because the third of its HP bar that remained drained all the way to the left edge. The annoying wraith let out a hideous wail and burst. My partner straightened up without a word, returned her sword to its sheath. I strode up to her. Yo, nice control. Did your accuracy boost just kick in now, or was that... She answered by the way of sneezing. So she let go of the rapier and wrapped her body in her arms. Her face was pale. I'm so cold. Yeah, you took the chill effect. I think it wears off after 5 minutes. You just gotta... Her second sneeze drowned out the words, tough it out. Even knowing it was essentially harmless, I couldn't help but pity her paleness and shivering. At the end of the beta, we started getting purified crystals that could instantly undo multiple debuffs, including this one. But here on the 6th floor, crystals were just starting to become droppable, and were still very rare. The only other way to undo the effects would be the individualized method for each one. Antidote potions for poison, undoing a curse at the church, etc. Chill had its own special recovery method. Of course, you could warm up by the fire, but lanterns and torches didn't put off enough heat. On the other hand, there was that fireplace in the previous room. It occurred to me that it had been put there by design, so you could undo the ghost effects, but it would be a bit of a pain in the ass. No, a major pain in the ass. Instead, I opened my window to test out a convenient but somewhat embarrassing method. With both hands, I removed a thick blanket for camping and draped it over my back like a cape. To cover up the embarrassment of what I was about to do, I focused on a thought like, these long-haired cattle blankets sure are heavy, and I could really use a down-filled bedroll by now, and I bet that would be expensive. When I reached Asuna, who looked at me in surprise, I said, "Pardon me," and drew her close so I could wrap us up both in a blanket. Instantly, her body froze like a rod between my arms. And right at my ear, her high-pitched, hoarse voice said, "Hey, what are you doing?" This is the quickest way to undo the chill effect. Just put up with it for another 20 seconds. The icy chill from her body started seeping into me, making my nose itch. The chill was just a virtual skin sensation created by the nerve gear, and my real body would be in some hospital room with perfectly controlled temperature at the moment. But I couldn't help but wonder if sneezing here was also prompting a sneeze out there. Listen, even if this is supposed to help undo the debuff, if someone sees us like this, they're gonna get the wrong... Right at the moment she trailed off with that odd sound, the chill trickled from her body into mine suddenly vanished. I'd experienced that before. When the chill effect wore off, it left the body feeling pleasantly warm. It was like the feeling of taking your clothes off in the changing room in winter, only to sink right into a tub full of delightful hot water. I couldn't blame her for letting out an odd moan. She stared at nothing, mind out of focus, until she snapped back to attention, eyes blinking rapidly, and ducked out of my arms. That wasn't... It's not... She babbled, mouth working furiously, and then spun away from me. Well, I'm grateful to you for undoing the debuff, but next time I'd appreciate an explanation first. I figured that if I had to describe it first, it would be twice as embarrassing, I said, putting the heavy blanket back into storage. To my surprise, Asuna said, Why, that sounds like you've done it before. Well, I knew about it because I'd done it in the beta. Of course, but let me be clear, the only person was like Wolfgang from Bro Squad, but it says hairy, super macho, okay? I don't know if I wish I could have seen that or not, the fencer said, a very strange and subtle smile on her lips. At least her mood wasn't improved. She walked around the dining room, examining the table and the painting on the wall, but found nothing. Well, it made our battle against the ghosts meaningless. Hey, that's just how quests go, I bantered back. Now that our usual mood had returned, we left the dining room and returned to the hallway. Between the kitchen, the study room, and the bedroom, we defeated 4 more annoying wraiths, but still had not found the key item. At last, we were at the final door. Asuna grabbed the doorknob, then side-eyed me. Kirito, you didn't know ahead of time that we were going to find something in the first 5 rooms, did you? I didn't know how I could have. Like I said, the item would pop into any of the 6 rooms at random in the beta. I'm sure that's what happened just now, too. You said that like an NPC, Asuna accused, which was an odd thing to say. She opened the door, and a musty smell stung my nostrils. I recalled that the last door led to a storeroom. I followed Asuna inside, holding my lantern up. It was the smallest of the 6 rooms, full of wooden shelves lined with wooden boxes, pots, and various items of all sorts. Do we have to open up all these things to search? I'd rather not do that either, I mumbled, passing through the maze-standing shelves to the back of the room. At the very end, there was a small writing desk along the wall. Sitting atop it, seemingly abandoned in a very meaningful way, was an object that dully reflected the glow of the lantern. It was a large key, sitting under 10 years of dust. Oh, that must be it! Hassan exclaimed eagerly, trotting up to the desk. I tried to grab her shoulder, but my hand closed on nothing but empty air. Asuna, your feet! I shouted, right as the cracking sound went off under her foot. In the wavering light of the lantern, I saw an old, faded bone. Asuna froze in a very unnatural position. Right as the boss encounter ghost of this haunted house quest emerged from the wall behind the desk. Unlike the previous wraiths, this resentful wraith was male. Once again, my English skill wasn't quite up to the task of informing me what the word resentful meant. The tall, gaunt ghost wore a sweeping, tattered robe like the ancient Romans did. The brandishing its freakishly long nails and opens its mouth wide enough that the jaw seemed dislocated, so that it screamed, As I reached for the sword over my back, it occurred to me that the situation wasn't great. The resentful wraith couldn't take down our HP, of course, but it had a wide variety of debuff. If we suffered all of them at once, it would take quite some time to recover. That wasn't the worst thing in the world, but I was also afraid of losing the progress we'd made against the wraiths in conquering Asuna's fear of ghosts. I wanted to keep its attention focused on me, but with hardly 4 feet of space between the stone wall on the left and the wooden shelves on the right, there was barely room to swing my sword, much less switch positions with Asuna. Asuna, regroup in the hallway, I shouted, reaching out for their shoulder again. Before I made contact, I heard her voice make it much firmer than I would have expected it to be. Kirito, can I break the bones on the floor? Oh, I think those are just there to be spooky. Got it, she shouted, taking a stance that scattered the bones below. She drew her rapier and thrust a series of five jabs with the tip blurred speed at the approaching resentful wraith. They were all aimed at the center of its chest. While the first 4 did not have much effect, the 5th one did take a good 15% of its HP bar down. The elven blade had scratched the weak point, which must have been the same place as the earlier enemies. The spirit shrieked with rage, rising up to the ceiling, and began bewitching technique, utilizing a figure 8 motion, but without the space of the dining room, its side-to-side movement was limited. Relieved, I realized that this would make it easier for the rapier to aim at the spots where it's floating to let us take down its HP much faster. I'm sick and tired of dealing with ghosts! But then Asuna jumped up onto the writing desk, nearly kicking the crucial item away as she launched herself into the air. At the top of her jump, she activated the sword skill, Shooting Star. The silver visual effect ran from the tip of the entire weapon, even the body of its wielder, creating an invisible, propulsive force. With a twinkling sound effect, Asuna's rapier shot toward the ceiling and caught the ghost square in the chest, gouging a huge hole in its transparent body. Ah, I see, I thought, impressed. Charging rapier sword skill can hit a pinpoint target with much wider coverage. The resentful wraith issued a hideous, fractal scream and vanished. And the chivalric rapier tip smashed into the ceiling, creating a purple burst of light. Mid-air activation of a sword skill was a highly technical move that, in essence, allowed you to double jump, but it also had its downsides. If you jumped higher than you intended and suffered fall damage, or if you hit an obelisk and it took collision damage. Since we were in town, there was no HP loss for hitting walls or ceilings, but it struck me as poor form to stand by and watch my partner fall clumsily on the ground. Therefore, I took 2 steps forward, estimating where the rebound from hitting the wall code would send Asuna, and held out my arms. I wasn't entirely confident in my strength stat, or my non-existent carrying skill proficiency, but I did succeed at catching her in a bridal-style hold. When I looked at her face, I saw hazel brown eyes blinking back at me. I thought she was just still stunned by the impact, but that didn't seem to be the case. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before she finally squeaked, "Thank you." "You're welcome." I set her back on her feet. We both took a deep breath for some reason. It had to be an experience, but the haunted house exploration quest was done for now. "You beat the boss, so you should get the key, Asuna," I urged. The young woman started to approach the writing desk, but she stopped to look down at the bones she scattered just moments ago. She turned toward me. "Hey, those bones aren't Pythagoras, are they?" "Huh?" "Oh, no, they wouldn't be. Remember Cylon, the disciple, killed Pythagoras to become Lord of Stachelin and buried his body in the yard behind the mansion? Then who do these bones belong to?" I had to think about it, because I'd already spoiled the ending. Putting the ordeal and details of the story's twists together was getting rather complicated. Well, we skipped past the step, but remember how I told you the proper order of looking up the code in the front door lock? I asked. "Oh, right, you're supposed to go back to Stachelin and then look at the painting in the Lord's chamber?" "That's right, and you only know the painting is a hint when Cylon tries to hide it, which would tell you that Cylon knows the digits that the lock is hidden in the painting." "Oh, I see. But does that really make sense? If he knows the number to unlock the house, why doesn't Cylon just come and investigate this place for himself? And then he'd find this key, and then the key to whatever place is hiding the golden cube, right?" I was impressed at Asuna's speed of understanding and her ability to extrapolate ahead in information given. "That's a good point. So the reason he could do that must be because Silent knows the numbers, but not where to use them. Remember? The only person who knew this was Pythagoras' second house was a bartender he would visit, the last person we talked to in Statchen. Pythagoras kept this place secret from everyone, including his apprentices and servants. But why? You'll know if you check the books in the study. Ew, she grimaced. In any fantasy RPG, books were a major presence among interior decorating elements. A house should have a bookshelf, and the bookshelf should have books, of course. But books are one of a game designer's worst enemies. Unlike furniture or utensils, books are made important by their contents. Filling the vast number of in-game books with meaningful content is practically impossible. Therefore, most games either make it impossible to remove books from the shelf, or they limit the access to just a few books, with only a couple pages being viewable. But Asao, likely through some fixation of Akihio Kayaba's, bravely challenged this limitation. All the books in this world were fully functioning ones that could be taken from the shelf, and all the pages contained print. Generating all that content from scratch was apparently a bridge too far, as nearly all the books simply contained text of classic books in public domain as of 2024, in their original language. So, the vast majority of players could look at the books, but reading them was far too difficult. I'd heard rumors that some Japanese books were floating around too, but I'd never seen one. It was odd to think that books written in the real-world languages being on shelves in a world that contained elves and dwarves and such. But if you started down that road, you'd have to wonder why NPCs were speaking Japanese too. So this is why you could take a book and pursue its contents, but the thought of checking them made even Asuna groan. I feel like even if I've seen enough of Cyrillic and Arabian script to last me a lifetime, she grumbled. Don't feel bad. It's all Greek to me. Sorry, just a joke. I added, when I saw the look she was giving me. Most of the books in the study are what you'd expect. A few mixed are just like the manuals for puzzles, or in other words, Pythagoras, the puzzle king, kept his secrets in a book with solutions to the previous lord's puzzles, and his own here is in his secret home for safekeeping. It's just that if we tried to read them, we wouldn't make any sense of them. I see. Well, I hate to speak ill of the dead, but he sounds like a bit of a miser. Maybe if he allowed his apprentices to read these rather than hogging them all to himself, he wouldn't have wound up getting killed, Asuna said, shaking her head sadly. Then she looked at the bones on the floor. So whose bones are these then? Silent's henchman, like us, he heard about the second home from the bar, and he got this far using the combination from Silent to open the lock. But before he could return to report to his master, the wraiths got him. Wait, you mean the person who died here wasn't the wraith we just fought? If so, there should have been bones in the other room where we fought the annoying wraiths, right? It seems like once a house is left unattended to fall ruin, ghosts just naturally swarm there. If I ever buy a player home there, I'm cleaning it up every single day. And you're not allowed to leave it cluttered either, Kirito. Yeah, I muttered. But then I stopped in my tracks. What sort of situation is she envisioning in this scenario? She looked confused by the way I was pondering this, then reflected on what she'd said, and her white skin instantly turned red. No! Okay, I said, startled by her sudden outburst. She grabbed my left shoulder. It is not that. Definitely not that. Okay. I wasn't sure what that was, but the point-blank laser shooting from her eyes convinced me that I should indicate I understood. Asuna snorted, let go of my shoulder, and spun around to head to the desk. She snatched the key and returned in a huff. This is the item, right? On the left side of my vision, the quest log updated, so I told her, yep. And what door does this open? Don't know. You don't know? The person who knows is the one who hid the golden cube and left the key on this desk. So we have to find that person now, she said, looking briefly crestfallen, but she quickly recovered, opening her game window and putting the key into her inventory. Yikes, it's after 9 already. We'll have to continue tomorrow. I agree, or I would, but, I said, considering very carefully how I ought to spoil. Well, something's going to happen in a bit that will surprise you, but it definitely won't pose a danger to our lives. In other words, there's no HP boss, so react calmly. Huh? What do you mean? What's going to happen? Look, I wouldn't want to ruin the best part of the movie to you, would I? Just think of it as a roller coaster and enjoy the ride. That does not make me anticipate a good time, Asuna grumbled, looking around. There was no difference in the walls and shelves surrounding us. Eventually, she summoned her courage, closed her window, then grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. You go first, Kirito. Got it. I knew that the order we walked in wasn't going to matter for what happened next, so I stifled my mad grin and started walking back the way we'd come. We passed through the maze of shelves and reached the doorway. Now, back in the darkened hallway, I glanced over my shoulder at Asuna's nervous expression, then proceeded toward the distant door. On the left, we passed the doors of all the rooms we'd already searched. Soon, the light from my lantern in my left hand reached the entrance hall. It was practically a room of its own, so the light didn't catch every corner of the hallway. Even knowing that we were safe, and this second time passing through this location, I couldn't help but feel my nerves activating as I stepped into the entryway. Suddenly, there was a shoo sound, and a cloud of venomous green smoke ascended to block my vision. Normally, you'd stand a chance at avoiding a poison mist trap like this if you caught your breath in time. But since this was a forced event, that didn't matter. Behind me, Asuna screamed, and I reached out to grab her hand and keep her calm. The smoke soon reached the level of our faces. The moment I sensed the acrid scent, I felt my legs go numb, and we toppled to the floor. On the upper left corner, our HP bars were surrounded by the borders, the colors of the smoke. That indicated a paralysis state. But while under normal paralysis, you could still use your right arm, barely. Now we were completely unable to move, or even speak. Fortunately, the sense of touch was still intact. So, though our skin contact, I willed Asuna not to worry. In 30 seconds, the gas was completely gone, without a trace, and the source of it became visible in the light of the lanterns, which is now lay on the floor. It was a small pot with a helpful skull symbol on the side. Then there were 2 sets of approaching footsteps. In the corner of the entrance hall appeared 2 men in matching hooded cloaks, large and small, only identifiable as men because I already knew who they were. Beneath their deep hoods, they wore odd leather masks that covered their entire faces. The large man stopped in the middle of the floor, but the smaller one approached us, then picked up the pot. He put away his cloak, then pulled back on the hood and removed the mask, which was clearly kept him safe from the gas. I heard Asuna's gasp. Visible in the orange rectangle of light were sunken cheeks, balding head, and impressive beard of Lord Stachin Cylon.
Well, well, I'm quite surprised, swordsman. I did not think you'd find Pythagoras' hideaway so soon. It took me many years to find it, because I never expected it would be in Cerberus, rather than Stachyon.
He shook his head theatrically, then glanced past down the hallway.
I am curious about the hidden formula behind his puzzles that have kept so secret. But I'll start with this first.
He walked past me, his oddly upturned shoes clacking against the floor, and reached for Asuna. Through some kind of sleight of hand, or probably just making the story scene work, the golden key appeared in his palm, when it should have been safe in her inventory. He exclaimed, its fine detail and exalted heavy.
Ah, I have been hoping I would find the cube itself here, But I do have an idea of where it might find the door for this key. Surely the item I seek will be there, he said, his dejection morphing into a pleasant smile. He stuck the key away in his cloak and stroked his long beard. You did very good work for me, swordsman. Normally, this is where I would say farewell. But, in fact, I have another job for you to do. Do you mind if I ask your cooperation once more? He extended his left hand and snapped his finger. The large, masked man, who hadn't said a word, walked over and pulled a large sack from his cloak. He knelt down, grabbed my collar with an abnormally thick fist, easily lifted me up, and tossed me into the sack. I'd experienced this once before, but in the beta. I beat the quest on my own. When in a group of 2, would they bring out 2 sacks or just... My question was answered when the mouth of the sack opened again. My partner landed on top of me. I would have grunted with the impact, but I was unable to use my voice yet. Surely, Asuna would not be happy about this, but she'd have to deal with it for the sake of our quest XP. Over her shoulder, I saw a large man peering into the bag. Then he closed the opening, and we could see nothing. I could feel the big man hefting us up and over his back. Our sack swayed in rhythm with each plodding footstep. There was the sound of a door opening and closing. Through the heavy burlap, I heard the faint sound of a river and the distant music from an NPC musician. At this hour, many players would still be shopping in Cerebus. And we were being abducted and carried right through all of that. A rather daring setup for a quest. The sack was big enough for the 2 of us in it. What would happen if there was a full 6-man party? Before I could imagine the possibilities, there was a heavy thump, and we stopped swaying. I could hear the sounds of exhaust close by, a horse breathing, and then we were loaded into a carriage bed. In moments, the carriage rocked again, probably as a large man in silence got into the box seat. There was the sound of a whip cracking, then clapping of hooves and rattling of wheels. The carriage was slow, making its way down the river path. The paralysis was still preventing me from moving or speaking, but knowing that we were getting a free taxi back to Station made the experience bearable. The bigger problem was that I had no idea how Asuna, who was resting on top of me, felt about this. Once we were free to move again, she'd probably scream at me to warn her about what was going to happen first. But for now, I wanted to believe that she understands. I just wanted to save the surprise and the fun of the climactic scene for her to enjoy. Within minutes, the carriage was out of the town, and the road beneath the wheels turned from the paving stone to dirt. It was a mile to Stanchion, with no monsters along the way, meaning the trip would just be 5 minutes long. Naturally, the event would continue after reaching the town, so it would probably be another 30 minutes or so until we finally fully regained our freedom. At this rate, we'd be spending the night in Stanchion, rather than Cerebus. The carriage came to a violent stop as the horse whined. I opened my eyes, which was about the only thing I could control, but there was no way I could see what was happening outside.
Who goes there? I am Silent, Lord of Stanchion,
he shouted. It was followed by the sound of metal striking metal. The horse whined again. The cart tipped over. I would have shouted if I could. The sack tumbled away from us inside and landed on a short patch of grass. The impact knocked the mouth of the sack slightly open, giving us a better view of the outside. On top of the carriage, Silent and the bandit in the black hood were fighting with swords. And short distance away, the large man in the leather mask was in combat with a similar bandit. Silent and his assistant's cursors were yellow, while the bandits were orange. This event had not happened in the beta. It wasn't the usual for quests to have a full release to be different, but it did mean that
my prior knowledge wasn't going to help anymore. We'd still have to wait for the paralysis to wear off, but once we did, we might ask ourselves to choose between Silent or the bandits, or just to run away. I thought I felt Asuna tense and breathe harder than usual. A moment later, I understood why. We'd fought a number of forest elves who were treated like NPCs. Their color cursors were red, just like the monsters, but the black hooded bandits fighting Silent had orange cursors, the color of criminals. They weren't NPCs. They were players. Just as this dawned on me, the bandit fighting in the bed of the carriage used a sword skill and mercilessly cut down Silent. The force of the momentum pulled the attacker's hood back, exposing his face. Glinting in the pale moonlight was a silver chain coif, with the ends tattered and hanging, and a large, leering grin underneath. I knew that face. He had a sword now, but I would never mistake him for anyone else. It was the Axeman who challenged me to a duel on the 3rd floor with the intent of killing me. It was Morche. Cylon's paralyzing poison only immobilized the body and had no effect on the mind of the player, but I couldn't think for several moments. At last, a question floated into my head, and then the answer. They were as fleeting as bubbles and rising and popping. What in the world are Morche and his friends doing? That should be obvious. They're not saving me and Asuna from Cylon, just the opposite. They're taking advantage of our paralysis to kill us. Then how did they know that we were going to be paralyzed and passing through this spot at this exact time? Did they trail us the whole way? No. Morche was a beta tester like me. He would probably know all about the curse of statue and quest. He wouldn't know that if he stalked out to the Pythagoras hideout, he would see me and Asuna and show up eventually. So how do we escape? But no amount of waiting brought the answer to the third question to my mind. It was perfectly possible to interfere with the other player's quest if it was happening out in the open, and I'd experienced that in other games before SAO. But it had never occurred to me that something like this could happen. Silent was slumped on the floor of the carriage bed, his now empty sword hand thrust up towards his attacker.
"Killing a lord is a grave and terrible crime!"
he shouted.
"You will never be allowed into Statchen or through the gates of any other town again!"
I couldn't tell if this line was part of the one of Silent's dialogue patterns or something spontaneous that he came up with when faced with unexpected death. In either case, his threat had no effect on Morche. The Axeman took 2 steps forward, still grinning, transferred to a one-handed axe with the quick change ability, and brought it down on Silent's head. The HP bar underneath the cursor name, Silent, went to 0, and the Lord of Statchen slowly rocked backward, right hand still outstretched, and tumbled from the cart. His body bounced right near our feet on the ground and came to an unnatural stillness, before shattering into a swarm of tiny blue shards. Like you might expect from a lord, he dropped a number of items among the hoard of gold and silver coins, causing them to jangle and clatter on the ground. It was the kind of profit you'd turn into an orange player to make, but Morche had paid it no mind. He gazed down at us from the carriage. His eyes were hidden from under the edge of the coif, but in the smile of his thin lips grew wider. Just then, the other hooded bandit fighting the larger man on the other side of the carriage screeched,
"Hey, if you're done with that old man, help me out. This fat ass is pretty high level."
I craned my eyes as far as they could go and saw the large man, his huge fists wrapped in leather straps studded with metal, swinging at a smaller hooded player, nimbly darting around. The bandit had a thin dagger in his hand, which told me he must be the one who was meeting with Morche in the underground catacombs on the 5th floor. If these two were around, then it was possible that the boss of the PK gang was nearby. The man in the black poncho, who tried to kill me during the fireworks show. But I didn't sense him yet. The dagger user darted around the large man's punches and struck back deftly, but he maintained his distance and wasn't getting close enough to do big damage. At this point, our only hope was to rely on the man who had stuck us in the sack in the first place. If he could hold out a few minutes, even Morche involved, Asuna and I might recover from our paralysis. But, sorry, I'm busy right now. If you can't take him out, then pull him into the forest and lose him there, please. Morche commanded, then turned back to us. His partner protested, but it seemed clear that Morche held a higher position in their gang. Instead, he yelled at the larger man to follow him and raced into the thick wood to the south side of the road. The man in the leather mask issued a muffled roar and pounded after him. When the two pairs of footsteps had vanished, there was a deafening silence left behind. For some reason, the usual calls of the night insects and owls hooting were completely gone. Into that silence landed the sound of light feet. Morche had jumped from the bed of the carriage. The axe he'd used to kill Cylon rested on his shoulders. He stepped carelessly over the scattered coins on the ground as he approached me and Asuna where we lay. Well, I've been awaiting you, Kirito. I had a feeling you'd accept the Lord's quest, but I wasn't so positive that I was going to follow you the whole way from the start. Instead, I just sat watching hideout from an inn starting at last night. Oh, whoopsie. His leer turned a bit embarrassed, and he scratched the side of his head with the back of the axe. Boss always tells me I ought to watch out about talking too much. But it doesn't look like that's ever gonna change, does it? On the other hand, it'd really suck if you recovered from your paralysis while I'm just chatting on and on. So I'm afraid this is where we say goodbye. He spun the axe on his fingers, twirling it audibly, then gripped it straight and began to walk again. Just at that moment, the green border around Mai and Asuna's HP bars began to blink. 30 seconds until the debuff wore off, naturally. But 5 seconds was all he'd need to kill a defenseless player. Asuna was sprawled on her side with her back to me, so I couldn't see her face. I couldn't say a word to her or hold her hand. I let the situation come about due to my own lack of caution. I knew we'd be carried out of the town in total helpless state, and I should have realized that this would leave us vulnerable to possible PKers. And even if I hadn't figured it out, perhaps Asuna would have been observant enough to spot my folly if I hadn't been so preoccupied with my precarious story surprises. I had to find a way to get Asuna out of his death trap, even if it required sacrificing myself. The boots crunched closer. The debuff wasn't gone yet. My heart jackhammered. This wasn't a virtual signal. I knew that wherever I was in the real world, my heart was racing there too. My mind was compressed, time passing slower than it should, as my brain sped through all the possible choices. I could see Asuna's chestnut brown hair, the green grass, and the navy forest in the background, as well as the assortment of items Cylon dropped upon his death. Gold coins, silver, mysterious pouches, a rather expensive-looking longsword, his leather mask, an iron key, a golden key, a small jar, and the shoes with the upturned toes. A possibility shot through my mind as instantaneous as lightning. I couldn't move my arms or legs at the moment, but there was 2 things I could do. One was look, the other was breathe. Morche came to a stop just 1.5 feet behind me. I was lying on my side. While I couldn't see him directly, his shadow was black on the ground, silently raising the axe high over his head. At that moment, I expected the lungful of air I was holding through pursed lips. I was aiming for a small jar which was standing upright about 3 feet away. If it had a skull mark on the side, it was what Cylon used to paralyze us. It must have reinitialized in its default state when it dropped because it was stopped up, closed, rather than open and empty. The jar was only 2 inches tall. Exhaled breath here tended to be exaggerated. We'd been able to blow up the inner tubes and fruits on the 4th floor with a single breath, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to knock it over. To my surprise, however, another gust of air descended upon the same time. Austin had come to the same conclusion and attempted the same trick. The little jar lurched sideways with the force of 2 breaths at once. It tilted back, lurched forward, and toppled. The lid, which was simply resting in its place, rolled off onto the ground, and that viscous green smoke shot out with startling force. I sucked in a huge breath, deep breath of clean air, and held it. Instantly, the smoke enveloped us, turning everything green. I heard the clicking of a tongue and sensed Morche scurrying away. The blinking of the green border around my HP gauge grew quicker and quicker. In Aincrad, raising 2 different kinds of stats could allow you to exhibit physical strength and speed that were impossible in real life. But there were a few scant things in a full dive VR MMO that were still derived from your actual physical body. One of those things was lung capacity. If water covered your head, the game registered you in a drowning state. But as long as you held your breath, there would be no HP loss, since that breath was not only the avatars, but your physical bodies. That meant that the players who had higher lung capacity in the real world could move around longer underwater. The same property applied to holding your breath against poison gas. I didn't get much exercise in elementary or middle school, so my confidence in my lung capacity was low, but silence gas had only lasted 30 seconds at the haunted house. I knew I could at least last that long. The problem was whether the paralysis still had that much time left. If Morche would stay clear of the full 30 seconds, it had to be 5-6 seconds since the gas started. And the HP bar border on the debuff icon were gone. Instantly, feeling returned to my body. I pushed myself up in my left hand, reaching for my sword with my right. That was when Morche came charging through the curtain of poison towards me. The gas was so thick that I could see a vague outline of the enemy shape. The same was true for Morche, but the blow he hurled, cutting through the smoke, was perfectly aimed at my face. If I blocked the head of the axe swooping towards me with my sword alone, I would lose in terms of weight and momentum. But I also didn't have time to slash at it from a crouched position. I had no choice but to put my left hand up behind the blade and assumed a 2-handed block pose. Morche's axe smashed against the side of the Sword of Eventide, spraying sparks that were nearly blinding, even in the thick haze. The impact was so strong that I was briefly afraid my sword would break, but the Yalflis clan legendary blade absorbed it vigilantly, the rebound buckling Morche's stance slightly. I bolted up with a dull roar, executing the basic martial arts skill, flash blow, with my left hand. My first shot forward wreathed in red light, which Morche blocked with his clenched right arm, but not solidly enough to keep himself from tipping off balance. I had a post-skill pause too, but all of the sword skills I knew, flash blow, had the shortest delay. When I recovered less than a second later, Morche was still reeling. His right side was guarded by his tough-looking axe, but his left was defenseless. The best way to strike him there would be a long sword skill horizontal. No, wait. When I fought Morche in the Forest Elf camp on the 3rd floor, he used a quick change to switch his sword to his axe, but he also brought up a round shield along the side of the axe. But now his left hand was empty. Did he change his style? Why? To make me think his left hand was empty. I gritted my teeth and stopped myself from using the sword skill I was just about to queue up, pulling back my blade. At the same moment, Morche snapped his left wrist and threw something at my face. The object split the poison gas and deflected off my sword, which I barely lifted in time. Based on the loud metallic clang and the strength of the impact, I could guess it was a throwing pick, probably poisoned. In the time I drew my sword back to defend, Morche had recovered, but he chose to withdraw rather than counterattack. He jumped backward, and I followed, careful for any additional throwing darts. In 5 seconds, I was out of the poison gas, so I expelled my breath and sucked in fresh air. 5 yards up ahead, Morche took a breath of his own, his mouth wide with glee. Well done, Kirito! I can't believe you blocked that! Say, wherever did you get that very dangerous and rare poisoned pick? I asked him, glancing at the polished sword of Eventide to see what was reflecting off its surface from behind me. Austin recovered at the same time I did, but she hadn't left the green smoke yet. The debuff icon was gone from her HP bar, so I knew she hadn't sucked in a new dose of it, but I didn't know what reason she might have for not moving yet. Well, if I told you that, you'd go get it for yourself, wouldn't you? It's surprising how useful these things can be. Morche leered, reaching down to draw a fresh one from his belt. Poison in SAO, especially the paralyzing kind, was incredibly dangerous, as evidenced by the way he nearly used that paralysis event to kill us. For that reason, it was very, very hard for players to make use of it. Not only was it difficult enough to craft in a high-level paralysis agent with a mixing skill, spreading it on your weapon alone did not have any effect. The weapon itself needed to have an extremely rare toxicity attribute, and I'd never seen a weapon like that, much less found one. The man in the black poncho, Morche's boss, had claimed the knife he had on my back was an augmented with level 5 paralysis and level 5 poison, but I later discovered that this was just a bluff. But the 4-inch pick Morche had between his fingers was shining with oily residue under the light of the moon. He'd clearly given up his side shield and accepted the irregular equipment status that made him ineligible to use sword skill, all just so he could perform a sneak attack with this thing. So it had to be poisoned weapon. Whatever solution he'd put on it, I was not going to let it hit me. Fortunately, picks were disposable weapons by nature, with both buyable and droppable versions coming in sets of 3. The first one Morche threw went into the forest somewhere, so he had 2 left. If I could remove them from the equation, I had the advantage. Morche leered, softened a bit. He pushed his axe forward and hid his throwing axe behind it. I set my sword up at mid-level, ready to deflect from any angle. The poison gas behind me was still there. It only lasted 30 seconds when Silent had gassed us, so I assumed it would be the same here. But what if the activation period was compressed just for the event, and once it had dropped for a player, the length was longer? If it was 2 minutes, or even just 1, I couldn't guarantee that Asana's breath would hold out. If the paralysis was gone, why wasn't she emerging from the smoke? Right as I started to get legitimately worried, I heard a screech from the far side of the smoke cloud. Whew, finally lost him. Hey, you done over here yet? The second hooded man who pulled the NPC into the woods returned sooner than I expected. I gnashed my teeth and couldn't get free. I'd have to fight 1-on-2 while protecting her. In fact, her life was top priority, so if need be, I'd have to sacrifice myself so that my partner could escape. In the flat of my blade, my impromptu rearview mirror, I saw a dark hooded figure skirt the poison cloud at a wide distance. Damn, he's still alive? What's up with this smoke anyway? We weren't supposed to be using this, right? It's not mine. Kirito here found a way to utilize the NPC's poison item. Morche replied. The second hood clicked his tongue theatrically. What a pain in the ass. On the other hand, maybe I'm lucky now that I get to finish someone off. I still haven't gotten over my rage at having my chivalric rapier stolen from me on the 5th floor. Hey, where's the woman? She still seems to be paralyzed inside the smoke cloud. Cool. Then let's kill the beater over there first. Hood number 2 pulled a dark, gleaming dagger from his waist. I maintained my silence while the other two talked on either side of me, but the instant number 2 mentioned Asuna, I felt my blood boil and nearly leapt to the attack. But I knew that the instant I turned my back to Morche, he'd throw a pick. The Code of Midnight I'd power up at the Dark Elf camp was still powerful enough to hang here on the 6th floor, despite it being the last attack bonus prize for beating the boss on the very first floor. The problem was that it was a weak piercing attacks, like all non-metal armor. It was only a minor deal in Aincrad where there were no bows and arrows. But alongside polearms, spears, and lances, and one-handed weapons like estocs and stilettos, throwing picks were a perfectly serviceable kind of piercing weapon. I'd rush Morche as fast as I could to neutralize them, then defeat his comrade. That was only the way out of this. But could I actually overpower the Axeman, knowing that his dueling ability was probably sharper since the last time we fought? Even if I had the technique and statistics, could I, myself, cross that final line? Unlike the real world, as long as you had a single pixel of health left in your gauge, you could move and fight. So the only way to guarantee his neutralization, without poison or traps, was to reduce his HP to 0. To kill him. Because Morche and the dagger user had attacked Cylon his assistants, their player cursors were orange, the color of criminals. As a green player, I could attack them without penalty, or fear of turning orange myself. But that was only going by the rules of the system. At present moment, SAO was an inescapable death game, and losing your HP meant the nerve gear would fry your brains with intense microwaves. If I killed Morche and his friends, I would be killing their biological bodies, wherever they were in the real world. Player killing was actually murder now. Could I do that? Demonic intuition saw right through me in that moment of indecision. Shah! Morche hissed into movement. I jumped to my left to get out of the way and kept the dagger user in my sight, but Morche read all the way and turned the same direction with me, swiping sideways with his axe. As long as he was holding the poison needle in his left hand, he'd be registered as a dual-wielding and unable to use sword skills. But Morche's one-handed axe had a power that couldn't be overlooked, even using just ordinary attacks. Unlike my Neil blade and its excellent weight and toughness, the sword of Eventide was sharp but light, and it might not stand up to the tough attacks, and my guarding technique wasn't thorough. When I landed, I swayed backwards, and the thick blade of the axe roared directly where my neck had been. The swing was so heavy that Morche ended up exposing his back to me. Despite my stance, I could have attacked him from that position, but Hood number 2 was bearing down on me with his dagger. If they trapped me front and back in the open, I'd get hit by that poison pick eventually. I needed to lure them into the woods on the north side of the road so that I could fight with my back against a tree. I bent my knees, ready to jump again. Just then, the green cloud of smoke behind number 2 split down the middle. It was a fencer, dark red hooded cape flapping behind her, silver rapier in hand. Her face was hidden behind a monstrous leather mask. The gas mask Cylon used in Pythagoras' hideaway and dropped upon his death. Austin had been lurking in the midst of the gas for over a minute because she'd been wearing it. But Morche, who's trying to pull his axe momentum back toward me and on to the onrush of Hood number 2, failed to notice her. She could take the advantage by using a sword skill against the second one's defenseless back. But the question was, could Asuna, who never experienced a duel as a form of truly mortal combat, actually do this? If she hesitated for even an instant during activation, the skill would fumble, and she'd be frozen in place, open to devastating counter. Although this moment of breath-stopping apprehension, I kept my focus on Morche's axe. If my expression caused number 2 to realize the back attack, Asuna's patience and trickery would be lost. I had to believe in my partner. Suh! Morche swung the axe again. I stepped back only a little as I needed to avoid it, keeping my eyes on his left hand. He was looking for me to block the axe, giving him an opening to throw his pick. So I had to keep out of the way, with swaying and quick-stepping. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Asuna racing at incredible speed to close the gap, pulling back her rapier to strike. Her target was rapidly slowing, perhaps noticing the footsteps behind him. The fierce point of her weapon shone a brilliant red. Asuna's right arm and sword melted into a flow of light. As I prepared for Morche's third strike, I sent a silent message to my partner. Go, Asuna. There was a series of heavy impacts. Her sword skill, triangular, hit the man right in the back, knocking over a third of his health. Ugh, crap! He grunted in pain and fury during a roll and a half over on the ground with his back bleeding, a huge damage visual effect. But he did bounce up onto his feet rather than enter a fallen state. She ain't paralyzed. That was a dirty trick, he yelled. And Asuna recovered her post-skill delay and ignoring his hypocritical protest, pulled off her leather mask and tossed it to the grass. In the pale moonlight, her beautiful features were fierce with an anger, the likes of which I'd never seen. It was enough to shut up the screeching man, for that was for sure. Leave this one to me. You get Morche, Kirito. Her quiet voice arrived loud and clear at a distance over 30 feet. I gave her cold, glowering eyes the briefest of nods, then turned to the Axeman. The cruel mouth visible beneath his coif did not contain the slightest hint of a smile any longer. Oh my. Our fun has turned into a real predicament very quickly. You thought you were going to have an easy time killing some immobilized people? Think again. Now, it's not settled yet. I still have 2 poison picks, he shouted, flipping the axe in his right hand up vertically. He leaned back up on instinct as the darkened blade rushed towards my nose. It hurt not to be able to guard, but Morche's harsh hatchet was upgraded with +6 to heaviness, which was enough to weigh down the Avatar's center of gravity at the start of the swing. It was a very minor tell, but if you're watching for it, you could notice. While Morche and I were locked in combat, Asuna and Hood number 2 were going at it with quite spectacular results. Both were speed types, the dagger and rapier flashing dizzily speeds, lighting up the night with a shower of sparks. In terms of pure speed, none of the front line players could surpass Asuna. If anyone could do it, Argo's extreme AGI build might do the trick. But in a player-on-player fight with no rules, her style was just a little too straightforward. Against an opponent well-versed in the feints and tricks, she was likely to meet stiff competition. But after she'd fallen onto her seat in a simple practice bouts against me, the fact that she was putting her all into a fight against a true PKer was a sign of a huge progress. I had to match her example. I couldn't stay on the defensive this whole time. Morche continued swinging furiously at me, trying to force me to block his axe, or just knock me off balance so he could stab me with a needle directly. In the real world, he would be out your strength variable. The hidden fatigue quotient would not be a problem here. The forest at night offered poor visibility and uneven footing, so it kept dodging. I was bound to trip over a root or stone eventually. I had to break out of this situation before that happened. I evaded Morche's consecutive swipes, the sideways, then vertical with quick, narrow footwork. Then I gambled. I pretended to trip on something, slumping forward. Morche pounced. Ha! He hissed, swinging the harsh hatchet from above. He was stepping in a quite far, since I'd been pulling back with all my evasion. Axes were powerful, whether equipped in one hand or two, but if you ever got close enough, and you used all of your boldness and bravery, you could take advantage of their structural weakness. Ah! I shouted, tensing my bent, tripping left leg, and launching myself forward off of it. That pushed me inside the falling axe's head path, where I could reach up with my left forearm and brace against the axe handle. The fierce shock ran through my arm and shoulder. I lost about 5% of my HP, but at the same time, I activated the sword skill Slant with my other hand. Glowing blue blade struck Morche's left arm as he was pulling his wrist back to flick the poison projectile. I figured that if I could get him to drop the pick, great. But my Dark Elf masterpiece showed even greater ability in answering my risky gamble. The sword silently sliced Morche's arm off below the elbow. His forearm burst into tiny crystals, and the pick was holding fell to the grass. I'd caused part loss damage. He couldn't throw his pick with his left hand for at least 3 minutes when he would recover from this effect. Morche chuckled, either as a bluff or as a sign that he had tricks still up his sleeves. He jumped backward, vivid red particles spilling from his severed arm like blood. I wasn't the type to pursue further attacks in a duel after I'd already struck home. Throwing together sword skills in pursuit of maximum damage also maximize your own vulnerability, and it was very easy to suffer devastating consequences when caught up in the moment. But in this one instance, as soon as my skill delay was over, I rushed forward, chasing after Morche as he withdrew. It seemed I was angrier than I realized at the PKers for going after Asuna, and at myself for not recognizing the danger of the paralysis event. "Ah!" I bellowed from the deep in my gut, thrusting the sword with a twist of my wrists. Multiple traces of pale blue light shot from its hip, and invisible force pushed me from behind. It was a low thrusting skill, Rage Spike. This sword skill, which unlocked at one-handed sword proficiency 50, was one of the basic skills after slant, vertical, and horizontal, so it had low power, but unlike Sonic Leap, which involved jumping high and striking downward, it thrust in a straight line along the ground, making it more accurate and harder to defend against. With his left hand gone and no longer wielding a weapon in both hands, Morche was now free to use sword skills with his axe, but seeing me bent over, racing along the ground, he instantly abandoned the idea of countering. He flipped the axe over and held it before him to guard. The axe handle was essentially just a round stick, though some could have spikes or little blades of their own. But because of that structure, it was the weapon's weak point during an attack. Though, unlike swords, an axe shaft was much less likely to be destroyed when defending, no matter how it was struck. And it was Morche's skill. He wouldn't have too much trouble guarding against my thrust with the handle, even one less than an inch thick. However, a thrust, when blocked, could still knock back the target. Now was the time to put everything into the strike without the fear of reprisal, to let him know what he was dealing with. "Yeah!" I bellowed, unleashing my sword straight for his chest. Morche hissed, brandishing the axe handle in the path of the pale blue line. The tip of my sword rushed forward, ready to split the steel pole. And then, as though the sword moved on its own, the tip swayed a tiny bit to the right. A perfectly hard, implacable sword of Eventide, in this single moment, took on a living suppleness, twisting itself to evade its obstacle, or so it seemed to me. It grazed the edge of the harsh hatchet just enough to create sparks, then regained its usual hardness, striking an inch to the right of Morche's center, directly into his heart, a critical point with terrifying accuracy. The Axeman's slim fitting, the dark gray scale armor, was wetly semi-reflective, suggesting it was made not of metal, but some monster hide material. It looked easy to move in and quiet, ideal for PKing, but its ability to deflect piercing and thrusting attacks was no different from my long coats. So the sword of Eventide, rather than stopping as it would against some thick metal plate, sliced through the gaps between the scales and sank deeper and deeper. Kdim! I'd used the skill more times than I could count, and even I'd never heard it produce that kind of blast. It vibrated through my palm hard enough to shake my very skull. The lighting effect the impact produced was 2 or 3 times brighter than usual, making my vision go hazy and blue. Sound, light, feedback. This was true of a critical hit, and a weak point critical hit too. When the flash subsided, over half my sword was embedded in Morche's chest. The HP bar in the middle of the orange cursor, floating over the axeman's head, began to dwindle. It seemed to move slower than usual, perhaps because I was in a state of heightened alert, but it showed no signs of stopping. From a nearly full position, it dropped to 70, then 60, then 50%, and lower, into the yellow warning zone. I was certain it would stop soon, but the yellow line continued narrowing at the steady pace. It was down to 40%, then 35, and 30. Now into the red warning zone. The bar headed even closer to the left of the gauge. When he challenged me to the half-finished duel on the 3rd floor, Morche softened me down to just over half my HP so he could destroy the remainder in the final blow, a dual PK. But ultimately, that fight ended with both HP bars just over 50%. 25. 23. It kept going. Was it possible to completely eradicate all high-level players' HP in a single blow, even with a true critical hit against a weak point? Growing red light spilled where the elven sword struck into Morche's chest, pulsing like blood. Through the palm of my right hand, I felt it trembling like a heartbeat. Neither I nor Morche budged an inch. A number of times in the past, I'd suffered so much damage at once that I couldn't even breathe, much less move, while my HP bar dropped. That was hard enough in the beta. Now, the consequences of death were permanent. If I didn't stop, then Morche, the guy lying on some bed somewhere in Japan, would be put to death by his nerve gear. Without realizing it, I glanced from his red HP bar to the face under his chain coif. The red light pouring from his heart cast a faint glow on the upper half of his face, which was consistently sunken in shadow otherwise. My first glance at the PKer showed me an ordinary young man, maybe a few years older than me, but still a teenager. His gaping eyes stared at the space over my right shoulder, at the HP bar of mine that only he could see. He wore no true expression, but his lips, which were normally curled into a sneer, now parted slightly, as if mouthing in disbelief. My mouth was open too, and I wanted to ask him, even just through the movement of my lips, why he would ever choose to PK in a world like this one. When a voice, in an extreme grating, high-pitched, registered in my eardrums from behind. "Mamoru, pull the sword out!" In an instant, I finally understood. Morche's HP hadn't dropped this far just because of the combined critical hit. He was suffering continuous piercing damage. With my sword still stuck in him, his HP continued to bleed out of him. When he realized this too, Morche let out an uncharacteristic panicked wail. He dropped the harsh hatchet and grabbed the sword of Eventide blade with his right hand. If I clutched the handle of the sword with both hands and pushed it toward the hilt, I could kill him in less than 5 seconds, and I probably ought to. He tried to use the paralysis event to kill Asuna and me. If he survives this, he will probably try something similar again. I didn't want to die, and I especially didn't want Asuna to die. She was going to grow into a far greater warrior than me, lead the game's population to victory, and save thousands of lives. Nothing was more important than Asuna's life. So it was utterly critical that I took this step now to... There was a scream behind me, a sound not even human. Footsteps rushed toward me. On my instinct, I put my left hand on Morche's chest and pulled the sword of Eventide free, red particles scattering from the blade as I swung it, right as the Black Hood number 2 leapt on me with his dagger drawn. Asuna was in pursuit behind him, but the man's foot speed was formidable, and she wouldn't reach him in time. I stepped to the right and held up my sword, preparing to meet the dagger, even as I kept my eye on Morche, in case he decided to throw his third pick with one good hand. But Morche stayed down and immobile. The Black Hood number 2 engaged in some unexpected strategy. He hurled his dagger at me without so much as pausing to aim it. A single swing of my sword knocked the spinning dagger aside. Then number 2 threw something with his other hand. It wasn't a weapon, but a small sphere, slightly over an inch in size. I'd seen the same object less than 30 hours earlier, so I ran towards Asuna and shouted, "Stop! It's a smoke bomb!" There was a soft, deep boomf behind me. I turned back as I reached over and saw a curtain of smoke darker than night rising to cover the PKers. Even still, I could see the dagger man grabbing Morche's right hand and helping him up. Then, thick smoke covered their silhouettes, and I heard only faint footsteps racing towards the forest to the north, and out of earshot, the 2 orange cursors blinked out at the same time. I already knew the smoke screen didn't confer any system debuffs, so if I was chased after them, there was a high possibility I could take them both out for good, or at least gravely wounded Morche. But my feet felt so heavy that my knees sank into the grass, and Asuna made no move after them either. The cold night breeze swished through the trees, finally disappearing the green poison gas and the fresh dark smoke screen. When the air had cleared, Asuna dropped the chivalric rapier into the sheath at her side and muttered, "What did he mean, Mamoru?" If he hadn't said that, I wouldn't have hesitated about chasing them. While Morche had been suffering that continuous damage, the Black Hood number 2 called him Mamoru. It was either a nickname between comrades, or I had to stop myself from continuing that thought, and put my sword back where I normally kept it. I was almost there, but I wasn't able to go through with killing him. When I drew my sword, I was so certain I would never let him do the same thing again. "I wonder if they'll come back," Asuna muttered. I thought it over a bit. They probably will, and they'll have some kind of new PK scheme that we could never see coming. After I said that, I realized there was something else I should have said right away. I turned to Asuna, looked into her curious eyes for a third of a second, then looked away and bowed my head to her. "I'm sorry, Asuna. I knew the abduction event was going to take us out of the town in a paralyzed state. So I should have realized that this could happen. And because I wasn't thinking straight, I exposed you to danger. I'm really, truly sorry." Upon further reflection, I'd earned Asuna's anger on numerous occasions since our partnership began on the first floor. I couldn't even recall the exact number of times she's thrown a pillow or jabbed at me on the side of the floor alone. But this mistake was on a different level. If I hadn't given her my careless guarantee, backed by my beta experience, that it was absolutely safe, or if I just told her exactly what would happen in the event, Asuna's perspective prior without the influence might have noticed the danger of PKing it harbored. The peril we just survived, clearly a situation that came about because I was a beater, and I couldn't guarantee that it would be the last time. I feel like I probably don't have the right to continue being your partner, I started to say until something soft brushed the sides of my lowered head. I then realized they were Asuna's hands. She pulled me upward, forcing me to stand straight. The young woman glared right at my face, not removing her grip. "I'm going to tell you one thing I really, truly hate." Yes? It's when two people know what each other are thinking, but they decide to continue using vague, imprecise words to keep everything at a distance and play oblique mind games. Yes, softening things is valuable sometimes, but the really important things ought to be said clearly and clearly. Don't you agree? What are we talking about? I understood the point Asuna was making. I just didn't know how it connected to the present situation. But with her holding my head tight in both hands, I couldn't help but put a finger at my cheek to ponder this. "My question is," Asuna said, sucking in a deep breath, Are you saying you want to break up our partnership? With no escape from this direct fastball of a question, I had little choice but to answer honestly. If it's a matter of wanting or not wanting to, I don't want us to split. Okay, well, neither do I. So that should be our conclusion, right? She's such a stud, I thought bizarrely. Asuna ruffled her hands wildly over my head before letting go. Now that that's settled, there are plenty of things we need to talk over. What do you think we should do first? I sucked in a lungful of the cold, refreshing midwinter air that shrouded the forest to reset my mind and glanced around us. We'd moved farther than I thought during the battle, and packed dirt path was about 25 feet to the south of us. The riderless carriage and horse were still on the road. It seemed like we should do something about that, but I had no idea what. Plenty of glittering objects littered the ground around the carriage, too. Thousands of coal gold coins, hundreds of coal silver, and a wide variety of items. All had belonged to Lord Silent and Statchen before Morche killed him. How about we figure out what to do later, but grab the stuff Silent dropped for... I started to say before I realized something. There was one item we needed to grab right away. I tore my gaze away from the carriage and back to the grass. Asuna, find the axe and the dagger they dropped, I shouted. Then I ran a few yards away and leaned into the thick undergrowth. It was around here, I was certain. I needed to spot where I'd cut off Morche's left arm. He had the poisoned pick in that hand when it happened, and the moment his severed hand vanished, the pick had... Aha! I reached into the grass and carefully hefted a black piece of metal stuck into the ground. It was a little less than 4 inches long and 3/10 of an inch at the thickest point, with 6 sides that curved gently, prompting me to think of a type of drill bit. From the middle of the needle point at the end, an oily liquid seemed to be oozing from the side, spiraling grooves. I was curious to check its item properties, but the ownership and equipment status of this pick were still with Morche, and I had to do whatever it took to steal it from him. If they got to a safe location and used Material Items command, the pick would instantly vanish. In fact, Morche might not even need to bother with such a thing. I got them, Kirito, said Asuna, trotting over with an axe in her right hand and a dagger in her left. I consulted my mental list of the various monsters one could encounter in the fields of the 6th floor. I knew there was one of those detestable creatures with the same habits as the rat man lurking in the catacombs of the 5th floor. It was called... Asuna, go and look in the surrounding forest and see if there's a monster called the Muriki Snatcher. The Muriki? That's a weird name. How do you spell it? It's tricky. Murriqui, I think. Even Asuna, whose knowledge sometimes seemed an encyclopedic, didn't recognize the word. It occurred to me that I should have looked it up in the 2 months between the end of the beta test and the launch of the game. I scanned the woods on the north side of the path, but didn't see any shapes that looked like the monster in question. Monsters weren't designed to populate the areas right around roads, even in the dangers of the wilderness, but that only applied when players were quiet and minding their own business. I'd been worried that the screeching of the dagger user trying to save Morche might have brought the monsters down upon us, but fortunately, or in this case unfortunately, there hadn't been any in range of his shouting. That meant we'd have to go into the forest to find one. But would it be in time? Morche and his group were already criminals, so they couldn't go into any town or village, making it difficult to find a safe harbor. But they would have been aware of that when devising this plan. If they had an evacuation area or somewhere nearby, it would come down to whether they reached it first or we found the Muriki Snatcher. Hey, Kirito! The mention of my name caused me to snap to my attention. My partner was pointing not to the north, but behind me, to the south. I turned and looked at the darkened woods. Ooh, 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 ooh. The sound of calls, vaguely humanoid and animalistic, came into hearing range, and I noticed a number of small silhouettes among the tree branches. Above their heads, reddish cursors that identified them as monsters sprang into being. There were 10, no, more than 15 of them. "Look, they're all Miracuis," Asuna pointed out. Indeed, all of their displayed names began with Miracui. But this was no situation for celebration. I was level 19 at the moment, and Asuna was 18. This was considerably higher than the needed level to start the 6th floor, so all the cursors were only a pale pink color. But they were numerous, and there weren't just the snatchers that I wanted, but others like Miracui brawlers and Miracui nut throwers were in the mix as well. It turned out that the man's screech was quite effective after all. He'd called down an entire pack of Miracuis that normally stayed deep in the woods. All players in SAO were capable of producing the same vocal volume, but some because it sampled the actual voice of a player to use in the environment. The tenor of your voice made a difference in how well it carried. The dagger user had a hideous, shrieking voice that refused to blend into the natural ambience and was bound to carry farther, even in the noisy night forest. Being able to gather a wide range of monsters just by screaming was an effective ability for a PKer. Not that I thought that was why he chose to engage in the activity. "So, what now?" Asuna asked. It was directed at me, of course, but a number of Miracuis descended from the tree branches down vines and trunks, though answering that query. "Woohoo!" they called, approaching. Abandoning the carriage. Once out from under the tree canopy, the moonlight illuminated their forms. "Oh, they're monkeys," Asuna remarked. Indeed, the Miracuis were monkey-type monsters, with furry coats, tails, and long arms. They were much smaller than the apes that appeared in the higher floors, and only 4 feet tall when upright. But they were also very quick, and they made use of the trees and leapt about in 3 dimensions in aggravating ways. 4 of them had gone onto the ground, 3 of which were snatchers, like the kangaroo-like pouches on their bellies, and the last was a brawler with a club-like stick in its hand. Asuna and I could eliminate these 4 in an instant with a sword skill, but attacking would probably bring the other dozen down on us from the trees. We'd been training and completing quests non-stop since this morning, and just after this fight to the death against Morche and his friends, I was sure that Asuna was more exhausted than she let on. In order to permanently seize the mysterious poison needle and their melee weapons, the battle against the Miracuis would be unavoidable. The only question was how hard to push ourselves. As I mulled this quandary over, the trio of snatchers approached the rear of the carriage and began picking up coins and stuffing them into their stomach pouches. Asuna seemed a bit perturbed by this. "Hey, they're picking up silenced things!" "Yeah, that's the idea," I muttered. She glared at me skeptically. Just then, a heavy axe dangling from her grip vanished with a shwim sound effect. We were too late. I lamented, but then I realized that the dagger and the poison pick in my hands were still there. That meant 2 PKers hadn't gotten to them in the evacuation point and used material all item. Morche had just used quick change to retrieve his main weapon, the one-handed axe. Since the same thing hadn't happened to these items, that meant the dagger user didn't have the quick change mod yet. Still, an all-crucial poison pick was likely to vanish within the next minute. All Morche had to do was switch the item registration to quick change icon from the axe to the pick, then use the skill again. Better to let the monster pick it up than just have it taken away. So I hurled it at the feet of a Miracuis snatcher. I commanded my partner, "Throw the dagger at the same spot." Okay. Asuna tossed the black dagger. One of the snatchers approached it, hooting, and quickly scooped both the pick and the dagger onto its pouch. They had the robbing skill, so ownership of the item instantly transferred, and neither quick change nor materialize. All items could remotely cover them. Once the pack of Miracuis finished taking all the items, they'd retreated deep into the forest, so the odds were nearly zero that Morche and his friends would find the right monkey to defeat them and take their weapons back. I told myself that this course of action was for the best and turned to Asuna so that I could suggest that we head back to town But before I could, she murmured, "I see. I finally understand. You wanted to do the same method when you got my rapier back in the 5th floor." "What?" "Let's beat them before they get away. You can get the one with the stick, Kirito." She's such a bundle of energy. I couldn't help but marvel, before I snapped out of it and hurried after my partner. Once it was all over, I realized that the pack of 16 Miraquais hadn't been as dangerous as I'd feared. Because we fought them near the road rather than in the woods, they couldn't use their nimble Cimmerian evasion techniques through the trees. The worst part ended up being the Miraquai nut throwers tossing hard shells at us from behind. But once you got used to them, it was pretty easy to swat the projectiles out of the air. Also, the snatchers usually ran as soon as you attacked them when alone. But in a pack, they would stand their ground to the end. This made it quite easy to ensure that we all got back the items the trio snatchers took. If anything, the biggest problem for us was after the battle with the monkeys, when Silent's large assistant plodded back out of the trees. I'd completely forgotten about him, but now that he was the second attacker had left him behind in the woods, he'd faithfully returned to his carriage. I was worried it would turn into another fight, but the man in the gas man simply plodded up to the box of the horse cart and drove it down the road to Statchen without a glance at us. I wasn't sure if he even registered that his master was dead or not. With all traces of the night's events gone from the forest, Asa and I made our way back to Suribus, which was closer trip than Statchen at this point. So sleepy, so tired, so hungry. As soon as we passed through the town gates and the tax reading Safe Haven vanished, Asuna slumped against the pillar of the gate. Then she looked at me and frowned. "What kind of expression is that?" "Oh, just the kind that you said, the kind of thing that I'd normally say first," I replied. She looked at me for a few moments, aghast, then slumped even farther. "You know, I can't even bring myself to deny the slander. Let's just get to the inn." "Good idea," I said, checking out the main street, which was much quieter now. If we proceeded through the abduction event as it was meant to go, without Morche's interference, we'd have been released in Statchen after a brief scuffle, and stayed in the inn over there. Now that they were unexpectedly back in Suribus, we had to deal with the issue of the overbooked inn rooms that Argo warned us about. "Oh, well, I don't think we're going to find 2 single rooms side by side," I suggested warily. Asuna blinked blearily at me and mumbled, "A 2-bedroom suite is fine. That was the original idea, remember?" That was indeed what we had discussed, but it was mostly the protect against PK attacks, and now that Morche's group wasn't likely to strike again for a while, I didn't seem necessary for the next day or two. On the other hand, the man in the black poncho, who was the ringleader, didn't make an appearance this time, and the only lasting damage we did to them was a metal material, so there was no guarantee they wouldn't come back as soon as tonight. Got it. In that case, I think there was a good spot on the left bank of the river. Let's try that one, I suggested. Asuna mumbled in an affirmative and stood up unsteadily. She reached out towards me, causing me brief panic when I thought she wanted to hold my hand. Instead, she grabbed the end of my belt, which stuck out of my coat. So, with Asuna on autopilot, allowing me to chauffeur her around, I took us on a 4-story building close to the north gate. It was an above-average inn for Suribus. On the top of it, all the rooms had balconies facing the river, giving it the best view in the town. The Jade and Kingfisher was about 8% full, probably because of its unassuming signage, and if we didn't care about being adjacent, we could have taken 2 single rooms. But Asuna, who was still clutching my belt, ordered the deluxe suite room without a moment of deliberation. My partner seemed to be completely out of batteries. I pushed her up the stairs and opened the puzzle-free door to our room. A huge window straight ahead showed us the night view of Cerebus. If we went on the balcony, we'd see the lights of the town reflecting on the river below. But Asuna staggered into the center living room and glanced at the bedroom doors on the opposite walls. "I'll take this one. Good night," she said, yawning, and vanished into the room on the left. I heard the sound of her equipment being removed, and then silence. I snuck up to the door and saw Asuna, still in her regular clothes, face down in a spacious bed. After a few seconds of hesitation, I entered the room and grabbed the edge of the sheet covered beneath her. I carefully pulled it and rolled over Asuna. She was already fast asleep, so that face up atop the sheets and pillows, I then laid the blanket back over, whispered, "Good night," and then left the room. After a moment, I decided to leave her door open. Back in the living room, I exhaled. It was indeed a deluxe accommodation. There was a very fancy set of furniture in the middle of the room, with a basket of fruit on the table between the sofas. I picked up a fruit that had the shape of a kiwi and the color of a strawberry, and took a bite. It had the texture of a banana, with a pineapple flavor. As I ate, I reflected on the past. When we stayed at a deluxe room in Zoomfoot on the 3rd floor, there was a fruit basket there too. I recalled Asuna hurling a fruit that tasted like a mix of apple, pear, and lychee at me. But even though it only was 2 weeks ago, I couldn't remember why she had done it. And yet, I could distinctly recall the conversation we had there. "If I'm ever more of a hindrance than help, you'd better tell me," Asuna had said as we were lying down on adjacent beds. Her reasoning for leaving the town of beginnings was so that she could be herself, not so she could have me protect her. Since that day, Asuna had worked tirelessly to continue proving that statement true. She absorbed a massive amount of information about how the game worked, and she got better at fighting. And she got over her fear of dueling other players. As I taught her in the Dark Elf camp this morning were a few technical pointers and some tips about mindset. And tonight, she'd held her own against Morche's partners. If I was going to beat her in a duel at this point, I couldn't win with fundamental abilities alone. I'd need to use some kind of higher level trick. So worrying endlessly about exposing Asuna to danger was, in a way, an insult to her. But this knowledge didn't help me stop blaming myself. I finished the fruit and opened up my inventory, scrolling through the items in order of acquisition until I spotted the name Namnepent's Poison Jar 0. This was the little container of poison gas that had paralyzed Asuna and me, as well as saved us from danger. Though it was now empty, I tapped the name and moved it from the head of the item list, fixing its location through a submenu. This way, I'd seen the name every time I opened my inventory, and reminded my bitter mistake. In Einkrad, poison, especially of the paralyzing kind, was an incredibly powerful weapon. Monster paralysis attacks could be avoided with knowledge and experience, but it was almost impossible to perfectly defend oneself against a malicious and clever player armed with it. If we continued fighting against this PK gang, they'd almost certainly put us in danger with paralyzing poison again. But at the very least, I wasn't going to let Asuna be exposed to that danger a second time. Never again. I closed my window and started to reach for the button to remove all my equipment. But I thought better of it. Physically removed my sword and sheath from my back, drew the sword slowly and avoided to make any noise, and let the lamplight hit the flat of the blade. Despite the furious battle against Morche and the following slaughter of the Murakois, the thin sword of Eventide shone brilliantly and clear as a mirror. When I had executed Rage Spike at the center of Morche's chest, the sword had curled and twisted like a living object, too precise to pierce his heart, his critical point. My 2 upgrades to accuracy at the Dark Elf camp had kicked into and auto-aimed it. That was all. And in that moment, and the moment when it hit the core of the annoying wraith, the correction process felt much like the will of the weapon itself. It wasn't the sword was adjusting for its path towards the weak point I was trying to hit. It was like the sword itself had spotted the point of least resistance and wanted to slice that exact target. I'm overthinking this. It only feels weird because I've never used a weapon with an accuracy upgrade on it before. Plus, it was a good thing it hit Morche in the heart and put fear of a one-hit to kill him in him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have picked up and run away like that. I ran my fingers along the flat of the blade, then returned it to its sheath. This time, I hit the unequip button, and it vanished into my inventory, along with the coat. Now that I was lighter, I glanced back at Asana's room and thought for a moment, then entered the bedroom on the right. I pulled the top blanket of the bed and returned to the living room. I lay down on the sofa, which was slightly hard, and wrapped myself in the blanket. If I slept there, that put me in a slightly better position, just in case someone found a way to slip through the system and get into our room. Asa and I were equal partners, so acting like it was my duty to provide all the protection was pure arrogance. Still, if there was something I could do, I wanted to do it. If I was sure that Asuna was watching over me in the same way in some form I didn't realize. I tapped the table to bring up the room's menu and turned out the lights. Closing my eyes, I thought I had heard the faint breathing from the other room through the blue-black darkness. I whispered a good night to her and felt my mind sinking somewhere very, very deep. 5. January 2nd, 2023. Unlike yesterday, the morning sky was gloomy and dark, though only visible through the strip of outer aperture, of course. Our day's activities started with a bit of inventory housekeeping. After we ate breakfast at the inn's restaurant, we turned to the 4th floor suite and materialized the items earned over the previous day onto the table. The majority of the items were materials of uncertain use dropped by Miraquais, like spider monkey pelts and fluffy tails. But the real problem was what late Cylon had dropped. The gold and jewels had been picked up by Miraquais snatchers before we retrieved them, so they were mixed among our cache now, but we weren't really sure if it was right to use or sell off the equipable items he'd drop. I wonder if Cylon had any family, Asuna murmured, lifting up a gaudy golden pendant. I shook my head. No, I don't recall there being a wife or children in that mansion of his. I see, but the bigger question is, does this mean Cylon's just gone from Aincrad forever? Wouldn't that mean nobody else can start the Curse of Statue quest? Again, I shook my head. No, I doubt it'll come to that. My guess is that when he showed up at the hideout in Cerebus, there were already a different Cylon back at the mansion in Statuen. The one that Morche killed was just our Cylon. I bet that it won't have any effect on other players who are going to start the quest after us. Asuna pressed her fingers on her left temple and groaned. I just can't wrap my head around that idea. The instant map are hard enough, but having the same person in multiple places at once is just... I know how you feel, I said with a laugh. I poured the pitcher of lemonade-ish juice into 2 glasses and gave one to her. I took a sip out of the sugary liquid and continued. During the L4 quest on the 3rd floor, I'm pretty sure I mentioned how in order to get the anneal blade on the 1st floor, you would have to do a quest to gather medicinal ingredients from the forest for a sick girl. When she drinks the finished potion, she gets better, but only while you're in their cabin. Once another player enters the space, the quest starts again. They'll just see a sickly, suffering girl again. It's unavoidable, you see. People would be losing their minds if only single earliest party could ever fulfill a certain quest. Still, there's just something jarring about it. Yeah, I know. Asuna took a sip of her juice, too. She puckered her lips, then sighed. I feel like Cylon was in pain. too, deep down. He was Pythagoras' first apprentice, but his master says he couldn't inherit the title, so he got mad and killed him, but then had to bear that secret for an entire decade, right? Plus, someone made off with the golden cube that had his bloody handprint on it, so he knew at least one person was aware of the truth. I have to believe that he was on edge for all 10 of those years. She was conjecturing as though Silent was a real person. As an NPC, I doubted he would feel any guilt at all because he wasn't programmed to. But thinking about it, unlike in the beta, the current version of Aincrad featured multiple NPCs that had so much intelligence and emotion, they were almost indistinguishable from people. Kismel, Viscount Yoflis, and perhaps Silent too. Asuna leaned back against the sofa, exhaled, then continued. I thought that maybe at the end of the quest, Silent would repent for his crimes and accept his punishment, and perhaps even find forgiveness. But so much for that. Hey, Kirito. If we get back to Stachin and we actually meet another Silent in the mansion there, the quest won't actually continue where we left off, right? No, I don't think it will. We didn't actually finish that crucial event. For one thing, I bet the quest log is still stuck partway through that. I had my inventory window open already, so I switched it to the quest tab and tapped the Curse of Stachin entry to make it the active quest. The final line of the quest read, let's see, Silent, Lord of Stachin, has been killed by bandits. You must find the proper place to use the 2 remaining keys? We stared at each other in silence. Then we both looked down at the table. Among the various articles were 2 keys, one made of gold and one of iron. What? Hang on. Was Silent getting killed part of this quest? Asuna asked, but I shook my head several times. No, that's not possible. Morchain and his buddy weren't NPCs. They were other players. It says that they're bandits. But it's not like the SAO system was controlling them and making them do that. Then why does the quest log say that? The only thing I can think of is that they considered the possibility that Silent might be killed by another player when the event goes in between towns and prepared the message, maybe. Really? She said, giving me a look in disbelief. If they were going to go through that much trouble, couldn't they just make Silent super tough that nobody could kill him? Well, that's true, but then you'd have to wonder why someone wasn't a fighter would be so strong, right? That's the kind of thing that SAO is really picky about. True. I mean, they go to the lengths of printing an entire contents of all the books in the world, even if we can't read them, Asuna admitted. She put her glass of lemonade on the table and picked up the gold and iron keys. This golden key is the one we found at the hideout, right? So where do we use this iron key? Don't know. The golden key goes to the dungeon underneath the Lord's mansion, but I've never actually seen the iron one before. Dungeon? Is that where you find the golden cube? I wasn't sure if I should answer that question or not, but then I decided that since we'd already completely branched off the storyline I was familiar with, it couldn't hurt after all. Yeah, I admitted. The one who took the cube from the site of Pythagoras' murder and hid it beneath the mansion was the former maid we talked to first. Her name was Theano, I think. She was actually a puzzle genius herself, and Pythagoras wanted to make her his heir to the title. Oh, really? But Theano saw Silent murder Pythagoras, right? Why did she hide the murder weapon rather than accusing him as a witness? See, the thing is, Silent and Theano were lovers. Asuna murmured as she took this in and gazing at the keys in her hands. 10 years ago, Silent would be in his late 30s, and Theano would have been around 25, I think. So maybe she didn't feel like accusing her lover of murder. Her conscience didn't allow her to stand by and do nothing. That's about how it went, I think. Fiona locked the golden cube beneath the Lord's mansion, then placed the key to it in the hideout in Cerebus. She wanted Silent to admit to his sin and atone for it. What do you mean? The dungeon under the mansion is a string of super hard puzzles, and you can't even get to the last part without a hint from one of the books in the study of the hideout. For 10 years, Fiona waited for Silent to admit to his crime and seek her help. She was going to tell him the location of the second home if he did, in order to get back the golden cube. Silent would need to study the books in the hideout as hard as he could and solve the dungeon puzzle. And in fact, the hardest tests that's meant to determine if you got what it takes to inherit the title of the Puzzle King and the Lord of the Mansion. But Silent didn't attempt the test himself. He just kept hiring people to do it. And paralyzing and abducting the people he hired to boot, I noted. Asuna let out a long breath. If Morche hadn't interfered, what would have happened to us? Silent was going to lock us in the mansion dungeon to make us retrieve the cube for him, but Fiona found out, and she would have helped us in the back streets of Statchen, and from that point on, we'd work with her on the quest, in the main route. Maybe we should ask Theano about what to do with this key then, Asuna suggested, holding up the iron one. I tentatively agreed. That would be the orthodox idea. We could also ignore Theano and use the golden key to go into the dungeon and get the cube on our own, but I can't predict how the story will proceed in that case. Well, no use wasting any time then. Asuna straightened up with the key still in hand, but I grabbed her sleeve and forced her back into a sitting position. Hang on, we still haven't finished the most important investigation. Huh? But the rest of Silent's stuff, right? Wait, you're not going to sell them, are you? No, I'm not. Although I bet this gas mask would go for a pretty good sum. I briefly lifted the rather ugly leather mask Asuna had worn last night when she'd snuck up on the dagger user, then put it back on the table. Then I put all the equipment into the special hotel room item storage, clearing off the table so I can materialize the dark metal throwing pick and much-used dagger. Asuna grimaced when she saw them. Oh, right. You were very fixated on them. That reminds me. Another one of them dropped for me. What? To my disbelief, Asuna opened her window and quickly produced a new pick. Laid side by side, it was clear that in color, texture, and curving hexagonal design, it was identical to the first, although this was surprising. I quickly realized that the first pick of the set of 3 had missed me and vanished into the trees when Morche threw it. A Muruk-eye Snatcher must have picked it up, and when Asuna defeated it, the pick would have dropped into her inventory. Oh, nice combo work, Monkey and Asuna. That doesn't sound like a compliment, she muttered, grimacing again. But hang on. She put a finger on her cheek and remarked, all the items we got from the Muruk-eyes went straight into our item storage, right? Yeah, I said, wondering where she was going with this, but I found that I had no answer to the next question. Then why did all of Silent's items fall to the ground when Morche killed him? She had a very good point. We'd survived because Silent dropped his Nanus poison jar with breathing range of us. But shouldn't it automatically have gone into Morche's inventory? Well, there are 2 possibilities I can see. Either Morche had barely any space left in his inventory, or the rules for dropping items is different when a player kills another player or an NPC. Morche probably very high level, so I have my doubts about the former. That's true. He's bound to be limited in space because he switches between sword and axe, but even then, I can't imagine he planned to come and attack us with just under the weight limit. So it might be a special set of rules, but there's no way for us to test that out. How did it work in the beta? I feel like it was the same when hunting monsters, but I didn't PK, so I can't tell you for sure. If we run into Argo somewhere, we should ask her, I said, putting on a hold to the topic of item drops and returning to the black pick on the table. We'd gotten 2 of the 3 poison picks, but the real issue was where they'd came from. I prayed that there would be a hint to the answer in the item's properties and tapped one of them. Asuna leaned closer to read the information. It's called a spine of Shamergor, I think? She hedged. What does that mean? I asked. I'd been feeling like I was using my partner as a walking English-Japanese dictionary, but Asuna didn't seem to be annoyed. Spine is probably like thorn in this case. I'd assume Shamergor is a given name, but I've never heard of it in real world or in Aincrad. I continued reading. The attack and durability ratings were a bit higher than what you could buy at a store, but nothing shocking. The real issue was the special effect below that. Paralysis 3. When this wicked spine strikes, it confers a level 2 paralyzing poison effect. The poison will wear away after 3 uses. Wow, level 2? We haven't even gotten to level 1 paralyzing poison yet. That means a level 1 cure potion from an item store probably won't even work on this. Then what can you do? Either level up mixing skills so you can craft level 2 cure pots, or use a purifying crystal. But Asuna's brow nodded. How much proficiency do you need to craft level 2 potions? About 100, I think. That reaction was so perfectly in line with what I would say that I couldn't help but side-eye her. Asuna recognized what she'd done and turned a bit red, stammering, and we're not getting any crystal items at this stage, so at the moment, there's no way for us to counteract the paralysis for this pick. Well, the primary way to undo damaging or paralyzing poison was by using potions or crystals. But that wasn't the entirety of it. Among the seemingly unlimited types of food and drinks of this world were some with debuff curing effects, and there was a good variety of material items that provided curative and healing benefits when used on their own. Then there were armor and accessories that boosted poison resistance, and my mind was completely off on this tangent when Asuna sucked in a sharp breath. She'd been reading the flavor text at the bottom of the properties window. Oh, what is it? The sunken elf General Nolza faced the dread dragon Shamergor and cut off every last one of its spines, which dripped with deadly poison, she recited as I followed the text. Apparently Shamergor was a dragon with poisonous spines, but that wasn't the crazy part. The sunken elf was clearly referring to the fallen elves, and the individual named General Nolza was someone Asuna and I had witnessed in person. Hang on, you mean this pick is a spine that General Nolza chopped off a dragon? That's what it says here. But why? I had to pause there to get down to the rest of my lemonade. Why does Morche have something like that? You don't think he actually defeated General Nolza, do you? Asuna wondered. I thought it over and shook my head. No, I can't believe that. You saw General Nolza's cursor, didn't you? Yeah. Her cheeks went paler than usual. We had witnessed General Nolza in the fallen elf base hidden deep in the submerged dungeon on the 4th floor. I was level 16 at the time, and his cursor had looked pure black to me. I wasn't taken by even an instant desire to leap out of my hiding spot and challenge him to a fight. Even now, 10 days later and level 19, I was certain that if I'd done so, both I and Asuna would have been dead in less than a minute. The fallen elf had been surrounded by an aura of cold as ice, and even an expert player battlers like Morche and the dagger user wouldn't stand a chance against him. In other words, if they were tough enough to beat Nolza, they could have easily killed us both without needing to take advantage of that paralysis event. If anything, they'd either have to sneak into the fallen elf hideout and steal them, or they got a very rare drop from one of the lower fallen elves. The kind we were fighting, I think. I myself wasn't certain about this at all. I decided to tap the dagger next to the picks. When I read the properties that appeared, my voice caught in my throat. It was called the Dirk of Agony. Its special bonuses included better poison and frost resistance, and a low chance of causing bleeding damage to any target. The flavor text described it as a dagger given as a prize from the fallen elf commander. A fallen elf prize? I muttered. Asuna pushed my head out of the way with her own to read the text, and she was similarly shocked. Does this mean it was a quest reward? I didn't have an immediate answer for her question. The item description didn't suggest any other interpretation, but if it was true, it would mean the dagger user received a quest from the fallen elf commander, finished it, and got this dagger as a reward. And if that was the case, then Morche's poison picks weren't stolen from a fallen elf either, but they were likely given to him. It was one thing if it was a quest that could only be performed once, but in the off chance that it was a reward for repeatable vanquishing or gathering quests, that would mean the paralyzing picks we'd worked so hard to steal were in practically limitless supply. "Hey, Asuna," I said, right as the exact same instant that she said, "Say, Kirito," we used our eyes to motion to the other to start, until Asuna, who had slightly less patience than I was, finally gave in and continued. "Well, I'm curious about the Statuen quest, but for now I think it's smarter to investigate these picks a little more." I was just about to say the same thing, I said, which brought a bit of a smile to her lips before they tightened up again. If they can keep getting these weapons, as many as they want, that's major trouble. They might not only go after us, and we'd have to make sure that every player fighting out there in the wilderness has resistance against paralysis. "I completely agree," I said. "But like I mentioned before, we have very few options for dealing with a level 2 paralysis poison as it stands. So I think we should ask about that too." "Ask whom?" Asuna wondered. I gave her a sly grin. A knight who would know something about the fallen elves and poisons. The circular map of the 6th floor of Aincrad was split into 5 equal slices by steep lines of mountains, with a star-shaped lake in the center. Statuen and its neighbor Cerberus were in the northeast slice, and the Labyrinth Tower was in the adjacent southeast area. The Rocky Mountains in between were so tall that they nearly reached the underside of the 7th floor and blocked all passage. Therefore, players needed to go around the floor in counterclockwise fashion. The mountains were about 100 yards wide at their base, and the dungeon that served as the passageway were fairly short, but they were packed with annoying puzzles in each room, with a mid-boss waiting in the exit of each area. The DKB and ALS, the 2 main guilds of the frontier, had switched from Statuen to Cerberus in the very first day of the floor. After half the day of leveling and updating equipment, then a good rest at the puzzle-less inn, they were now planning to tackle the cave in the adjacent northwest area. At least, according to the message I got from Agil, leader of the Bro Squad. At the time of that message, Asuna and I had been eating breakfast at the restaurant and planned to go back to Statuen before noon to finish the multi-party quest, after which we'd head for the northeast area. But because of the weapons of Morche and his friend had dropped, our priorities had changed. We put our stuff away, checked out the Jade and Kingfisher, and headed out for the dungeon at the very south end of the area. Although we left late and encountered a couple monsters along the road, the 2 of us were still faster than a full raid party of several dozen, so we could still see 3 groups milling outside the dungeon entrance in its deep valley by the time we got there. "Darn, I was hoping they had cleared out the dungeon already so we could just walk right through it," Asuna grumbled as she waited in the shade of the trees. I considered this and suggested, Wouldn't it be the same thing if we wait for them to go in, then sneak after them as they go? There's a huge difference between we rushed but didn't make it in time, and we chose not to rush to make it there. Plus, Agile's group is over there already. Indeed, resting outside the dungeon were 18 members in 3 parties. From blue-clad DKB, another 18 from the green-dressed ALS, and the 4 members of the Bro Squad, who wore varying armor but held exclusively 2-handed weapons. At the end of Agile's message, he'd said, "If you have time, you can help us get through the dungeon." So the thought of complaining about our own problems made me feel guilty. "All right, I guess we should go," I said, straightening up and patting Asana on the back. We headed into the narrow crevice that led to the dungeon. As we walked past the sheer rock wall and its odd relief carving, I made sure to step as loudly as possible to announce my entrance, and then waved to the Bro Squad, who were the closest to us, huddled around a small campfire. "Yo, hey guys," I greeted. "Good afternoon, Agile, Wolfgang, Lobake, and Nasian," added Asana. The tough guys greeted us in return, although they only smiled at Asana. Silently cursing them, I sat down next to Agile. A quick glance down the way showed me that Kabao's ALS and Lin's DKB were watching us with disgruntled expressions. I gave them a 2-finger salute and turned back to the fire. Unlike the real world, you didn't need to know anything to start a fire, but finding high-quality logs for fuel was surprisingly difficult. There were fallen branches all over the wooded areas, but if you wanted to make a good fire, you had to tap them to make sure their item name was dead tree branch. A living tree branch or damp branch would produce lots of smoke and a weak, unstable flame. They sold bundles of good firewood at the general store in town, but these were quite heavy and took up space, so you couldn't lug many around. But thanks to the overall high-strength stat of the Bro Squad, they had plenty of carrying capacity, and they were using nice store-bought logs. A metal tripod was set up over the fire, with a kettle hanging from the top, emitting a scent of tea. "How long is this break lasting, Agile?" Asana asked. The man said it would be about 10 minutes, so I judged I had just enough time and opened my menu to pull out a stash of sweet potatoes. The proper item name was Ichthyoid potato. I'd been keeping since the 4th floor. I tossed 3 into the fire. These food items were around in the beta, too, but they were originally sold off at bargain prices. Probably because it was the half-fish monster who dropped them. Since the 4th floor in the beta was a place of dry, dusty canyons, the presence of fishy creatures made them even creepier. But once people found out that cooking them in a campfire made them tastier than any store-bought sweets, the price shot through the roof, and there was a potato rush as players slaughtered the half-fish for their starchy loot. Information wasn't getting around as quickly in the current form of Einkrad, so I made a mental note to head back down to the 4th floor and stock up soon. The next thing I knew, it had been 5 or 6 minutes, and the sweet smell was issuing from the campfire. Asana and the bros paused in their chit-chat, nostrils twitching, but I let the sweet potatoes sit there on the fire as long as possible. The moment just before they got burnt for good was when they tasted the best, and with perfect timing, I pulled out my sword and jabbed 3 quick times into the fire. Sparks flew with the disturbance, but when I pulled out my sword, there were 3 perfectly cooked sweet potatoes skewed on its end. All 5 teammates held up their hands in silence, so I cut each potato in half and handed them out. The green tea-style liquid that Agile had brewed went very well with the half-fish potato. My hometown in Kawagoe, in Saitama Prefecture, was a well-known area for sweet potatoes, and I'd eaten them all the time since I was a kid. Therefore, I was both picky about the taste and texture as well. As a bit of tired eating them, but even in digital, I would give these sweet potatoes at least 95 out of 100. The potato halves soon vanished into virtual stomachs, and 6 contented sighs escaped in unison. Wolfgang, who was planning to open a steakhouse on the 2nd floor in the future, asked me where to get them. To avoid the disillusioning him with the facts, I simply said, I'll sell them to you for cheap, and finish my tea. The Bro Squad has surely fought some of the half-fish monsters in the 4th-floor labyrinth tower, but the Ichthyoid cultivators that dropped the potatoes didn't appear alone. They ran away once they got down to 50% HP, so the only reliable way to beat them was to use major skills right at the right moment. 30 seconds before the end of the break, the campfire was tidied up, and Agile let us into his party. The Bro Squad was just 4 members at the moment, so Asa and I could fit into the maximum of 6. But sooner or later, they'd get more members, and we couldn't assume they'd always be a place for us. It was occurring to me that I need to think about what to do when we inevitably got bumped out of the raid group, when Asuna sidled up next to me with a question out of nowhere. Hey, Kirito, how does a player with an orange cursor get it back to green again? Why would she ask that now? I blinked, but soon understood where she was going with it. Morche and his comrades had slipped into the ALS and the DKB by hiding their identities, and they were using various tricks to pit guilds against each other. By the time I saw through their scheme on the 3rd floor, Morche had already left the guild, but my guess was that the dagger user was still in the ALS. But yesterday, he had attacked the NPC assisting Cylon, turning his color cursor orange. So he couldn't enter any town, and it would make it very difficult for him to meet his guildmates. That meant that if there were any player among their ranks who had abruptly vanished last night, or who still among the group with some excuse for why he was orange, that was our man. But only if he hadn't gotten his cursor back to green at some point over the course of the night. To go from orange back to green, you need to complete something called an alignment recovery quest. I don't know exactly how it works, but if your cursor turns orange, you'll occasionally come across an NPC travelers or wanderers in the wilderness, and they'll give you a kind of trial quest, I think. I murmured, not entirely sure of my memory on the matter. Asuna pondered this. Is that something you can do in a night? Apparently, the difficulty and length of the quest changes depending on your crime. Stealing something cheap from an NPC might not need a very long quest, but if you attacked or killed someone, that would be much more serious. And if you commit the same crime again the second time, the quest is harder than the first, and the third time is harder than the second. I seem to recall people saying that if you PK'd about 5 players in the beta, it was essentially impossible to be restored to green again. After all that, I realized I hadn't actually solved Asuna's concern. So I added, I don't know how much it would take to repair the dagger guy's alignment, to be honest. Plus, he attacked the big man, but he didn't kill him. Yes, and another problem is that only half of the ALS is here. I kind of doubt they'd take us seriously if we explained the truth, too. We were interrupted from our hushed conversation by a loud, booming voice from the dungeon entrance.
Hey, if you want to tag along, you're welcome. But if you join the raid, you gotta follow our commands.
It was a voice I'd never mistake for anyone other than the leader of the ALS, with the Morning Star hair spikes, Kabao. I flashed him an OK sign, and he snorted and turned back to the entrance. Among his 3 parties were some familiar faces, Okutan, the halberd, and Litten, the full-plate girl who had helped us with the last boss fight. They made little motions to catch our attention, and Asa and I bowed back. Clearly, it had been decided that the ALS would take the lead on this dungeon, as the DKBs Lind, Shavada, and Hafner led their parties behind the other guilds without a word of complaint, and the Bro Squad, with 2 extras, brought up the rear in similar fashion. Kabao confirmed that all parties were in order, then boomed, "Let's get through this place and eat lunch at the next town!" The ALS members cheered heartfully, the rest of us at the half volume, and this 42-man group of conquerors headed into the dungeon that split the mountain range. In less than 20 minutes, we were infighting. The dungeon itself was very simple, made up of large rooms and hallways that connected them. We cleared out 10 living statue monsters that appeared in the first chamber without much trouble. The problem arose when we reached the puzzle lock on the door in the back room. It looked like a sliding puzzle. In Japan, those are often called daughter-in-the-box puzzles. with blocks in large, medium, and small sizes that could be slid around. To beat the puzzle, you had to maneuver the large blocks placed at the very top of the puzzle all the way down to the exit at the bottom. But while in the beta test there was one large block, 4 vertical blocks, and 1 horizontal block, and 4 smaller blocks, a fairly easy and orthodox example, the puzzle on the door now was much longer, with 8 small blocks in total. Naturally, it was Kabao who confidently made the first attempt. But after 5 minutes and at least 300 moves, he was nowhere near solving it. And Lind, who was getting tired of waiting, suggested he give up and let someone else try. Kabao yelled at him to stay out of it, and eventually the DKB and the ALS had taken sides across the room in glaring contest. "Well, this certainly looks familiar," Asuna sighed in exasperation as she leaned against a distant wall. "Say, isn't there a simpler way and reliable way to solve that, like the 15 puzzle?" "Unfortunately, there isn't. I remember that the shortest solution to the original was 81 moves, but this one has 4 extra blocks on it. I don't think I'll be able to step in and do it smoothly." As we spoke, Kabao was busy clattering the metal blocks as he slid them back and forth, but he was merely finding himself back at the same spot he'd been in minutes earlier, and he was getting no closer to the solution.
"Wait, Kirito, the puzzles in Statchen were some curse from the lord of the town, right? We didn't do that quest, so I don't know the fine details,"
said Agile, joining our conversation. I looked up at his craggy face and nodded. "Someone died at the Lord's Manor, and now the place is cursed."
"Then why are there puzzles in this dungeon that's a mile away from town? There wasn't a single one in Cerebus."
That's a good point. I'd always known the 6th floor was the one with puzzles, so I never thought it further about it. But now that he mentioned it, if the curse didn't even extend to Cerebus, it didn't make much sense that he was afflicting this dungeon farther away. In fact, the puzzles spread to the south area across the lake, so the Labyrinth Tower as well, and I didn't recall anything in the beta that rationalized this. "Well, it's all just a setting someone made up," I concluded, lamely, and I was gauging if I should say it aloud when someone's voice interrupted me.
"Hey, you just reset it to the beginning!"
Lind bellowed, drawing our attention. Indeed, on a massive sliding puzzle that opened the stone door, the large blocks that was meant to escape from the bottom of the puzzle was back to the starting position at the top. As he'd fiddled with the long vertical block below it, Kabao grunted.
"When you get stuck, you start over. It's common sense." "You just admitted you got stuck, so let someone else have a go." "I didn't say that." "Yes, you did."
Exasperated with their bickering, Asuna commented, "Sometimes I get the feeling that they're actually best friends." "You might be right about that." "Oh, just go over there and solve the puzzle for them already, Kirito." "Listen, there's a whole extra row added to what was there before. I can't beat it with the moves I remember." But then I came to the realization. Yes, there was an extra row of blocks, but the difference was just 4 new single-sized blocks. At the bottom, that were the most maneuverable type. So in fact, they could be largely ignored. If all you had to do was get the large blocks down to the spot where it was originally supposed to go, and then slip the 2 small blocks around the sides of it, creating a path to the exit. Asuna was grinning. "Well, I guess I'll give it a try." Agile smirked. Leaving the pair behind, I crossed the large chamber and to the locked door. Kabao and Lind both noticed my footsteps and turned to me, ready to object, but I held up my hands to cut them off. "Listen, there is no trick to this puzzle other than memorizing the moves. I'll do this one, and if you can remember how I'll do it, then you should be able to do it in a snap if you come across the same thing." The two clamped their mouths shut, then shared a quick glance. Lind nodded, while Kabao turned his back on me.
"Well, if you say so, then I'm willing to let you try."
"Then if you'll pardon me." I approached the puzzle that Kabao had just reset and started working on it, relying on memory.
I'd said there was no trick to it other than memorization. But in general, the quickest method was to gather the long vertical blocks on either left or the right, then eventually get them to take up the top rows. Thankfully, I managed to inch the largest block downward without getting it stuck, until it was at the original exit position. As I theorized, once the block was there, it only took a few moves to adjust the new blocks out of the way and slide the large block to the bottom spot. Oh! The crowd of players murmured as the massive door sank into the floor, offering us passage into the hall beyond.
Let's get moving,
Cabal said triumphantly, leading his guildmates through. Part of my showing off was on Asana's request, but there was another purpose for it too. As the ALS passed, I casually began strolling with them until I could approach the mustachioed dandy in their back row. Hiya, I whispered to Okatan, the captain of the ALS recruitment team. He glanced at me and murmured, "Nice work." "Thanks. Listen, I hate to ask this out of the blue," I began, prompting a curious look from him. "But one of the members of the originally slated to participate in this dungeon, did anyone drop out abruptly just beforehand?" But the truth was already expecting to hear a certain name as Okatan answered. "The man who gave me the nickname of Beater after beating the first floor boss, the man who tried to have Neza crucified for his part in the weapon upgrading scandal, the man who claimed Asa and I were trying to monopolize the L4 quest line on the 3rd floor, the man who stayed away from the 4th floor but accused me for trying to get the guild flag for myself at the 5th floor, the man with the catchphrase, 'I know the truth,' the man named Joe. I'd found myself suspicious of him on a few separate occasions, and when he wasn't among the ALS members in this dungeon, my suspicions grew deeper. The only thing that Joe shared in common with the Black Hood number 2 were that the two used daggers and were about the same height. Number 2 had his hood pulled low last night, and also when I spotted him in the catacombs, and Joe always wore a leather mask that hid his face, so neither of them actually showed off his features. Their high-pitched voices were similar too, but masks could change that, so it wasn't a reliable detail. But on the 5th floor, Cabal had said to Joe that the information he'd brought about the guild flag was accurate. That meant that, at very least, Joe had access to beta information, which could have come from Morche, who was a tester. The ALS had a few other dagger users, and much like Morche, there was no guarantee that number 2 wasn't switching his primary weapon while he was working with the ALS. But if Okatan mentioned Joe's name, my suspicions would turn almost to conviction. "Well," Okatan started, seemingly without any suspicion within his eyes darting up to the left, where the list of raid members would be. He shook his head. "No, nobody changed their plans. Everyone who signed up yesterday's meeting is present here." "Oh, I see," I said, without any visible reaction. On the inside, however, I was taken aback. Morche and his pals must have known, in planning last night's attack, that they would become orange players because of it. Even if their plan was to complete an alignment recovery quest overnight to get back to green, number 2 had lost his special jerk of agony in the saving of Morche. If he hadn't thrown it in to distract me, I would have smashed the smoke bomb away with my sword in the instant before it exploded. Losing the powerful weapon he'd received from the fallen elf would be a major blow to his battle power, and such loss might affect his ability to complete the recovery quest before morning. I had assumed that if number 2 was Joe, he would come up with some excuse for why he suddenly couldn't take part in today's activities. But it turned out that Joe was never scheduled to be here. I needed to get as much information as I could while I had the opportunity. What time of day did you have the meeting exactly?" I asked. "It was after dinner, so probably around 8:30 in the evening." Okatan said. At last, he seemed to find something suspicious about my questioning. "Why would you want to know something like that?" Late last night we saw someone who looked like they were in the ALS fighting out in the woods, and they were struggling. I was just concerned, that's all." I knew it was a weak explanation.
But in fact, I wasn't lying. I just wasn't going to reveal that his opponents were me and Asuna. Okutan took this at face value, however. In fact, he bowed a bit. I see. Thank you for your concern. I didn't hear anything about any members being in trouble last night, so I don't believe there was a problem. Oh, good, I replied, pondering this. If the meeting was at 8:30, it would have been after 9 when they finished. The attack on us happened after 9. If our second attacker was in fact Joe, he could have been at the meeting. I wanted to know if Joe was there or not, but asking as much would be fishy at this point. And even if Joe wasn't at the meeting, that merely increased my suspicion without giving me any hard evidence. If only I could figure out the reason why Joe wouldn't be taking part in this dungeon run today, when he'd be in every single boss fight thus far.
Yo! The next room's up ahead! All members prepare for combat!
Kabao shouted from the head of the line. His ALS followers brandished their weapons. I decided there wasn't much point trying to talk further and thanked Okutan before I drifted back. Once the DKB had filed past, I was in the rear again. Asuna zeroed in on me. What were you talking about with Okutan? I was asking if any other members backed out of this at the very last minute. Asuna instantly understood where I'd been going with that. She leaned out closer. And? Sadly, he said there weren't any. Oh, I guess it wasn't going to be that easy to catch him by the tail. Yeah, at this rate, we should keep our wits about us all throughout the day. What do you mean? I leaned over. The truth is that it's not actually too hard to cover up the reason you went orange. He could have said he used an area of attack and accidentally hit an NPC and gotten his guildmates to help him do the alignment recovery quest. The reason he didn't is probably because he considered the possibility that the attack last night wouldn't work. He could trick his guildmates, but if you or I survived and learned that someone in the ALS turned up orange, we can confirm that he was our PKer. And if they're savvy enough to plan that carefully, they could have decided that we'd let our guard down, thinking they won't attack us again the next day, making us easier targets this time. When you put it that way, it seems likely. So, assuming that we'll be watching our backs more carefully from now on, Asuna contemplated, leaning in very close with an angry glare. I'd like to have a correction to your quote just now about if you or I survived. What? Why would you think that if one of us was killed, the other one would run away? Say it again, but correctly. If you and I... Oh, okay. I wasn't planning to abandon Asuna and run away, of course, but I did think it possible that I might need to use myself as a shield to help her get away. And if I dared to suggest it out loud, I'd get more than an angry glare in return. So I agreed with her and started to correct myself when I heard the crude whistle from behind us.
Things are getting steamy over here.
They're melting the North Pole!
Taunted Lobaka and Naijan of the Bro Squad. Almost instantaneously, Asuna and I were no longer touching shoulders and leaning our heads in, but keeping a healthy distance. I couldn't help but think, I didn't taunt Shivada and Litten that way because I told myself that being in 9th grade meant I was too old for that. We managed to get through 4 of the large rooms, each of the door puzzles being the same type, increasingly complex arrangements. But we got through them all despite Kabao and Lin's bickering, until the final chamber greeted us with a huge vine plant boss. It rapidly grew pods that hurled explosive peas at us, until Aja and Lobaka charged in with their battle axes and cut it free from the roots at last. I didn't get the last attack bonus, but I was busy dodging the explosives, but according to Agile, all he got for it was a huge bunch of peas. With great sympathy, I suggested that they'd maybe be sweet if boiled. Once out of the dungeon, we'd split off from the rest of the front liners. The ALS and the DKB and Bro Squad headed over to the western horizon, towards the faint silhouette of the next town. But Asuna and I had another destination in mind, The Dark Elf Fortress on the 6th floor was located on this northwest slice of the map. I don't think there's much use in complaining about the map designed in Aincrad at this point, Asuna said, after a few minutes of walking off the path through the wilderness. But when there's only a single line of mountains between us and the first area, it really shouldn't be this different. No arguments from me, I replied. The northeast area that contained Stachin and Cerebus was mostly thick forest, like the 3rd floor, but adjacent to it on the map, the northwest area was burnt red desert, just like a Western movie. But there was no verdant plant life on this rolling terrain, just weathered rocks and oddly shaped cactus here and there. When a particularly strong breeze started, it kicked up sand into the whirlwinds that impeded your vision. Hunger and thirst couldn't kill you in Aincrad, but in real world, you'd never set foot in a place like this without more than a few bottles of water. Our destination was near the aperture directly north, after a hike of about 2.5 miles, and there was no path to take, so we had to avoid dried riverbeds and rocky outcroppings along the way, while battling the many monsters that appeared. Furthermore, my partner failed to find the giant scorpions, giant centipedes, and giant camel spiders to be quite icky as the astral monsters, despite the fact that most girls would absolutely hate them. And just as my inventory was getting close to full with unappetizing ingredients, items like scorpion tails and camel spider jaws, I finally hit the milestone of level 20. Yahoo! Sure. So what are you taking for your 5th skill?
Mamma mia!
I cried, realizing I was getting a bit carried away just as my partner abruptly hit me with an ice-cold stare. I cleared my throat in embarrassment. Currently, I've got one-handed longswords, martial arts, search, and hiding, so I think I'll either go with throwing knives or sprint. I recommend sprint, she said. It cuts down on the movement time, and it feels just as good to run. Yeah, I like that skill, but I considered that it had been a month since we started working together, and it was probably okay to ask by now, but even still, I felt hesitation. Say, Asuna, you've got rapiers, light metal armor, and tailoring, and sprint. What's the other one? At level 19, Asuna only had 4 slots still, but thanks to the Ultra Megaton rare item that was likely unique among the entire world, the crystal bottle of Allo, she could effectively use a 5th skill. From what I knew, she was using the bottle to switch between tailoring and sprint. So whatever she had on the final slot had been a mystery all this time. Asuna blinked 3 times at the question, and to my surprise, she looked up and away from me, pursing her lips. That only made me more curious, but I never would have predicted her reply. It's a secret. I don't want you to get mad at me. Huh? Get mad? Me? Hang on. I'm not going to get mad. Though, I mean, whatever skill you choose are your own business. The teachers who say they are the ones who get the angriest. Teachers? Well, she might be right about that. But I'm not a teacher. Asuna took the advantage of my silence to jab her finger at me. She continued, We're not talking about me right now. I was asking about what skill you were going to take. Right. Well, I think it'll either be throwing knives or sprint, but I'll hold off on that for now. I see. Well, let's keep moving. She commanded, turning her gaze to the north without chastising my lack of decisiveness. I guess she really didn't want to talk about her 5th skill. For the last few minutes, we'd been walking in the sandy canyons that reminded me of the American state of Utah, based on movies, not my personal experience, of course. The terrain was monotonous, but complex here, and consulting the map didn't let you know much except for the direction you were traveling, but the only way to reach our goal was to get through the natural maze. As long as we knew the proper route, we could run straight there, avoid all the monsters. But even a beater like me, who'd only run the maze once several months ago, didn't have the layout memorized. We just had to keep pressing forward, slaughtering all the scorpions, centipedes, and Mongolian deathworms that crawled out of the cracks of the dusty canyon wall. The light trickling into the canyon was getting darker and thicker by the time we finally came across a sign of civilization. Suddenly, the canyon floor was wider, and many stone pillars lined the way, with some stone blocks placed like a bridge over the fine sand. There was a large gate ahead of us, atop which seemed a multitude of banners with familiar insignia of scimitars and horns. Wow, that is huge! Asuna was tiring from all the constant battle, but even she couldn't hide her reaction to the distant castle. Level-wise, she was still plenty strong for this area, but the combination of these poisonous monsters and the wariness of fresh PK attempts had only amplified the mental toll. We couldn't just stay on guard for these PKers all the time. We had to think of a proactive way to remove the threat they posed, I told myself as we headed over to the stone bridge. Castle Galley up there is the largest of the Dark Elf fortresses. The building itself isn't as posh as Yoful Castle, but they've got a dining hall and a bath. Wait, you mentioned a bath? Asuna didn't jump into the air with a yahoo, but the change in her expression suggested that her energy meter shot from a 30% up to a 70 or so. She picked up her pace, and I hurried to match her, eventually deciding I ought to elaborate. The thing is, the dining hall is great, but there's something about the bath that might be a problem, or might not. What is it? Well, it's actually public. Asuna didn't understand what I meant at first. She repeated, public, a few times, then scowled. Is this like the antonym of instanced? So it's not a space for just us to use? Other players can come in? That's right. Out of all the Dark Elf spots, only the Queen's Castle on the 9th floor and Castle Galley up there are public. I'm guessing they found it difficult to have a whole bunch of these fortress and castles existing in the same space at the same time. Well, Yoful Castle was plenty big too, but I guess I can't complain. So your point is that other players might be entering the dining and bath and stuff, she said. I could practically hear the effervescence of her energy meter decreasing, so I hastened to clarify. In theory, yes, but the only people who can pass through the gate are the ones doing the Elf War questline with the Dark Elf faction, or at least as long as we are. I don't think there's a single other player who qualifies at this point, so go ahead and bathe to your heart's content. I could even stand guard outside, like I did on the 3rd floor. Asuna appeared to grapple with this idea, but abruptly shifted into dead seriousness. And the Dark Elf Castle is definitely not a safe haven, right? I was briefly taken aback, and I glanced up at the gate, which was much closer now. The anti-criminal code that promised absolute protection over a player's HP and life was invisible, but there was something different about the air surrounding the castle when compared to human towns. I looked back at her and nodded. Yeah, I believe so. It's theoretically possible for Morche's gang to get inside and attack us somehow. But like I said, they'll need to get involved with the Dark Elf faction to do that. I don't think they had that much time to work with, and at the very least, it would be impossible for the dagger user infiltrating the ALS. Asuna's eyebrow twitched when I started to say the name, but her reaction didn't go beyond that. Her suggestion involved an unexpected character. Do you think Viscount Yoflis would tell us if he asked? Could he say if Morche and his friends were working for the Dark Elves? I came to a stop without realizing it, crossing my arms. Eventually I shook my head. No, Yoful Castle is an instance, so Viscount Yoflis should exist in different states for each party working on his quest. According to our Viscount Yoflis, he'd probably say we're the only humans assisting the Dark Elves in their struggle. Once again, I have to say I don't like that system. Asuna opined with a shrug. She turned to the tall castle gate. We'd better be on our guard in the castle then. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I agreed. And my partner and I crossed the last bit of stone bridge to approach the huge gate, which appeared to be carved out of one single giant rock formation. In all previous camps and forts, there had always been guards at the entrance, but there was a special reason that Castle Galley elves almost never ventured outside. Instead, sharp voices issued forth from the bay windows atop the gate.
Be gone! This gate does not open for the likes of humankind.
These warnings were even harsher than the Yofel castle, but by holding high in the sigil of Lysula's ring that Viscount Yofelis gave me, I caused the guards at the bay's window to turn around and single behind them. A clear, crisp bell began clanging from somewhere within the castle, and the gate slowly opened. It would take nearly a full minute for the gate to open all the way, so once there was a space enough for a person to get through, I prodded Asuna to go on, then followed after her. The instant we crossed the threshold, the gate reversed motion and began to rumble close. Asuna took 3 steps before she stopped and exclaimed, "Oh!" Castle Galley was built, more like sculpted, out of a circular basin over 600 feet across. The 3-story castle curved along the inside walls of the basin, but rather than being built of stone or wood, it was carved directly out of the natural rock formation, like some ancient ruin. Surrounding the castle, in a C shape from east to west along the north side, was an open area in tile mosaics, with dark elf guards and servants quietly coming and going. I didn't see any players at the moment. Standing in the center of this open space was one massive hardwood tree. The desert and canyons we'd walked through to get here featured no plants aside from brown cacti, but the branches of this tree burst with vivid green leaves. A natural spring welled up with crystal clear water in its roots, sparkling golden where the sun dripped through the branches. Near the base of the tree was a large hollow knot, and if I squinted, I could see a faint pulse of blue light inside it. When Asuna noticed it, she whispered, "Oh, is that the spirit tree?" "Yeah, there's a spirit tree in the castle here." The spirit trees were like teleporters that the dark elves had and forest elves used to get from floor to floor, much like the gates we players had. But while our teleporter gates could always be found in the biggest towns of any floor, many of the spirit trees were placed far from any elven fort or castle, which I found curious at first. Apparently, the spirit trees had a lifespan and grew anew every 100 years or so, but even the elves didn't know where they would sprout. The spirit tree on the 6th floor, however, was an outlier in its longevity and had been living for centuries, even at the time they built Castle Galley around it. I was explaining all of this background information to Asuna when the door to the west wing of the castle opened loudly. Suddenly, Asuna's face burst into a brilliant smile. "Asuna! Kirito!" Greeting us and rushing over was a female knight wearing black steel armor and dark cloak. With a curved saber on her left hip, her skin was a brilliant brown, and her short, cropped hair was grayish purple. Asuna walked forward and threw her arms wide. The knight leapt into them and circled her hands around the fencer's back. After more than 5 seconds of this embrace, she turned to me with open arms. I'd been going in for a handshake, so I had to stifle my shyness and accept her bear trap. Somewhere in my head was the mysterious statement that it's through heavy metal armor, so it's okay. The knight's embrace lasted another 5 seconds before she let go, stepped back, and clapped my shoulder. It was only 3 days ago that we parted, but it felt like it had been so much longer. I greeted the member of the Pagoda Knights Brigade, Lysula, the beautiful dark elf who was our good friend. "It is indeed. Asuna and Kirito, I'm glad you've come. It must have been difficult to cross this arid land on foot," she said. Asuna beamed. "It was nothing knowing we'd get to see you at the end." "I'm happy to hear you say that. Please, come inside and clean off the dust of your journey, but only after you've paid respects to the liege of the castle. I'm sorry to delay your rest." No, we're going to enjoy our hospitality here. We must show our appreciation, I said. Kismel looked apologetic, but proceeded to escort us across the open square. Reflecting on it now, between the camp and the 3rd floor, Yofel Castle on the 4th, and Shiyaya Village on the 5th, the Dark Elf NPC had never been openly hostile to us, but they'd been standoffish in general. It seemed that the quest we'd been doing for them had begun to affect their attitude, because, as with the camp we'd visited yesterday, the various guards and servants we passed in the open area gave us polite salutes. It could have just been because we had been elite knights with us, but I returned the gesture all the same. We headed to the left of the spirit tree, to the front of the gate castle. The main body of the castle was a story taller than the wings that jutted about 15 feet or 20 feet above the cliffs that surrounded the basin. I visited the place during the beta, but I merely accepted the main quest and reported back when I was done. I didn't have a strong memory of it. But when I passed through the guarded doors into the main hall, I couldn't help but join Asuna in her admiration. The exterior of the castle galley was carved from a reddish rock, with details designed but uniform texture that didn't convey the same beauty that Yofel Castle did. But on the inside, it had finely laid black ivory tiles, and no hint at all that it was some archaeological ruin. I felt as though the interior was decorated a simpler fashion during the beta, so either Argus designers put hard work into spicing up the place, or the Dark Elves had. We crossed the perfectly clean hall, not a speck of dust to be seen, and ascended the double spiral staircase to the Lord's office on the 3rd floor. The castle master, Count Melangus Gallion, was the extremely rare elf who was large and hardy, with a splendid beard. He did not possess the same elfinanity as Viscount Yofelis, and his dialogue was rather generic, as he welcomed us with a main quest and 3 subquests. When we left his chamber, Kismel joined us in exhaling with relief. I stared at her profile without realizing what I was doing, and she gave me a guilty smile. I am of common birth. Since receiving the duty of recovering the hidden keys, I have more interactions with nobles, but it's not something one gets used to. I'm a commoner too. I get nervous around important people. I don't know about Asuna, though. I had suspicions that Asuna was quite pampered rich girl, despite her propensity for instant violence, and the fencer gave me a jab to the side. Sure enough. Of course I'm an ordinary civilian, and yes, I get nervous. You two get along so well. Well, let me show you to the rooms. Kismel placed a hand on each of our backs and pushed us west, down the windowless hallway. We soon reached a guest chamber on the 3rd floor of the west wing. On the opposite wall from the door was a lattice window, through which the sun setting over the horizon, make that the outer aperture of Aincrad, was a bright red. Oh, such a lovely room, exclaimed Asuna, doing a full turn in the center of it. It's a bit smaller than the guest room at the Yofel Castle, I know. Kismel began, but it's actually the second best in all of Castle Galley. No, it's not cramped at all. I bet you could fit 5 people on the sofa alone. Asuna was showing signs of furniture obsession. She undid her equipment and plopped herself onto a long, wood-framed sofa with an elegant curved design. Kismel grinned, removed her saber, and sat next to her. I got rid of my sword and armor and sank into the armchair across from them. The suite and the Pegasus hoof, where we talked to Lind about the guild flag, had been quite deluxe too. But the castle of the Count was quite naturally a level or 2 above in terms of quality, furnishing, and plushness of cushions. It seemed like a waste that Asa and I were the only players stopping at this castle, and I realized I had something to confirm first. Listen, Kismel. What is it? Asked the knight, who was reaching for a plate of fruit on the coffee table between us. I chose my words carefully. Well, are there any other humans aside from us at the castle galley, do you know? Suddenly the smile vanished from Asana's face, but Kismel simply said, "No, there aren't." "Oh, I see. Sorry for being weird," I said, relaxing. I picked up a star-shaped fruit from the dish. "But I have heard of other human swordsmen assisting the people of Lysula," she continued. "Perhaps you'll come across them someday." I froze in an awkward position, fruit held just before my open mouth. Nearly 2 months had passed since the start of this game of death, and over 2 weeks since we opened up the 3rd floor, so it wasn't strange at all that there would be other players undertaking the elf war quests at the dark elf side. But if that just happened to be Morche and his friends, there was no protection here in Castle Galley against their malice. Morche slaughtered Silent, Lord of Statchen, without a moment of hesitation. So if they wanted to, they could try to do that to the dark elves in this castle, and to Kismel too. In pure fighting power, Kismel was overwhelmingly stronger than them, but there was no overlooking the wicked creativity that motivated PKer. We would need to fulfill our purpose for being at this castle as quickly as we could, I decided. I made eye contact with Asana, then tossed the fruit in my mouth and opened up my game window. What I pulled up from my item storage, which was the elves called the Mystic Scribing, were the double-sided dagger and the 2 throwing picks, which shared a certain kind of cruelty in their design. As soon as she saw them arranged on the table, Kismel's face tightened. "Kirito, what are those?" We were attacked by 2 fellow humans last night. They dropped these weapons in the attempt." Kismel was already on her feet. "You were attacked?" she yelled. "Was it just an attempted robbery, or...?" I think they were just trying to kill us." "My word!" The dark elf onyx eyes glowed with pale flames, or so it seemed to me. She stood up straight, grabbing the saber she left standing at the table side of the sofa, and shouted, "If I were there, I would have lopped their heads from their shoulders. Kirito, Asana, you must not return to your human towns. You must stay with me." No, we're fine," I assured the furious elf, getting to her to sit back down. I pointed at the weapons on the table again. "We managed to drive them off without suffering much any wounds, but they're very persistent. There's no question they're still out to get us. The problem is the weapons they were using, especially these, which are poison throwing needles. Can you tell us anything about this, Kismel?" I finished, all in a single breath, sliding over the pick. Kismel stood her saber against the sofa and lifted the pick high over her head, so that it caught the light from the window. "This isn't steel. It was fashioned from the spike of some living thing," she said. Asana leaned forward and tapped the other pick. She read the flavor text on the item's properties out loud. "Kismel, these human words say, 'The sunken elf General Nolza faced the dread dragon Schmargor and cut off every last one of its spines, which dripped with deadly poison.'" "Nolza? Schmargor?" she repeated, rising again, and initially hurling her hand with the pick away from her. Before she regained her composure and placed the weapon on the table, she gave both of us a look, then began to speak in an officious tone. "Schmargor is an evil dragon, spoken in elven legend. Long in the past, when the elves and humans and dwarves still lived on the earth, a wicked little snake snuck past the priestess and climbed the black holy tree to take a bite of a single fruit that grew atop of one of its branches. The snake gained eternal life, but it was cursed, so that everything that entered its mouth turned to poison. Every time it ate, the snake suffered and died, only to come back to life through the fruit's holy power. After several centuries, The snake had evolved into a massive, ugly, poison dragon that attacked towns and villages. But the human hero, Selm, defeated it, and it fled into the land of ice far into the distant north. Kismel's rich voice faded out, prompting both me and Asuna to exhale. Her smooth and lyrical delivery was so pleasant to listen to. We wanted to ask her to tell us more, even though we knew she couldn't. It's kind of a sad story. I doubt the snake wanted to bite the holy tree's fruit out of malice, Asuna said, shaking her head. Kismel nodded deeply. The fruit of the holy tree is said to give eternal life. Its sap provides invulnerable flesh. Many tragic tales revolve around such fruit. There is this story, for example. At the end of the month of Holly, which humankind designates as December, there is a holy sage tasked with the duty of giving gifts to children. One year, he learned that the gift he was to give to a sickly little human girl was actually a piece of the holy tree's fruit. Unable to stifle his curiosity, he opened the present box and found an unbearably gorgeous crystal. The sage desired this crystal, and of all the thousands of children, he only failed to deliver that one girl's gift. Without the protection of that crystal, the girl did not live to see the new year, and she was meant to. So the holy sage went mad, cursed to wander forever through the night that never ends. Do the other stories have similar endings? Asuna asked. Kismel shrugged. Most of them do. The gifts of the holy tree are not to be coveted. And from what I remember, the fallen elves were banished because they tried to harvest the sap of the holy tree, I interjected, which caused Asuna to gasp. Oh, right! The fallen elves were sent to the far north, too. So it would make sense that he encountered Schmargor up there. But wait, does that mean General Nolza has been around since before Einkrad was created? Kismel frowned in silence while we talked, so I cautiously asked her, in fact, how many years ago did Einkrad come into being? Actually, we royal knights do not know the details. As I believe Lord Euphilis told you, only Her Royal Majesty possesses all the legends surrounding the Great Separation and the 6 sacred keys. All we are told is that this floating castle was created long in the past. She paused for a moment there, brushing the clasp of her cloak before continuing. However, I have heard that Her Majesty and the Forest Elf King are very long-lived, so perhaps the man who leads the fallen is equally ancient. Not that he frightens me. That was heartening attitude, but I didn't want Kismel to end up fighting General Nolza. I had no doubt in her skill as a knight, but even remembering the sight of Nolza up close left me short of breath. He could be worse than anything we'd faced so far, including the 5 floor bosses. Though Kismel couldn't have known what I was thinking, she fixed me with a long look from her dark eyes and reached for the table again. This time, she picked up the black dagger that number 2 had dropped, the Dirk of Agony. Unlike the pick, Kismel merely gave this a once-over, then stated, Indeed, this is a fallen weapon. You can tell just by looking? Asuna asked, wide-eyed. The knight indicated the base of the thin blade. Do you see the symbol carved faintly down here? Huh. I yelped. I felt ashamed that I hadn't noticed it when I examined the weapon at the inn in Suribus, but sure enough, just above the hilt, there was a very fine carving that glinted orange in the sunlight. The design was of 2 folding lines that created a pattern of 3 diamonds, but I had no idea what it meant. What is this? Asuna wondered. It apparently represents ice and lightning, Kismel answered. Oh, cooed 2 humans in unison. The Dark Elves had scimitars and horn. The Forest Elves had a shield and longsword. And the Fallen Elves had ice and lightning. In a different game, you'd figure the Fallen were masters of ice and lightning magic. But sadly, well, luckily really, there was no magic in SAO. Kismel put the dagger back on the table and crossed her slender arms over her chest. These are indeed weapons of the Fallen. The same mark that was on the blades who fought on the 3rd and 5th floors. But I seem to recall that the sigils I saw were not simple carvings, but cast silver. Now that you mention it, I think that's right, Asuna agreed, but I couldn't honestly remember. I found it hard to believe that the AI, like Kismel, would be mistaken, so I moved on from there. You're saying that this dagger is cheaper than the weapons on the Fallen that you fought to this point? I would say so, but that is not all of it. I suspect that these are weapons given to collaborators of other races, meaning that those humans, vagabonds who attacked you, did not steal this dagger from a slain Fallen, but they were given them for their assistance. Asuna and I discussed that very possibility based on the flavor text of the Dirk of Agony this morning. I felt like Kismel's statement turned that vague suspicion into an almost verifiable truth. Morche and his buddy had found a quest route that involved collaborating with the fallen elves rather than fighting against them. So we ought to assume there would be a way to regain those highly deadly poisoned picks. If we were going to keep fighting them, we needed a way to counteract level 2 paralyzing poison as soon as possible. I drew in a breath to explain this, but I was beaten to the punch. Do not worry. As I told you earlier, as long as I am at your side, no vagabonds will threaten you, Kismel stated flatly. She patted Asuna's knee lightly and stood up. Kismel's were not, I started to say, but she only sat back down to motion us to stand with her. Why don't we wash off the dust off your travel first? You must have taken on quite a bit of sand during your trip to this castle. Those words turned Asuna's eyes into hearts, or more accurately, into symbols for hot spring. Nobody would be able to stop her now. I quickly stashed the weapon back into my inventory and hurried after the women. When I visited Castle Galley in the beta, I took a tour of the building. A stint in the baths wasn't on the tour, but I did remember the location of the facilities. But Kismel didn't head to the 2nd floor of the East Wing, where I remember it. She descended the stairs in the center of the West Wing. I found this confusing. Not as much as when we continued descending even past the ground floor. We weren't going to the bath. There was even a basement in the beta? But the knight's pace was utterly confident. The stairs ended on the basement level, turning into a tiled floor hallway lit by oddly colored lamps. As we walked, the chilly air gradually grew warmer and warmer. Eventually, there was a large door on the right-hand wall. It wasn't adorned with a hanging curtain with the word for bath on it like in Japan, but the open doorway was exuding white steam, so it was definitely the right place. In the real world, a place that steamy underground would get as moldy as you could possibly imagine. But we didn't have to worry about microorganisms or viruses in the virtual world. I hoped. When Kismel and Asuna passed through the door, I stopped and called out, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." The knight swung around and beckoned to me, looking hurt. "Don't be silly, Kirito. Come with us." I'd feel bad if I forced you two to wear swimsuits, like at Yofel Castle. Plus, on the 1 in a million chance that those vagabonds attack again. Asuna looked exquisitely conflicted, trapped between her guilt at being the only one bathing and her desire to bathe properly in the buff. But Kismel had no hesitation whatsoever. "Don't worry about an attack," she said. "This castle can only be entered through the gate to the south, and when it opens, the bells can be heard throughout the whole castle, and you need not worry about the other matter." "Huh? Here, come and see." She grabbed my arm and yanked me through the doorway. It was a kind of rest lounge, decorated all over with attractive leafy plants and tables with rattan chairs on either side of the wall. There were also pitchers and glasses for water. There were no other dark elves here, probably because it was still early. And there were also 2 rattan doors on the far wall that likely led to the bath. There was a circle on the left door and a square to the right. The bath in this castle is very large, so there are separate entrances for men and women. You will not need your swimsuits here, Kirito and Asuna. Oh, that makes sense, I said, relieved. In that case, I wasn't opposed to relaxing in a nice, huge bath. I didn't have anything against baths. We will see you later then, Kismel grinned. She and Asuna vanished through the circle door, waving, so I pushed my way through the square entrance. As I expected, there was a changing room next. It seemed appropriate to the fantasy genre that in addition to wicker baskets for holding clothes, there were also armor hooks. But thanks to my art of misscribing, I could just hit the unequip all button to have my clothes spirited away into storage. After a quick check to make sure no one else was around, I removed the last piece too. Using the provided white towel for the minimal level of defense, I headed through the next door. Tiled hallway turned left, heading toward... Oh. It was a fantastical enough sight to elicit a murmur from me. The space was a massive dome with a radius of probably 30 feet. The gently curved walls and ceilings were clearly carved straight from the bedrock, but that just accentuated the natural hot spring feel. There was niches in the wall at even intervals containing lamps that provided soft light to the chamber. Under the dome was a milky liquid of opal white color, and something that looked like a thick vine hung directly from the middle of the ceiling all the way down to the water. This dome was probably located right beneath the open plaza on the surface, which would mean the vine was a root of the spirit tree. I put the towel in my inventory and set foot on the first step of the bath, allowing the heat to fill me up to the top of my head. This time, it elicited a from my mouth. It was too shallow to get my whole body in, though, so I headed towards the center, parting the lingering steam as I went. Near the root, it was deep as my waist, so I finally dunked down into the water. Later on, I was told that the spirit tree at Castle Galley was constantly sucking up the natural hot spring water through its roots to support its branches and leaves, occasionally becoming so quenched that it dripped like rain to form the pool at its base. The cold pool steadily seeped into the bedrock, and every hour or so it poured into the underground spring like a waterfall. It made a certain kind of sense, and also made no sense at all, but the point was, it saved us from a variety of potential troubles. Asuna's class temporarily changed from Fencer to God of Fury, but when she remembered that we weren't in a safe haven, she realized that my actions were meant to do. She cycled through 5 or 6 different facial expressions before she said, "I apologize for doing that," and went back to being human again. I sank down to my shoulders and considered what to do now. The water itself was almost completely opaque, so if you stayed 5 feet apart, you couldn't see the other person's body whatsoever. But I didn't have the willpower to sit back and enjoy my bath, even under those circumstances. It seemed that I should just equip the swimsuit Asa made for me on the 4th floor, but for some reason, she was just soaking in a daze without doing the same, so I felt a bit hesitant to open my window. In the end, I decided that simply finding a way to peel off and get out of here was the best. And I was scooting off to the side when Kismel, who was soaking on the other side of Asuna from me, started speaking. "You know about those throwing picks? I think I may know a way to counteract the poison that seeps from them." "What?" That was exactly what I'd been hoping to ask her about. I scooted several inches closer, out of sheer fixation, until a hard stare from Asuna held me at bay. "If those throwing picks are indeed fashioned from the spikes of the dragon Shmargor, Then the story of the human hero, Selm, fighting the dragon should be useful to consult. As I recall, Selm gained the assistance of an elven sage and constructed a tool to stop the dragon's poison. Oh, and how do I create that item? I asked, leaning forward again. This time, Asuna was paying attention to Kismel, so I didn't attract her ire. Was the sage a dark elf or a forest elf? Kismel replied to these questions with a short shrug. I heard the story from my grandmother when I was a child. I'm afraid I don't recall the finer details, but I believe a dark elf storyteller would have a full proper recollection of the stories for Schmargor. Storyteller? Where can we go to meet such a person? Please, let it be somewhere on a floor we've already cleared out, relatively close to the main town, I prayed. It was answered with a surprising helpfulness. There is a storyteller in this very castle, but as a good general rule, they are very old and spend most of the day sleeping, so you will need to visit the library around the middle of the day. Nice! I just barely held back from throwing in a sweet as well. It wasn't confirmed yet that we'd be able to craft an antidote. But even the possibility was welcome. As for Asuna, she found interest drawn to something else. She turned to face Kismel, rippling the surface of the bath. I've never seen an elderly elf before. Are they youthful in appearance, too? Our elders rarely venture outside the city. That is why. As for their appearance, well, I find that a difficult question to answer. Oh, of course. I'll just look forward to finding out in person. That's a good idea. I think I'll get out now. What about you two? The knight asked. We looked at each other for a briefest of moment, then agreed that we were done too. One of the nice things about SAO was that wet hair and skin dried very quickly upon leaving the water, so I didn't need a towel off as I headed down the dark hallway to the changing rooms, equipped a black shirt and pants, and entered the lounge. The women weren't back yet, no one else was visiting the place, so I slumped lazily into one of the rattan chairs along the wall and heaved a deep sigh. She threw herself into the rattan chair on my right, a look of bliss on her face, and said, that was good. I handed her a cup of cold water, which she gulped down. Kismel sat in the chair on my left, elegantly folding her long legs, and said, It is indeed quite a splendid bath we have here. It is a shame I will have to move again once my duty on this floor is over. I see. You've got a busy life, Kismel. You've got, the jade and lapis and amber keys stored in a safe location, right? But of course, they are in the treasure repository on the 4th floor of the central hall. Treasure repository, huh? I'd sure like to see that, but I bet it's the type of place where I'll get yelled at. I wondered, selfishly, but Asuna had much more of a practical thought in mind. Kismel, aren't you worried that the forest elves might attack in search of the keys again, like they did at Yofel Castle? This was a good point. Massive gate aside, and thick walls, this place would make a significantly easier target than Yofel Castle, which was surrounded by water on all sides. The forest elves had put so much effort into seizing the keys back, it was hard to imagine them giving up after one defeat. There could be enemy soldiers sneaking up outside the gates even as we sat here. The disquieting thought nearly got me up out of my seat. No, you need not worry about that, Kismel stated. Both Asa and I stared at the side of her face. Something in the faint gloom of her expression told me the source of her certainty. Oh, I see. The area outside this castle? That's right. The wasteland that surrounds us is so desolate and dry that neither the dark elf nor forest elf can last within it for long. Inside the castle we are protected by the blessings of the spirit tree. But if that tree was to die out, we would be forced to abandon this place. When I visited Castle Galley in the beta, the dark elf who gave me this quest, neither Kismel nor Count Gallian, just a nameless commander, told me the same thing. I took it at face value at the time, but now it only brought fresh questions. But then, how will you get the key on this floor back? You can travel through the spirit trees at the castles on the 5th and 7th floor, but the key is still far from this place, isn't it? That's correct, she admitted. There still seemed to be a faint note of mourning on her features. But when she turned to us, she was wearing her usual languid smile. But do not fear. This castle is equipped with all a means to leave in case of a sudden emergency. It will allow us to cross the arid wastes. At that, my partner and I shared a meaningful look. We didn't need to speak aloud to understand each other. Kismel, Asuna said, Kirito and I will retrieve the hidden key on this floor. We might not be as strong as you, but we're much tougher than we used to be. I do not doubt that, the elf replied, looking hesitant. But I cannot expect you to do the job for me. The friction with the forest and fallen elves is our problem, and I think of it this way. If you had not saved my life in the forest of wavering mists, I would have been killed by that forest elf. Or we would have fought to our mutual deaths at best. How can I be allowed to stay safe and sound in a castle while allowing you two to do all the dirty, dangerous work? Just like this, that's how, I wanted to shout, but the look on the proud knight's face prevented me. Asuna appeared to have more to say on the matter, but I waved her back and said, All right, then let's go and get the key tomorrow. But don't take unnecessary risks. If any of it seems tough, you must promise to tell us at once. I held out my left pinky finger, which Kismel stared at. What's wrong with your finger? Oh, it's a human custom. When you make a promise, you intertwine your pinkies. Ah, like this. Kismel hooked her right pinky around mine and moved her hand up and down. Asuna got up from her chair, saying, Me too, and held out her right hand to Kismel, who used her free hand to do the same, smiling awkwardly. It is a strange custom, but it feels fun. I promise not to take unnecessary risks if you promise to prioritize your own safety. Of course, Asuna and I replied in unison. The knight beamed. After the underground bath, she led us to the dining room on the second floor of the central hall. It was dinner time, and many elves were present. There was even a small stage, upon which 2 elves' fanciful costumes were playing a lute and flute. Some other soldiers were even singing quietly along to the tune. The food itself was noticeably similar to the full-course meal at Yofel Castle, but this was way suited to my taste better, and the stew and tubers and the meat on the bone was good enough that I asked for seconds. After deciding that we'd meet in the morning, we said goodbye to Kismel at the 3rd floor hallway of the west wing. Here, though, the knight's room was next to ours, and returned to our guest chamber. We let out heavy breaths and found ourselves glancing at each other. I felt like I needed to apologize for my scandalous behavior in the bath, but Asuna was sending a silent signal for me not to say anything at all. My game window said it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, which on a typical day meant I'd head back out for some night activity. But we were tired from dungeon spelunking and crossing the wasteland today, and agreed that we should get some early bedtime. But we failed to realize that we hadn't yet faced the greatest peril of the day. This guest chamber was another suite, where the living room was located in a separate area from the sleeping area. But unlike the place we had stayed the night before, there was only one bedroom door. We looked at each other again, then crossed the living room and opened the door. The bedroom was equally decadent, but there was just one queen-size bed in that center of the room. Last night, I'd slept on the sofa rather than my bed, so I could do the same thing. Except that was because Asuna had fallen asleep first. Knowing how my partner hated to be given special treatment, I suspected I'll just sleep on the sofa, okay? You're not gonna get good sleep that way. I would have protested, but she was actually right, and she knew it. While sleeping in SAO, the player's real-life body was in a sleep state as well, but the nerve gear kept faithfully sending virtual bodily signals all the while. If you slept on a fancy bed, you would feel the softness envelop your back. If you slept outdoors on the ground, it would be rough and uncomfortable. Naturally, the latter would provide a shallower sleep, often failing to result in anything more than a surface-level snooze. The sofa in the living room was large enough, and its mattress was nice and thick, but because of the seat cushions were mounded, it wasn't suitable for lying down. When I was soloing on the first floor, I camped out all the time, with a blanket at least, so I could sleep on this, but whether Asuna accepted that or not was a different matter. Listen, I can sleep anywhere. Don't mind me, just take the bed and... We are game partners, aren't we? Asuna interrupted. She was correct, of course. Yeah. So it would be wrong to place all the burden on one of us. Again, she was absolutely correct. Yeah. Then this is the only option. She dragged me by the sleeve into the bedroom and peeled back half of the covers on a large bed. Right in the center of the perfectly pristine white sheets, she drew a line 2 feet long down the middle with her finger. This is the border. I hadn't heard that word since the time we slept in Kismel's tent in the dark elf camp on the 3rd floor, and the surprise brought out a burst of laughter to my lips and a fierce glare from Asuna. All right, I get it. I understand. Capiche. Asuna gave me a scowl back, but she indicated that this was sufficient and put the covers back. While we had landed on the compromise for the bed issue, the circumstances were a lot different from the tent. Sleeping on the ground meant excusing a lot of potential contact under the general experience of roughing it. But in a proper building, a proper bedroom, and a proper bed, there could be no excuse. The border drawn on the sheets was as fragile and perilous as the line of control in Kashmir. But for being so susceptible to spontaneous action, the fencer exhibited surprising fortitude towards the situation. Well, I'll sleep on this side, she said, taking the half farther away from the window and slipping under the blanket. With her back to me, she opened her window and pressed a button or two, and then closed it. I heard a swishing sound under the covers, which was probably her changing into pajamas. Then she wriggled down deeper until only the back of her head was visible. It seemed that her strategy was to fall asleep as soon as possible, which seemed like the right call to me, so I tapped the wall and turned off the lights in the bedroom and living room. There was a window on the west bedroom wall, and gauzy moonlight trickled through the lace curtains. The day started off with cloudy, but cleared up in the afternoon. Hopefully the weather will be nice tomorrow, I thought, trying to distract myself as I entered the side of the bed opposite Asuna. The bed was about 6 feet across, so as long as I stayed on the very left edge, far from the border, I didn't need to be conscious of my partner's presence, physically speaking. Whatever the mattress was made of, it had just the right mixture of support and softness, and the blanket was light and as warm as a down comforter. I had to admit that Asuna was right. The sofa out there and my heavy-duty camping blanket were a far cry from this kind of comfort. My head sank into a massive pillow and my eyelids closed, and despite my situation, I felt the sleep fairy sneaking up on me. There we go. Fall asleep, and get an extra room tomorrow. Are you still awake, Kirito?
Yup.
The fairy had scampered away. If she had said just checking, what kind of a snappy response should I have? But the follow-up from over the border was not what I was expecting. You know how there's an anti-harassment code? The thing that came up in Romolo's workshop on the 4th floor when you tried to wake me up? Yes. This ominous topic dispelled my sleepiness entirely. Now I had no idea where she was taking this. I was just thinking, you pushed me over when we were in the bath. No, I was keeping you from going orange, but you pushed me over. Yep. So why didn't the anti-harassment code activate? Why didn't it? I didn't have an answer on the tip of my tongue. I had to think about it. Does it not show up if you're in a party together? No, because we were partied up on the 4th floor. Maybe it depends on the time of contact. But no, I don't remember touching you for very long on the 4th floor either. It's not an issue on how you make contact. When you tried to wake me up, you just touched my shoulder, and it went off, but it didn't happen when you pushed me over. Please don't say it like that, I begged. Indeed, it wasn't logical that the code activated just from me touching her shoulder, and yet pressing against her didn't do a thing. Was there any other condition that was different between the workshop and the underground hot spring aside from party configuration and time of contact? I chased away the sleep fairy who was trying to sneak back into my mind, but the soft, fluffy bed was just so soft and fluffy, and if it was any softer and fluffier, it would be so soft and fluffy. The instant I began tumbling off to the precipice of sleep was the hint I needed. When it happened, you were sleeping. She must have been nodding off, too, because her sleep reply came at a delay. What? The code activated because I was sleeping? You mean it won't go off if you're awake? No, I don't think that's it, but that's the only thing I can think of. After another silence of many seconds, my temporary partner surprised me once more. Pinky. Huh? Hold out your pinky. I wriggled my finger through the blankets, then remembered the invisible line. But the border. 1 finger's worth trespassing can be overlooked. Hurry up. Okay. I hesitantly stretched my arm, sticking out my pinky near the center line of the bed. After a few moments, what I assumed was Asana's pinky brushed mine and grabbed it. On instinct, I squeezed back. So, what are we doing? Just be quiet. The window for the code isn't popping up, so if we fall asleep like this, and it's showing when we wake up, that would indicate that your theory is correct, to a degree. I see. The tension drained out of my body. Asana's pinky pressure eased a little bit, and she whispered, well, good night. If the prompt does show up, don't hit the button in your sleep. Yeah, I know. Good night. From that point on, silence fell on the land of the blankets, and the only thing coming over the border was the faint sound of sleeping. I closed my eyes again, but the gentle warmth of that pinky contact prevented my wits from disappearing to all corners. I was curious about the workings of the anti-harassment code, of course, but there were still many things for Asana and me to do on this floor yet. We hadn't finished the cursive statue quest. We had to help advance the progress through the floor. The handling of the guild flag was still up in the air, and tomorrow we'd be helping Kismel with the quest to retrieve the agate key. And the biggest problem of all was the PKers. I told myself on numerous occasions that it was pointless to trying to decipher their way of thinking, but I still couldn't help myself. Why Morche, the dagger user, and the man in the black poncho was trying to make the DKB and ALS fight, especially when it was obvious that it would only harm our chances of beating the game and finding freedom from its electronic prison. No matter their reasons, I would never forgive them for the act of attempting to kill Asana. I would never let their wicked blades anywhere near her again. For an instant, I was seized by a shockingly powerful urge. I didn't want this pinky. I wanted to grab her hand, pull her close, wrap my arms around her. I wanted to make it clear that I was going to keep her safe. But I couldn't do that. Our partnership wasn't going to last forever, and it shouldn't. Until the day she stood at the lead of our best and brightest, standing as a symbol of hope for all the players of the game, I would continue providing her with whatever help I could. As a beta tester, that was my role. I let the tension slowly drain out of my body, exhaled, and tensed my fingers one more time, just to feel that sensation was still there. Good night, I whispered in my mind, and gave myself up to sleep at last. To be continued.